Okay, my name is Mamosweu Swabi. What we are expecting from COP26 is that they must stop talking and talking. I think now it's high time that they act on whatever they are saying, because for me, next year is too late actually, because climate change is being happening, I don't know since when. And now we don't have any time now. Now the only time that we have is to go for renewables, which we know that is very safe for our environment.
It is already affecting us here in the Val, because I think since 2015 we started seeing seasonal water cuts, especially in summertime, because of the too much water consumption. So water wouldn't reach communities, and because we have so much industrial activities in the Val, so they would get prioritized before water would reach communities. So during summertime, hot summer times, we get frequent water cuts. That's how we are getting affected. And the air pollution as well. Countries are still investing in fossil fuels. They are in the global north and the global south, they're investing in fossil fuels. So if they were talking about, if the Paris Agreement was about a low carbon by 2030, none of them are reaching that. Instead, we see a few countries that are being practical about things. So people must be practical when they talk.
My community and my family entirely depend on agriculture as a way of life to feed ourselves and for the economic value. We have been having rainfall, unpredictable rainfall. Sometimes it's not there. Sometimes it's there too much that it's affecting the crops. So with this variation, you find that the production have gone down while you have used a lot of input, and these have really affected us so much. And then also I come from a community that surrounds Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria have been having increased in water levels that have displaced most of the people living around there. Last year in April, we had 300 people lose their lives and over 3,000 families displaced. So that is a climate change issue and it needs to be resolved. Having 2050 as a trademark, that is not possible. We should just aim and work towards 2030 or 2025 and work it hard equally to everyone so that we can achieve what we are working towards. I think COP need to achieve equity.
The climate emergency is affecting us in so many ways. We have issues of flooding. We have issues of desert encroachment. We have issues of we have a lot of issues going on here. We even have low rainfall, sometimes infrequent rainfall here, and it's really affecting because we are a farming community here, and so it's affecting a lot of things. We're even having heat waves also all around, and the weather is unpredictable. I see it as a human rights crisis because I think far back the climate change issue wasn't so big like this, but recently it has been because of the activities of the global north, the leaders of the global north. It has really affected us here in the global south because people tend to go through a lot of suffering. Some people have to migrate from their homes so that they can. COP26, I would like to see a kind of agreement and also implementation. In the past, we've only had agreement and no implementation. So this time around, we're looking at not just talking, but also doing it in terms of action.
opinion, climate change is a human rights issue. I think it affects people's livelihoods. I think it affects their well-being. I think there's a right to living in a healthy environment, and climate change definitely violates that right because it creates unhealthy environments. And it creates unhealthy environments unequally as well. Some people will be exposed to much unhealthy environments than others. So I think 100% it is a human rights issue. COP26 needs to achieve is what is known as the impossible, right? I think that's part of our campaigning, is that there needs to be something done that's way out of the reach of what COP26 actually can do at this moment. How it's structured, how the negotiations have to go. It's not enough. I think it really needs to be above and beyond anything we've ever seen in the terms of international climate negotiations, because it needs to listen to the voices of people who already have the solutions, who already are putting their hands in the ground, putting their hearts in the ground as well, and helping take care of the earth and supporting them. And I don't think that's something that COP26 is very likely to do. And so I think it needs to completely reimagine how it works.
But over the past 3 years, the situation has become increasingly difficult because of climate change, which has negative effects on our local society. It has triggered a food crisis because the seasons are being disrupted. The productivity of our fields has decreased, and the quality of the food we can produce has also decreased compared to the past. Climate change is the cause of these difficulties that the local communities are faced with. Industrialist countries have promised a lot to the local communities, and many COP agreements have said that the emissions of greenhouse gases should decrease, but these agreements haven't been implemented. That's why we're going to organize a march and give the population a chance to express itself. Through this march, we want to mobilize people and raise awareness in the local communities. We want people to see what the danger really is. We will give people a chance to speak up, and we will explain where this food insecurity is coming from. So some rebels are going to go walk on a market. They will give out flyers written in the local languages, and they will carry out an art performance with a choreography whose aim is to show why we are faced with this food insecurity. We want to help the local community understand how and why they are being the victims of the consequences of climate change, why they are facing this situation. And we hope that our action and our message will be relayed.
Hello everyone, you are coming to me live here in Lincoln Park Square in central London. So if you are around the area, please come Lincoln Park Square, central London, where crowds are gathering behind me, around me, trying to build on this momentum from COP26 and get action happening faster on the climate crisis and get proper commitments in place that can really change the future and the current living circumstances and situations for people right now. If you're joining me, thanks for joining me. My name's Alice, and at the moment behind me, I'm standing in front of a very poignant sign saying Code Red for Humanity, Glasgow to COP. Now, why are we doing this from London? Well, unfortunately, a lot of people have not been able to go to COP. COP, by the way, is a conference of the parties. It's where 197 nations and territories meet every year to monitor and review the implementation of the UN framework on Convention of Climate Change. And this is a really, really key thing. COP26 in particular is a big event where if we don't keep or maintain and build proper commitments, then really that Code Red for Humanity is being ignored, and it is super, super, super important that we don't do that. So if you're watching today, thank you for joining. I'm going to try and make, or we are all here today, going to try and make this as inclusive as possible. And so please, if you can, watching this, share this video with at least 5 people that are either part of the movement, that aren't. It's not about that, it's about getting action happening. And today, my job and the job of everybody else here is to show you some of the people that are hear from the people in the crowd, try and get away from statistics, which are, yes, terrifying, but there's more than statistics here. This is the human story behind the climate crisis, and we're trying to showcase that today from here in London. Some people here will have come from COP, some people haven't. And as I said, behind me, there's a group of people with a sign saying Code Red for Humanity. I'm going to turn around this camera now so that you can see this a bit closer. And I'm going to see if I can talk to anyone. Is there anyone here who would be comfortable chatting to me about why you're here? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, great. Now you're holding a sign there that says another COP closer to extinction. And then on the back it says 1.5 to stay alive. Now, why are you here today? Could you introduce yourself first?
Okay, I'm Claire Jenkins. I've come today from Hereford with a group of other rebels from Hereford. And I feel it's important to march to Westminster today because the government had a real chance to show real, genuine climate leadership. And instead what they've given us is another lot of greenwash. And so although useful things have been achieved at the COP, it's very disappointing, and it's really no thanks to our present government.
Now, I really want to touch on what I think is important we do today, and that is get through and past all the jargon that we see in these spaces, and makes it hard for some people who are new to these spaces to understand what's going on. The climate crisis is a little bit unsexy in some ways, because a lot of the words that are being used, a lot of the terms from greenwashing to COP26 in itself, are difficult barriers for people to really get through. It's not easy to understand what those things mean. Could you explain, therefore, what greenwashing means and why it's important we know about it?
Greenwashing, as I understand it, is when people talk in a way that suggests that they're doing very much more to help the environment than they actually do. And I think Boris Johnson's been doing a great deal of that recently. He sounds very impressive, but if you look at the actions behind it, they're really not at all so impressive.
And I appreciate that the problem is bigger than this, but taking a flight back from COP is something that I think we can all get on board with. It's absolutely ludicrous. To make it to a dinner party, I believe, is what the reason for that was, which is madness. If you could speak to anybody at COP who is a deciding person, who is a decision maker, what would you say to them?
I think the banner says it, 1.5 to stay alive, and we've absolutely got to do that because it is life and death. It's life and death for a lot of people in other parts of the world now, and it's coming to us too, sadly soon.
Absolutely. Now, there'll be some people who are a bit nervous about joining in protests like this. Is there anything you'd say to them?
Yes, we're not all anarchist crusties. There are people from all ages, all walks of life, and most of us are actually quite respectable.
Sorry, move it out of the way. Sorry. Yes.
And it's actually a very friendly atmosphere as well. I've been to other actions by myself and always felt completely safe and supported by other people.
Thank you very much for talking to me. Thank you. And as you said, we are many different people here, many different faces, with one clear goal, and that is to make humanity possible on this planet that we're in right now, following the Code Red for Humanity and beyond. that has been said by scientists, by Indigenous peoples. And in and amongst us here today, I'm going to try and interview and speak to a few people who are behind some of that messaging. Now, as you can see, there's a few people in front of me holding signs that say they are killing us. This is very, very true. I think sometimes that can be hard to envisage when we don't see that in our current life, maybe here in the UK, where we're able to live our life fairly normally. But the reality is that this comfort is short-lived and is certainly not the case for many people right now, and definitely not for many of us in the future. So I'm going to move forward and see if I can speak to a few people. This is one of those people here. Hi.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Bhavini Patel from Extinction Rebellion in sunny London.
Fantastic. And have you been to COP26?
I have been over to COP26. I was there all of last week and for the Global March and the Justice March.
Okay. So there'll be some people here who are thinking, well, you must be filled with hope then. And there'll be others who definitely don't agree with that. Where do you sit, having experienced it firsthand?
It's a greenwash, and we really need to call it out. This is the 26th COP, and we've had no significant changes. The one in particular is no more fossil fuel extraction. That is not on the table. That has not been signed up to, and we're heading over the cliff if we don't stop the fossil fuel industry.
Now, I'm so pleased you're talking about the present day, because it is quite easy to talk about the history and get frustrated because, it is valid. The first person to suggest that climate change would be an issue was Alexander von Humboldt about 200 years ago. Then about 30 years ago, we know proper climate panels were being built and reports were being made in big oil and gas industries. To think that our governments didn't know about that is just a bit silly. So knowing that there's all this historical record of inaction, how much hope do you have in action, proper action, proportionate action happening?
I have hope in the people. I don't have hope in the governments because they are doing the bidding for corporations. I have hope in the people. That's where the hope is, and that's where the change can lie. Because when people get together and they mobilize and hold governments to account who have been systematically propping up corporations for profit for themselves and the big corporates. And we need to break that monopoly that's going on in this dialogue of meeting the needs of what the climate demands from us now.
That's a really big statement, and I agree with you, but that feels like such a big task. What is a route forward for anyone who's watching this and wondering what to do?
What I say, no matter how big or small, get active and get connected. Because when we get active, we get connected, and the more connections we make, the larger we can make the movement. And everybody plays a role, from providing coffees, if that's what you like doing, or baking cakes or whatever, because you have to be in each other's spaces to build that connection, to build those trust networks, because that is what's going to keep us resilient when our governments and corporations are ignoring us. Because once we find that resiliency in the communities and across the country, we will be more powerful than corporates and governments.
Now, speaking of corporates and governments, these are people with really big power. And I wondered if we could talk about that for a moment, because for some people watching this, and for many people in different parts of the world, they really won't be feeling the impact of the climate crisis right now. They're able to ignore it somewhat. But the reality for a lot of people, some in the UK, but a lot at the time, unfortunately, the global south is a prime target of the climate crisis, even though they have the least to do in most cases with propagating the problem. How would you feel like we can conceptualize the true tragic trauma and reality of the climate crisis?
I've actually got a beautiful young activist from South Africa here. She came over to COP, and I think we should let her kind of really address that. But for me, the climate change is not in the future, it's right now. And it has been impacting for 30 plus years in the global south, and we cannot avoid any points. You know, they talk about 1.5, forget it. Even the plan they've got today does not get us to 1.5. Let's dump this notion of working towards a target. The target is no extra points, full stop, because every point makes a huge difference to the people in global south. We're talking about billions of people being displaced.
And where do they go? If you're watching this, I think something that's really missed out of the conversation about the climate crisis is the migration crisis. Yeah. When you have an inhospitable place to live, you're going to move somewhere else.
Yeah, if we don't want to see, seriously, in this country, if we truly don't want to see more people on our borders and more of these tragic stories that we see from the seas and oceans, then let's make their home safe and resilient and habitable. Then people don't want to come here. It's bloody cold.
But it is for now. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to go a bit closer into the crowd of people here. And I've got a wonderful young activist here. I've timed this poorly, I think, as she's in the middle of a conversation. Here we go. Hello. I was hoping you'd be able to talk to me for a moment. If you could introduce yourself first, that would be wonderful.
My name is Raisa Noor Mohammed, and I am 19 years old, and I'm from South Africa.
Oh my goodness. There's so many things in one that I'd love to chat to you about. I'm just going to go around this way, though, so that we can see everything going on in the background. Because if you are just joining us, we are in Lincoln Square Park, and there is a big protest group moving. So if you are in the area, please do come and join. Now, back to you. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, you're all the way from South Africa. It's quite a long way to come to talk about the climate crisis. Why did you feel like this was imperative for you to be here?
I feel like, well, because I came for COP26, and I feel like it's so important for people, especially youth from the Global South, to be there, because COP is, by design, it's so exclusionary. And even though we are excluded, and we're excluded from the decision-making processes, we're excluded from the discussions, we were there to make our voices heard. And also there's no other chance for all of us to meet, like everyone from the Global South, to come together and really, really like stand together. So it's so important. It was important for us to be there and make that stand and make those connections.
Do you feel like you were able to make those connections, and do you feel hopeful as a result of that?
Well, I was able to make the connections with the other youth, the other young people, but the actual COP was terrible. It was so exclusive. Like, I thought the exclusionary part was the fact that people can't get here in the first place, but I got here and I still couldn't enter any of the decisions. Like, I had a badge and I couldn't enter any of the important things, and like, it's not even that I wasn't involved in the discussions. It was like I couldn't witness it either. And so COP sucked, but the youth gave me hope.
And also being able to use social media platforms like this to amplify voices is so, so important. On that, you are from an area in the Global South. This is particularly pertinent for anybody watching who isn't aware. I think it's something ridiculous, like 90% of all deaths due to extreme weather conditions are deaths from people in the Global South. This disproportionately massively affects people in the Global South. But you're here to, really flag that is a problem. There will be some people who feel like they can close their eyes at the moment to what is happening. Because right now in the UK, yes, we absolutely do, if you're paying attention, have crop shortages. Warside Farm is a great place to look if you're learning about that, if you're learning about crop insecurity and how impactful that will be. But from somebody who is experiencing it firsthand, do you have anything to say to those people who perhaps aren't really sympathetic at the moment, or as sympathetic as they could do, or aren't doing what they really could to make change happen, because for them perhaps it isn't a reality at the moment?
I feel like it's such a privilege to be able to not care or to be able to close your eyes, because that means that you don't have to. It's for so many people, especially from the Global South. Like, they don't even have the privilege to be activists, because there's so many other things in their lives that they have to worry about. And one thing that I do, what I think needs to be said is listen. Like, if you're important enough to be part of the decision-making processes, chances are you're not listening, because at COP, no one who was important was there. All the important people were back at home. Although important people are the ones who are going to be the most affected by the climate crisis, which is rooted in colonization. And so listen and act, and don't wait for the Global South to come to you and make you do anything. If you have the resources to have this massive conference, you have the resources to go to the Global South and give people the resources and the funding to be able to make change within their own communities, because who better to know what changes to make than the people who live in those communities? Grassroots.
Oh yeah. Now my last question is really about what you think is missing from the COP conversation. Is there anything that you feel is missing?
The people, like, there's so much missing from the conversation because the people doing the conversation are like, they're not even, like, the people who should be in the conversation aren't even part of it. So I feel like, yeah, but also the acknowledgement that the climate crisis is a very, it's rooted in colonization. That isn't discussed enough. And the fact that the global south is so disproportionately affected because of the injustices of the past, because they were not given reparations. They're still recovering from colonization. So I feel like that is something that really needs to be addressed. Reparations.
Yeah, completely. And a lot of people won't know what that means. But please, if you don't know what that means, look it up. It's worthwhile knowing about. Now, I want to get away from the idea of statistics at this point, because it is easy to talk about statistics and not put a face and a human story to this. So you are a human person who has come all the way from a country that is really heavily affected by this right now. Could you tell me a bit about that? Tell me a bit about you.
So, well, before I came and while I was here, I was saying that I'm not here representing South Africa. I'm not representing youth. I'm not representing South African youth. I'm representing me. I'm Ray, and only Ray, because I have not lived anyone else's life. How could I possibly claim to represent them? That would be stealing their voice. And like coming here, it was more to bring awareness to that, highlight that, not just say, look at me, I'm representing my country. It's look, why are they not here to represent themselves? Why are you not listening to people? Because being an on-the-ground activist, and then looking at these discussions, and even being in university, looking at the research done, all these discussions and these reports, they make people into statistics. And when you're on the ground, it's so much more than that. And I feel like because they're not on the ground, it's so much it's so much easier for them, and they are much more complacent and happy to be complacent because they are happy to not see people as people. But when you're on the ground, when you see people as people, you realize that in all these discussions and the decisions they make, it's about let's see how we can get humanity to survive without doing as little as possible. And it's about it's about leaving nobody behind. It's not about, okay, cool, this many less people died this year, or this many less people got sick this year. It's like, no, what about all those people who did? All of them count, all of them matter. People are people, they're all human, they all have a story, they're all individuals, and no one deserves to be left behind. Everyone should be part of the change.
Couldn't agree more, completely. Thank you very much for speaking to me. I also want to point out that you are a youth activist and part of the youth climate groups that have been making huge strides in getting attention on this matter. So thank you very much for doing that. The sights in Glasgow with those huge marches are really quite phenomenal to see. So thank you. And if you're watching this, yes, it's wonderful what Ray's doing, but I think she'd probably appreciate it better if we all got involved as well, more than just chatted about it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm going to go into the Samba band a little bit and see if I can talk to another person, another youth actually. I'm going to next. Thank you very much, Ray. Have a lovely protest. I'll see you later. Okay, now over here, I've spoken to this lady beforehand, so I checked to make sure that this is okay for me to chat to her. Hello. Hello. Now, if you could introduce yourself, we just went and spoke to Ray, who is a youth activist who's just come from South Africa to be part of the COP conversations, and she's talking about how in being part of the global south is more than a statistic, and she needs to be recognised for that. Now we've gone from one youth, she's 19, to a very different youth. A lot. 1.5. Wow. Wow. Hello. Now this is Saska, I believe, isn't it?
This is Saska. Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. But if you could introduce yourself, that would be really wonderful.
Sure. Yes, I'm Lucy Taylor. What else do you need to know? I'm 39, if that makes a difference. And this is my daughter Saska, who's 1.5.
Oh, lovely. Now Saska, I'm sure, probably won't be able to tell me why she's here today.
I mean, mostly because her mouth's full of an orange. But, also, I'm not sure she could be as articulate as you would need. I'm not sure I could be either. But why are we here? Why isn't everyone here, quite frankly? This is, I don't know actually what number, march or action this is that we've been on, but obvious reasons really. It's just super important to get our point across. Extinction Rebellion's point, but also obviously, particularly this march is all about the COP, meetings which have been disappointment to anyone who really cares about things actually being done and things actually changing. Just disappointing, hugely disappointing. So much more being said than done, as ever. And that's why we're here to, I guess, reassert our point and show everyone how disappointed we are. And I think continue to encourage people to do something about it rather than just say that they can. You know, the thing that always sticks in my mind is principle's not a principle till it costs you something. Everyone's too focused on convenience at the moment. And looking good, and sometimes you've got to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable or changes the way in which you live, or isn't convenient.
Now, to speak about that, really, it is quite clear here. I mean, this is not convenient. Walking around in a protest with a tiny child. In some of the other protests I've seen, the parents really are struggling to keep their kids with them in these spaces. Like, they really want to get them involved because it's important. But to say that it's an easy decision for someone like you to come out here, yes, it's easier than some people. There is huge privilege to talk about there. But more so than that, we need to give the youth a voice, and also parents. Is it a scary time to be a parent?
It's a very scary time to be a parent. It's not a scary decision to come on one of these marches. It's not inconvenient to come on this march. It's incredibly important. There was no question about whether we were going to come or not. And it's not scary, it's lovely. There are lots of kids of all ages that come along, and it's rather lovely to see them all here.
It's a bit hopeful, I suppose, isn't it?
It's really hopeful. These are I don't think joyful, but certainly sort of positive, or as much as can be. I get the positivity comes from people coming together in something that they believe in. That's what's really nice about it. The inclusivity, not just about age, but gender, race, all the stuff. Like, whoever you are welcome here if you believe in what we are trying to sort of talk about. So not a scary place, lovely. And the XR families do loads of, they bring along sort of activities specifically for kids of all ages. So yeah, not a difficult decision to come.
Oh, that's really good to hear, actually. Thank you for correcting.
It's hard to be a parent at the moment. It was a big decision of mine. I was very aware going through the process. Saskia is a donor baby, so I very consciously had her as a single person. I just wanted to have a baby, and not a straightforward decision in this day and age, but important. It was important for me, and I just have to focus on the hope, and the hope that she can be part of the solution in some way.
Now, talking about solution is pretty pertinent now, because we're going to go to the speeches in a moment. There's some people on microphones, but I think it's really important to insert hope here, because you as a parent probably much more informed in some ways than some people might be if it's not affecting, if they don't have children with a future that they really want to protect. I mean, to say that I want to get away from this future talk to some degree, because this is happening right now, and it's affecting everybody right now, some more acutely than others. But there are so many solutions out there. There's so many books that have been written on this. People over this week have been shouting about the solutions loud and clear. Project Drawdown's a great place to start. If you're looking at some of those solutions, there's other places as well. Loads, please, if you're watching this, put some in the comments for people to look at. But to what extent do you feel, how do you feel about knowing how many solutions there are out there, but knowing that right now, what has been seen as the last hope for humanity, I suppose, COP26, those solutions aren't being put into action as fervently as they should be?
I think the tricky thing is what we're fighting against is convenience. So people have got too used to a life of convenience, whether it's about how you take your holidays, how you travel to work, what you do for work, what you eat, what you do in your spare time, how you shop, all of those things. We've become too used to convenience, doing what we want, when we want, getting things immediately, and I think that's difficult. So I think getting people to change their behaviour is hard. So yes, people can do their bit to eat a different kind of diet, or recycling. I know it's a small fry, but I guess it's something. Travel less, stop flying, all of these sorts of things. But it's hard, This is not as many people as there should be here, and that's because it is inconvenient. And we've got used to living lifestyles of convenience. So there's only ever going to be a limit to what an individual will do, and that's why I think we need
policy change. We need governments to think about, you know, how we use fossil fuels differently, how we, all the stuff that they can influence to make them, enforce change, I suppose. That sounds a bit heavy-handed, but I think it has to be, because otherwise people won't be incentivized to change their behaviour. They won't feel like they have to. You know, ridiculous things like flights being cheaper than travelling by train. You know, all sorts of things like that are just it's mad. It's mad. Of course, no one's going to take a flight if they can. Not going to take a train if they can fly for less than half the price. So it's stuff like that which needs to be changed at a more policy level, I guess.
Now, thank you so much for talking to me. Gail Bradbrook, I believe, is about to speak, so we're going to nip over to that. No, absolutely not. Thank you so much. A very empowering lady to another. Thank you very much for speaking to me. Goodbye, Saskia. I'll see you later. See ya. Me too, me too. So now we're going to go...
Feel their pain and then come to the streets and show them the beautiful magic and rage and love that you can offer. And let's remember this. There is, to be hopeful, you have to be active. And I see a lot of hope here. So let's be active, let's be hopeful, let's make some noise! Extinction! 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 Woo, you beautiful beings, thank you.
Thank you, Bhavini! So, we are joining the Lord's Mayor show today. There are two mayors in London, the Lord Mayor and the Mayor of London. And historically, the City of London was set up to challenge the power of royalty. It has actually quite honourable roots in some ways. But as you well know, Britain never stopped its imperialist colonial advances. It just merely shifted into tax havenry, and it turns out that, you know, Geoffrey Cox is one of the most well-paid MPs in the UK, is doing a nice sideline on being a barrister for these tax havens. The City of London, is the 15% of the funding for fossil fuels comes from the city, but more than that, it is the global centre of corruption in the world, the City of London. So we have a network of secrecy jurisdictions across the world whose job it is to extract wealth from so-called developing countries. They are being underdeveloped by this extraction ongoing. There's a global rip-off organised by the City of London. So if you add up the City of London plus all the spider networks of, you know, the Bahamas, the British Virgin Islands, our Crown dependencies, overseas territories, they all work as a network to extract wealth from other countries. And then they're using that, it's pushing up house prices in the UK. This is an issue of inequality, fundamentally. And it's an issue of a political economy that is domination-based, that's designed to extract wealth for a very few percent. Like the top 1% of the world do 15% of the emissions. This is a system that is designed, as you well know, it's designed, and we are told that we have to protect our economy. No, we do not. Our economy needs to protect us. It's very simple. We have an economic system that is designed to carry on growing on a finite planet. And there's like conversations about whether you can have some form of growth. Sure, you can have growth in well-being. We can measure other ways of growing. But while politicians, business people, bankers, the Lord Mayor of London, who gets, you know, they have this remembrancer in Parliament, they get a special position in Parliament, the city. There's no remembrancer for future generations. There's no remembrancer for the environment. There's no remembrancer for our family in the global south. There's a remembrancer in Parliament for the issues and wants of the city, there to stop any change. They are the heart of the problem, the City of London. And we're going to march on them, folks. And we're inviting the Lord Mayor, because this is a time when we need defection. We need defection from the business leaders, from the bankers. You know, Mark Carney just said that he's part of Greta Thunberg's movement. I mean, you know, I do believe that there are some people who call themselves capitalists, that are trying from the inside to make change. I mean, you may remember that we had some funding from Chris Hone, who is he's a hedge fund guy, and he funds the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, and they are the biggest funders of climate action outside of America, right? So you do have some business leaders that know this is not okay. And what he's just done is to work as an activist investor and pull out of Heathrow. So there are some people on the inside, right? And the reason I mention that is because there's always divide and rule happening, always. This is a systemic issue. The system has to change. And there are people within that system who are starting to stand up and name that the system is corrupt and toxic and has to change. So there's just a letter that's gone out called Leaders for Global Assemblies. Leaders for Global Assemblies. And it's business leaders that are saying, including the former global head of tax from KPMG, Bevis from Triodos Bank in the UK, saying that this system is failing, is failed, it's got failure baked in, and that we have to have systemic change, and that has to be led by people. And we've just had a global assembly for the very first time during the COP, which was 100 citizens chosen at random from around the world using GPS satellite tracking. I mean, an amazing undertaking from the people that tried to organise that. It's democracy 3.0, folks. It's birthing now. It's birthing now. And that was something that an initiative that started here in the UK. It's never perfect, these things. How do you start democracy 3.0 from a place of not democracy? That's the closest thing. That's a starting effort. It's going to come from the people, but it's also going to come from some surprising places. So let's always have a hand of friendship reached out to the people that seem to be propping up this toxic system, whilst naming what it is and whilst demanding change. So onwards, folks, let's go to the City of London. Extinction! Extinction! Extinction!
Thanks very much. Before we go, we've got a speaker from the anti-capitalist newspaper Fighting Racism, Fighting Imperialism, the newspaper of the Revolutionary Communist Group.
Thank you. Yeah, as we announced at the beginning, this is an open megaphone. If any other organisations that support this movement and this march want to speak, you can find us on the march. I understand that we need to move off quickly as well. I just want to briefly say, Fight Racism, Fight Imperialism is supporting the cause for the environment because we recognise that the future of the whole of humanity is in the hands of the most oppressed people in the world. The working class and oppressed peoples internationally must lead the fight for the future of our ecosystems. And our movements here in Britain, as was stated very clearly, we need to join in an alliance with all of the most oppressed people who are struggling and fighting back against imperialism, whether it's the British multinational companies and banks that are looting and plundering the resources of the underdeveloped world, the hundreds of companies that are based in the City of London that have control of the resources of African nations, which are wealthy, but whose wealth is being stolen by capitalists based and hosted here in this city. We support the struggle of people, whether it's in Peru, whether it's in Bolivia, West Papua, whether it's the people of Palestine, whether it's the people of Cuba, people of Bolivia who are fighting back to try and take back control of their national resources from British multinationals and banks. We name the system that is driving us towards extinction. It is capitalism. It is capitalism, and we must look for an alternative, and the struggle for a different world will be led by the most oppressed people in alliance with the working class. So, if you're interested in what we have to say, if you want to join our anti-imperialist contingent on the march, this is our banner, and you can come and march with us. We support the fight for a better world. Another world is not only possible, it is necessary. Thank you.
Extinction! Extinction! We are very behind. So we need to walk quite quickly now. We're going to start marching quickly. Please get your energy up.
talk to people around you, educate yourselves about why we're here. Let's go. Extinction! Extinction! Movement. Do we have sound there?
So hello, good morning everybody. My name's Etienne, I'm a rebel from Nottingham. We're here at Lincoln's Inn Fields. We're just moving off, the march has started and it's been really cool. We've heard from all sorts of different speakers. We heard from Gail Bradbrook and Bovini, talking about why the City of London is really important as a potential to play a really important role in decarbonising our economy and getting towards a safe future for us all. 15% of the world's fossil fuel funding comes through the City of London. So if the City of London was a country, it would be the 9th biggest emitter in the world. So it's got a serious amount of carbon going through being supported by the City of London. So we're here to demand, that the City of London stop new investments in fossil fuels. There's already more than enough in existing oil wells, coal fields, and gas fields to bring us way above the 1.5 degree limit that Paris Agreement says is sensible, fair and safe for those around the world. Already they're struggling, they're already suffering and having bad times. But if it goes above 1.5 degrees, these countries are going to cease to exist. So we are basically here to say, COP26 isn't working. It's looking like a complete show of greenwash and nonsense. And we now are demanding that people step up. We're demanding that other groups, other institutions start to step up their own efforts. They know what's right, they know what's good. They can have their own leadership and take a step into their own responsibility, and actually we can get this on. So the City of London's got a role to play here, and we're on our way there now to make sure our voices are heard, because without them, they've got a huge potential to make a difference here. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. As usual, it's Extinction Rebellion. We're all together as a whole bunch of amazing people, lovely kind people who have heard about the climate emergency, who know and understand, the real implications of this, the terrifying implications of this. And once you've heard that, you start to feel this kind of call.
Hi everyone, we're here outside the Bank of England. It appears some of the marchers pulled out a banner saying COP has failed, I believe. And the police have moved in. You can see some Extinction Rebellion flags. A lot of shocked people.
It's a town around the corner, isn't it? You just drop them in there. Yeah. They're not making a point, are they?
So hello, if you're just joining us, we're just down a bank outside the Bank of England, and it appears some of the people on the march today have pulled out a banner saying COP has failed. I can now see some Extinction Rebellion flags. And the police have moved in their masses, and looks like they've blocked the road. We've seen everyone marching past. The Lord Mayor is just over to my left-hand side. Lots of armed police around here, as you can imagine. So whoever's taking this action today is very brave indeed.
I've seen that. Not only did they kill police, they had the army there as well. Whoa!
So it's like one of the vehicles has been moved over to the side of the road now. So it looks like they've managed to move the vehicle out of the way and allow the parade to continue. We've seen lots of greenwash on this march, as you can imagine. One up there from the Bank of England.
On our way.
Good view of the
Hello everybody, we're headed down along the road, just heading towards the Lord Mayor's here. We're basically to demand an immediate fossil fuel investment. We are in a climate and ecological emergency. It makes absolutely no sense to be getting new fossil fuels out of the ground. We need to leave them in the ground. This is something really simple our government could do basically or Monday when it gets home from COP26. We can get on that straight away. We don't need the permission of all the countries around the world to do the right thing, to do a sensible thing for our children, for our children's future. So to me it makes complete sense, and we've got to act now. It's an emergency. We're calling over watch what's going on at COP26 and thinking this is hopeless, this is a sham, this is greenwash, this is nonsense. We need to act now, and we're calling on people to come out, join Extinction Rebellion, make your voices heard, gather together, make sure people know what's going on, that there is an emergency, our governments are letting us down, and we need to basically make sure our voices are heard. I believe right now, more people in this country know that we're in an emergency, and they know that our government isn't doing enough. And how are we going to make sure they do more? We have to make sure our voices are heard. So we're now at the scene of this procession here. Looks like there's all sorts of military kind of equipment and soldiers and personnel walking past, and we seem to be heading off down in this direction here, so we're cruising on here. Let's keep going. So it's really interesting now. It looks like an interesting kind of situation. There was an action just last week in Malvern in the West Midlands to bring attention to the fact that the military emissions from war and the military industry, these emissions are not counted in our carbon accounting. So basically we need to make sure that everybody knows what's in and what's not, because at the moment a lot of accounting is not very sensible. They're always finding loopholes, trying to find little ways to squirrel out of their obligations. It's really impossible to know basically where all these emissions are coming from, because countries are not being honest. Our government itself is trying to hide behind the idea that our emissions are dropping, when in fact most of our emissions are being offshore to China. So China's producing a lot of our stuff, and their carbon emissions count that. So when we say our emissions are dropping, actually we've just given them to China to produce. So this is an example now. We're trying to say, we need really rapid drops in carbon emissions, and we really need people to know that our government is failing us, that greenwashing now is basically the new form. It's no longer, we're not talking about denial, we're talking about delay and greenwash. And this is all about basically trying to make you feel calm, feel reassured that actually they've got control of this, when in fact it's really the opposite. We're headed towards a 2.4 degrees world.
Horse street! Our street! Horse street! Our street!
And that So this is exactly it, you know, these are our streets. This is democracy in action now. Extinction Rebellion is making sure the voices of ordinary people are being heard by our leaders. We're really inviting anybody. We're really inviting anybody from the UK, from around the world, to rise up in rebellion, to join the rebellion. There's people all around the world on the front lines, in the indigenous peoples, earth defenders, earth protectors all around the world are dying right now to protect our forests, to protect our rivers and trees. And in fact now it's almost like I personally, this is my personal view here, it's the least we can do now to back them up and try and stand up and make sure our voices are heard, because to be honest, we're in such big trouble. If we don't stand up now, things are going to go so much worse. And I just think personally it's time for me, and I'm inviting everyone else to come and join us. We need you. You know, we can make a difference. There'd actually be no chance that COP26 would have had the pressure exerted upon it if it wasn't for groups like Extinction Rebellion and Fridays for Future, Greta Thunberg, and all the other different methods that involve getting out on the streets, being a bit annoying, being a little bit disruptive, to try and make sure that our voices get into the news, get into the public consciousness. I wish it didn't really come to this. You know, I wish we could just stay at home and send petitions and things, but these petitions are being ignored for far, far, far too long. So we're really going to push hard. We've got to try and get out there, stand up, and make sure that we are being heard, because right now, the future of our civilization is hanging in the balance. COP26 is supposed to decide, you know, which way we're going. Are we going to intensify this crisis, or are we going to try and send up to a different way of doing things, a world where we can actually live in happiness, in health, in a sort of comfort that right now we think we get from all the stuff that we buy and all of those things. But in fact, real joy and real happiness comes from being together with other people, caring for each other, looking after each other. And at the moment, we're not heading in that direction. We're heading to a world that's going to consume more and more resources, and eventually is going to collapse. And we're seeing this, you know, signs of this collapse all around the world. We've seen the floods and we've seen the fires. We're hearing about the extinctions of, you know, of all the natural world. Loads of different plants. These are facing some epic problems here, and we really need to make sure that we get our voices out there, because this just isn't sensible. You know, lots of people, I believe, actually know. It's interesting here. Lots of people seem to be booing us. And I just saw a man turning water. This guy over here, he just poured water all over that man there in some sort of gesture. And so some people are saying, you know, this is a shameful thing. But actually, I think it's completely sensible. What is more sensible? What is a more braver, more responsible thing to do than to stand up and save the planet for us and all the future generations, all the young people who can't have their voices heard, all of the young people who are basically going to be burdened with a burning planet, with a collapsing ecosystem. It's just not fair. It's just not right. And also all around the world right now, you know, there's people far away from us that are literally on the front lines, you know, dying, flooding, you know, they're suffering all these problems, and it just seems to me really not sensible. So right now, look, there's some march coming through. They've got their bayonets and all that stuff. It looks like we're actually causing a little bit of disruption to this march to try and make sure that actually people notice. And we're here to explain the City of London. Let's not forget, the City of London funds about 15% of fossil fuels around the world. So 15% of the global fossil fuel funding comes to the City of London. We're demanding an immediate end to fossil fuel investments. This is something the government could do really quite quickly. So yeah, the City of London has got a role to play here. We're asking them to step up. We're asking the Lord Mayor of the City of London, a man who is presumably very, very powerful, who has influence behind the scenes and also influence in front of the scenes. They could step up at this point when COP26 is failing, when COP26 is actually not delivering. It's up to individuals, institutions, people who've got influence in these organisations who can actually make a difference here. So yeah. So it looks like there's a big truck trying to get through here. It's got, what has it got? It's got a speedboat on the back. And this is interesting, really, because we've got this huge procession here of all these things that actually, yeah, the weapons of war coming through. But what we're here trying to say is, you know, this is a moment to call out the greed, and also to call out the fact that we need to change course. So it seems like the police have formed a bit of a cordon here. And the interesting thing is that the City of London, you know, over the years has come to kind of symbolise and celebrate the greed, the exploitation of the natural world and converting it into money. And at the moment, we're not able to continue that method. Wow, there's a lot of people with guns looking very menacing here. But you've got to remember, Extinction Rebellion are peaceful protesters. We're here to make sure that the voices of the sensible people are heard. Here we go, they're waving to us now. Lots of rebels are waving at them. Oh, we've even got some snow soldiers. Don't know where they're going to be fighting their wars if the Arctic ices are all melted in the blue ice events that are predicted to be happening quite soon. So just to remind people, Extinction Rebellion are a peaceful, non-violent civil disobedience group. We use these tactics because we believe they are sensible and justified in this situation to get the changes that we need, the rapid changes that we need. And so far, the climate and ecological emergency has been known about for about 30 years, but the action has not really been following that.
It's going up in smoke.
So we're basically here to say, look, we're in an emergency situation. We need to act now. Ordinary people have been convinced that we don't have a role, that our voices cannot be heard. But actually using peaceful civil disobedience methods, the methods that were used by Martin Luther King and Gandhi, all those sorts of amazing, powerful groups that created the modern world that we live in now, that helped secure the rights that we have. These methods now are sensible, proportionate, and useful to try and tackle this climate and ecological emergency. Here we go. So these guys, we're all waving at them. We're demanding that they act now. Oh no, the worshipful company of wax chandlers. Yeah. So we're needing action at all levels. We need leadership from all sorts of institutions. We need institutions to step up. COP26 as an institution has failed us. It's already looking like it's going to deliver far, far less than we need to get us onto a safe path to keep below the 1.5 degree limit that the Paris Agreement says is both sensible and fair. Here we go. British farmers are proud to keep the nation fed with climate-friendly food. So I guess this is a really interesting discussion to be had here, because a lot of science points to the fact that industrial agriculture is fueling and intensifying the climate and ecological emergency. The damage done by farming in methods that are not in sympathy with the planet are basically serving to destroy our future. Really interesting as well the way that these industries are trying to greenwash themselves, declaring their climate friendliness with their pictures of green fields and all that sort of thing, when in fact the reality of industrial agriculture is far more grim. Creates huge amounts of suffering, huge amounts of emissions, huge amounts of damage to the water resources, to the soil and to the atmosphere. I don't know if anyone recently saw George Monbiot's amazing documentary called Riverside. It's about how the River Wye is being destroyed, being killed by effluent from the chicken farms that are leaking into the river. So let's cruise along now. We're going to try and see if we can get a better view of what's going on, because it seems like there's some quite important looking people here today. Excuse me, sorry, thank you. Can I just squeeze through here? And that's kind of the point that Extinction Rebellion are making here. Everybody has a role. Everybody has a role here, but our leaders, the people of the institutions that are at the helms of these institutions, have the power to do something. They have the power to demonstrate leadership that our government is not showing. They have the power to actually say, actually, I care about the climate, I care about the future of my family, I care about the future of my children, and the children is yet unborn. And actually, we can push for action at the top of these organisations. We can actually make things happening. So we're basically saying here, it's really important that now the COP26 has been shown to be a failure, shown that it's not going to deliver the changes that we need. It's actually pretending to deliver the changes just to keep people calm, trying to keep people quiet, trying to say, oh, you know, guys, we've got this, we're going to handle this, when in fact they've got nothing of the sort. The Paris Agreement is in danger. COP26 is likely to push us over 2.4 degrees of warming, and this is a hell on earth scenario. Once we get above 2 degrees, that's the whole point of the 2 degrees limit, which is you create unsafe positive feedbacks where you can all of a sudden get the ice cap starting to melt, huge amounts of methane ice melting, and things can get really, really troublesome at that point. Because once you get more and more carbon into the atmosphere, it increases warming, increases forest fires, which increases carbon. These positive feedbacks are really terrifying, and that's what we have to try and stop. So I was just wondering, can I have a quick chat with you?
Sure, yeah.
Come on, so you just tell me what you're here for and what it's about.
It's just that desperation of, I may die in my lifetime because of climate change. It's the dire issue that being rich will save you from climate change, and they're the ones causing it because it won't affect them. And here is basically us saying, we're going to make it affect you.
Yeah, that's really cool, and I agree with, what's your name, by the way? Do you mind if I ask you?
Leo.
Leo. So Leo, you're basically saying that we have to make our voices heard because, you know, at the moment it's far too easy for people, you know, for our governments, for our leaders to ignore us, and now we've got to get out there, right?
Yeah, of course. It's the thing of, we have to make them care. We have to force them to care. Otherwise, they will just kill everyone except themselves.
Yeah, it's continuing business as usual, just without care for anyone else, right?
Yeah.
So thank you, Leo. Good work holding the sign, liking it. We're going to cruise around, see if we can find some other people to talk to, but thanks for being here. All right. Cool.
Hello.
I'm with Dr. Alexander Penson from the Physical Society of London. Tell us a little bit about what you do and that sphere we have back there.
Hi, yes, the Physical Society research different kinds of green technologies like this fungal concrete.
And this is called what? Funcrete,
Fungal
is it?
Funcrete, that's right, made of mycelium. Okay, so, but the truth is we're terrified, right? I'm a physicist, and like physicists, we see the catastrophe that is unfolding. New green technologies like this don't help at all unless you phase out, retire the old dirty technologies, right? And city firms are pouring billions of pounds into fossil fuels and other polluting industries, and the regulators of the City of London, including the new the mayor, are doing nothing to discourage that at all. We're here to just plead. We're here to plead with the new Lord Mayor to change the story. We've seen from the climate conference over the last couple of weeks that there is no substantial change in policy. We need a dramatic change, right? We love this city, right? We're the Physical Society of London, but we need something new, and change is now.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. Enjoy the rest of the parade.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, we are back outside the Bank of England, where you can see the activists have diverted the parade entirely now. They've had to close off and cordon the road with the messaging clearly there, COP has failed. So very courageous of the activists, raising awareness about the complicit nature of the financing that comes out of the City of London. 15% of the fossil fuel industry globally is financed from London. 50% of the insurance companies that insure the carbon market comes from London, and of course all the PR agencies as well. So as the government often says, just trying to say that we're just 1% of the problem. Actually, London is really the epicenter. See if we can speak to someone that's up here.
At the moment, the fence is not being implemented. These performers are asked to kind of be on disclosed to the professionals. Sorry, darling. I think there's not a fence being implemented at the moment.
It's a little bit preoccupied talking to the police at the moment, but yeah, it's been a very interesting scene. Everybody out here in support of all of the military going past, and at the same time, I'm hearing in my ear, activists from the global south, and having just spent 2 weeks in COP myself, it's a very strange end to the proceedings as this big parade was going past and, celebrating their military-industrial complex. And the reality is, as others have said, we're looking at 1.2 billion climate refugees in less than 30 years' time. The process has failed entirely in the sense that we needed a 45% emission reduction by 2030. That's to have a 50-50 chance of reaching 1.5 degrees based on, unrealistic or unscalable sequestration technology. And in actual fact, even at the end of the COP process, we're on track for a rise in CO2 emissions by 13.7%. And that's even if all of the countries that have submitted nationally determined contributions actually, maintain their pledges and promises. But of course, there's no accountability, as we've seen with our own government, just all the greenwash. And so very, very shocked scenes, I think, down here. I also, strangely, I when I was a child, I wanted to be in the military, and I was even in the Air Cadets. I've seen lots of these Air Cadets walking past, and I was in the Air Cadets at 12 years old. Always wanted to be a fighter pilot in the Royal Air Force, and that's kind of the Top Gun dream that I was sold without having any real clue of the damage. I just thought it was all kind of Queen and country, and just completely oblivious. The conditioning that I had growing up in a country like the UK. But now I'm all too aware of the real nature of the wars that we've seen. They've said one of the exacerbating factors for the war in Syria, of course, was due to a 5-year drought beforehand, and all of the farmers had to move out of their rural locations into parts of the city that were already stressed for resources. So, and the military so far, they just seem to be increasing their defence budget, ready for the ensuing wars that will come, the instability that's caused, and we're going to witness globally due to the criminal negligence of those in charge right now. Not sure if you can still hear me, Vlad, if you could... Okay, great. What more can we say, where, we've seen the so we've got a little bit of shouting from one of the...
Hi. So we're with the brave protesters from the march. Hi, protester. Would you like to say a little bit about why you're here?
No, but wish you might. Question, sorry?
So what are you doing on the Lord Mayor's march?
We decided to put a price tag on the earth to make some money from it. Should I get down? Or should I maybe pass this up? Oh, right. Hi. Do I speak into this?
Give me a minute I'll tell you when I'm live.
Okay.
So, what are you doing on the Lord Mayor's march?
So I'm just deciding how much each part of the earth costs because we are trying to make some profit from the land and from all the natural resources that we possibly can.
And how are you going to make these profits?
How are we going to make this profit? We are going to sell all the natural resources we possibly can to big oil and gas companies.
And which company are you from?
Which company?
Yeah.
Well, there's a few of them. We've got. I prefer not to say because they give us donations kind of a bit secretly. So I prefer not to say where I get my money from. I don't bite the hand that feeds me, basically.
Wow. And what does that happen now?
Pardon? Sorry? Oh, someone.
Thank you very much.
Hello there, if you've just joined us, we are here outside the Bank of England where these brave protesters have revealed their banners and flags at the last minute. We've got the Lord Mayor up there on top. He's having a nice feast on the planet by the looks of it. Of course, everyone in the City of London currently is complicit. Well, most people are complicit. We have a few good eggs, as Gal was saying earlier on our side, that are doing sort of activist investment. I believe it was Exxon board as well. They've had something similar going on there. But yeah, obviously this is the centre of global finance, and 15% of the money that comes out of the City of London, 15% of the oil sector is funded here in London. So clearly we have a huge role to play in the climate crisis. Of course, no mention of fossil fuels at all in the draft agreement that's come out of COP. It's as if it doesn't exist. And of all the delegates down at COP there, we've had the ones with fossil fuel interests had the most amount of people there. So I think it was over 500 delegates were linked to the fossil fuel industry, when the states themselves only had I think a maximum of the high end of 400 odd. So, yeah, it's quite stark. Obviously, we know this corruption is going on, and people here today have obviously felt the need to bring this really important message to the people down in the City of London watching the Lord Mayor's show. It's safe to say we've definitely put a show on for them today. I just see if I can have a chat. I'm not sure how good the audio is going to be if I interview someone, but do let me know. Hi, can you speak nice and loud and tell us why you're here today?
We're here to plead with the Mayor of London to do something. City corporations are still pouring billions into fossil fuels, which is taking us further and further into climate catastrophe. And I have a background in science. Science just has been clear for decades that this is happening. and it's getting worse and worse. The problems that we're seeing are escalating. Like people are dying right now from air pollution, flooding, forest fires, and that's rapidly getting worse. And so we need a new approach. We've seen from the COP conference over the last couple of weeks, like sure they've talked about a lot of stuff, but then we're not seeing any kind of dramatic new solution. We need some kind of change, and changes now.
Yeah, thank you. It seems like the whole process was rigged to fail from the beginning.
I think there's a lot of problems with the COP process. Like I don't know, I don't have a magical solution there. Like it's obviously a really difficult thing to get different nations to agree, but we have to start by facing up to the situation as it is. A lot of the speeches that you see at COP are just so brazenly at odds with what these countries are actually doing. I think that's what scares me, is that leaders will stand up there and say, oh, we need to act now, and then what they do is the exact opposite. They're opening new coal mines, new oil fields. It's shocking. It feels like a huge step towards, I don't know, authoritarianism. We're seeing that in many parts of the world. I feel terrified. I feel like this could get bad quickly unless we really start to face up to it.
And you're still a scientist, or and we've got scientists that are retired now, like Sir David King, saying that what we do in the next 3 or 4 years will determine the fate of humanity. But it often seems that these scientists are, educated in these institutions. I think someone said the other day, a lot of them, they know what the reality of the collapses that we're in the midst of, but they don't really want to rock the boat. That was a quote,
No, I mean, it's not obvious how to get the change that we need. I mean, we're just on the side of a road next to the Bank of England. Like, it's not obvious that what we're doing today is really going to move the needle, but we just need to keep imploring, just keep pleading with the people in power to do something. The Bank of England have lots of different tools that they could use. Like, a great example is capital requirements, right? That's totally their mandate. That's basically their job. They could set capital requirements on fossil fuels and would make it far less attractive for private firms, like big city firms, to invest in new fossil fuel projects.
So how does that work, capital requirements?
So when the Bank of England basically doesn't ever forbid companies from doing stuff, like that would be the role of the laws, right? But what the Bank of England does do, the regulation, like the sort of enforcement that it uses, is to require companies to hold back capital, so an amount of money for every investment that they make. So a lot of economists and financial groups, organisations are demanding one-for-one capital requirements. So that means that if an institution, a private company, wanted to invest in fossil fuels, they'd have to hold, like if they want to invest £1 in it, they'd have to hold £1 back.
Right.
You can imagine that would make it far less attractive to them. And the point is because it's so risky, right? Like the Bank of England have been doing this with all sorts of other assets that they consider risky. So like fossil fuels are literally endangering the future of life on the planet. Like, and their mandate, bank's mandate, explicitly includes mitigating climate and ecological risks. It's completely insane that they aren't regulating fossil fuels. This is just a core part of their job, and they totally are asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, and like the most obvious thing we could do is obviously ban all new fossil fuel investment.
Whereas instead they're opening up new fields. It's completely insane.
Yeah,
we've got
the camo oil fields. I think I can't remember if it's the amount already in the reserves around the world. The oil reserves, it's like we've got 3 or 5 times more.
Yeah,
than...
we definitely can't afford to burn it. That's it. So we need to phase out. We need to phase.
The power is held in very few hands. When it comes to climate change, 1% of the population is responsible for the carbon emissions of the bottom 50% of the planet. That is an extraordinary statistic, and most people do not want this. But unfortunately, they're brainwashed into going along with the status quo and thinking it's a good thing. So I apologise to anyone whose nice day out has been disrupted, but this is literally a matter of life and death. And that is what the intergovernmental scientists are actually telling the government, so they are ignoring it. Can we all please move forward and turn left? We've got a lot of horses coming down and there's a risk of trampling. So we want to go forwards and turn left. And contrary to the propaganda, we are reasonable people. We want a decent life for everybody. We're pausing what we're doing because we don't want to spook the horses.
Link station, we're just watching this giant procession of horses coming past. This is kind of a celebration of the City of London and its power over the centuries. You know, over this time, it has come to be able to spend and create huge amounts of money. Its investments have fueled the expansion of the British Empire all around the world, has funded the expansion of British companies into these massive multinational companies that are now damaging, trampling, and taking whatever they want from the earth without any cause for the impact and the damage on the people who are around it and also on our futures. So it's really interesting. I find it. I've never seen a march like this. And I actually heard earlier on George speaking there, saying actually he would have been on one of these marches. I think I would have been on one of these marches when I was a kid. But it's really interesting to think that now, you know, once we know about the climate and ecological emergency, it basically means that we kind of find it really, really difficult just to stand by and do nothing. We've got to actually step up and get involved. So I'm going to hand back over to George.
What is a transformative nature conserved? Nature based of our survival. Only through a fundamental system-wide organisation across technological, social, economic factors, in paradigms, values. So in normal language, what the government's own, in normal language, what the government's own scientists are saying is if we change everything, including the economy, the society, and the technology, and everything we're aiming for in terms of what society is geared towards, then we can have a decent future for our children. This is not us as activists saying it, this is the Intergovernmental Panel of Scientists. What that means is that we need, for the first time in human history, a much more equal world that values what is really important. That is why we're here today. London is the oldest parliament on the planet. It's been 800 years. It has economic accounts that nobody has ever been able to see. And it has been exert-democratic, corrupt and influence on this country and the world throughout that time. That's why we're here. The bank, since the Paris Agreement was signed, the 60 biggest banks have invested $3.8 trillion in new fossil fuel infrastructure. The International Energy Agency was asked by the COP president, Alex Sharma, the government's chief representative at these climate talks in Glasgow, to provide a report to inform the negotiations that were going on. What they concluded was that we can have no new investments in coal, oil and gas. Yet banks in the City of London continue to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in new fossil fuels. And they're projected to invest another $5 trillion in the next 10 years.
So folks, we just... 2 seconds. Let me just say things quickly. I've advised you. So folks, we're going to turn round. So folks.
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, folks, we're going to go back that way. So, the part of the Extinction Rebellion march, turn around and go that way and let people in front know. Off we go, that way. Marching that way, we'll join on the parade from the sides. Okay, off we go. Off we go. Extinction Rebellion, we're just keeping it quiet when the horses are here.
Excuse me.
Denies that it exists, you know, considering all the science. And there's a lot of, it makes me so upset because how dare you tell me that the climate crisis isn't real when I see it?
Oh, she's a small.
Coming from a place that we lived through it. We lived through it. Maybe you don't believe in science.
So what's the plan?
Excuse. Thank you.
Sorry. I think they're blocking us, so we have to go.
So just go in 1 to 2 hours. Just get going.
Yeah, you can just go out this way and just we'll just walk there.
Probably.
Is there?
There you are. There's a gap there.
There's a gap there.
Yeah, go on in. Go out and find one. Victoria Garden. Victoria back. Just make your own way there because you're never going to turn. It's just good. Oh, yeah, walking.
What are we up to? We're in a parade in London, and we figured that we'd join a parade. And, you know, it's a people's parade, obviously, and we are the people. So we're here enjoying a parade with the Lord Mayor and inviting the Lord Mayor to come speak to us about how are we going to protect our citizens in this country and across the globe. Because if we continue to ignore the climate emergency, none of us are going to be alive. This is code red for humanity. You know, there is no other crisis that is taking place now that is an existential threat to our very survival as a human species. We cannot ignore the alarms and code red signaling that all the global scientists and the IPCC report has given to us. We have wisdom from experts and scientists given to us. Now we need to act upon that science.
I'm not listening to them.
And acting upon that science means here in the City of London, where they hold, they are 15% of the world's emissions in the world, but also they fuel fossil fuel. They finance the fossil fuel industry from this very place. The biggest funders of fossil fuel extraction and new projects is here in the City of London. Come on, guys, we're smart. This country, look at London, it's been surviving for all these years. It has no chance of surviving or its people once we hit those terrible runaway climate predictions of 2 degrees plus. This city will be underwater. The people will not be able to survive what's about to come if we don't keep the fossil in the ground. This is the alarm, this is the alert. You don't ignore a fire alarm when it's happening in your house. Don't ignore it when it's happening on your planet. And, you know, it's with love and with courage we stand here to have the truth be told to each of the citizens here in the UK. It is our very survival. And I hope, and I really hope, and that's the only reason I'm on these streets, is that there's going to be some shifts and some people coming to the streets so that corporations and governments start acting, because if they don't act, all of our survival is at risk. And thank you for tuning in, because we need you to tune in. We need your support and solidarity. Every voice counts, every action counts, but do act. Act in accordance to your consciousness, because this is not just about future generations. We will see destruction in our own lifetimes. And it's beautiful to see you guys. Keep well, keep happy, and keep smiling. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Alice speaking to you, surrounded by XR flags and also a few people in a remembrance parade. Now, for a lot of people this will be a contentious thing, but I do think it's important when we talk about Remembrance Weekend. It's a time to remember the people who sacrificed themselves in order to protect England and the streets that we're walking on in the UK, and made life possible as far in the way that it is today. And for many people here, it has been a bit of a tricky protest because it's been one of conflict. But perhaps no more perfect time here than to say, yeah, we agree, we want to honour those people in some way. We want to be able to protect this place that we're standing on. I think that's really, really important. And with me today, we've got loads of other people. We've got mums, dads, sisters, brothers, children, people from lots of different creeds, ethnicities and backgrounds. And it's really valuable that everybody is here together because it's bigger than just one or two people. That said, I do think sometimes it's easy to lose hope. So I've got someone here who's really making me feel hopeful. And this is Jeremy. So I'm going to move my camera around now so that you can see Jeremy. This is Jeremy. Jeremy, would you be able to introduce yourself, please?
Hello, Alice. Yeah.
I can hold on to this, don't worry about it.
Jeremy Cox. I'm a claimant in the Pay to Pollute case where we're taking the government to court shortly. But if I can just cut in on stuff you've just been saying, this was actually the Lord Mayor's parade.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Not a remembrance parade.
That's really helpful to know.
It was nothing to do with poppies. It was all to do with the loads of money in the City of London.
That's very helpful to know because I didn't know that. I just sort of dropped from London, so I was like, what is going on?
No, well, I'm sure XR would think twice, 3 times, and many more times about disrupting the Remembrance Day parade. But
that's so helpful to know because I didn't know that. So that's great. Let's walk together while we about that. I'll walk backwards. Okay, so this is not, just to clarify, this is not a Remembrance parade. It might seem like it. Lots of poppies.
Thank you. Okay. And you make your point.
Andy, come on. Andy, come on, you made your point. Andy. Andy, come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Okay, everyone, you're back with me. We lost signal for a little bit, but we're back. As I mentioned, we are not at the Remembrance Weekend march. Instead, this is a mayoral organised march to just told me that. Thank you very much. And if you've just joined and you weren't hearing who this is to begin with, I'm going to let him introduce himself again. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, this beacon of hope I have in front of me, that's really what I see you as. So here you go. If you want to say your name and also why you're here, and why you're here with a hashtag Pay to Pollute sign.
Yeah, hi, it's Jeremy Cox, and I'm the XR claimant as part of the Pay to Pollute case, where we're taking the government to court for basically subsidising oil companies in the North Sea and Canberra and places like that. So the whole point of the court case is to try to stop any new fields being opened in the North Sea, and to divert all of that money. They've paid £4 billion since signing up to the Paris Agreement. £4 billion that you stack pound coins one on top of another. That's the height of 36,000 shard buildings. And it will take you, if you put one on every second, through your birthday, through Christmas, no bank holidays or anything, it will take you 127 years to pile up those £4 billion. That's how much £4 billion is. And that's how much of our money the government has given to oil companies. Do oil companies need our money? I hardly think so. So let's divert that money to climate justice, to paying for reparations for companies for loss and damage, to countries for loss and damage, and let's divert it towards a just transition. And let's stop any new exploration in the North Sea.
Now, there will be people watching this that will find it really difficult to stomach the thought of being in a parade that it has been so controversial today, especially, but also standing on a street holding a flag, holding a sign like you are, seems like a really scary thing for some people. But I think your case is a really good evidence of how you can really see this climate crisis and action on it from lots of different avenues. For anyone watching or tuning in right now who is hearing about Pay to Pollute for the first time, where you are a claimant taking the government to court and thinking maybe I could do the same, what would you say to those people?
I'd say go and look at our website, which is www.paytopollute.org.uk, and find out a lot more about the case there, because yeah, it's challenging to challenge the government in court, but it's not a difficult thing to do, as long as you've got the right backing. And having the backing of XR for being a claimant on that is been great as far as I'm concerned.
And why do you have a case?
Well, we have a case because we believe the government is breaking the law, and our case isn't one of the we think you're going to cause so and so many £1 billion worth of damage in the future and destroy people's lives, therefore we want damages. It's because we believe that the way they're doing what they're doing is actually illegal.
Could you elaborate on that?
It gets a bit technical, but it's to do with the definition of something called maximising the economic recovery of oil and gas from the UK continental shelf. And the way that they work that out is to do it before tax. And that means that we miss out billions, almost billions of pounds that I was just talking about, of revenues flowing through the tax system. They essentially get mixed out of the equation. And we're not really talking about the economic, as far as the UK is concerned, extraction of oil and gas. We're talking about profitable as far as the oil companies are concerned. The government is deliberately, it's got a policy which says make the North Sea the most profitable place for oil and gas companies to work. And that's, from a citizen's point of view, fairly disgusting, and it doesn't exactly add up to keep 1.5 alive. It doesn't add up to our commitment to 1.5 degrees from Paris. It doesn't add up at all to our legal commitment to net zero by 2050.
Now, I see you really honestly as a beacon of hope. It really excites me that you're doing what you're doing, but you're not doing it alone, are you?
No, I'm not. There are two other claimants. Karen from Aberdeen, her father was the shop steward on the rigs way back. And the other claimant is Michaela Loach, who some people might have heard about. But essentially, she is a medical student. She's taking a year out at the moment. Medical student in Edinburgh and a climate activist. And she was actually in Vogue last week. She had an article on her in Vogue last week. And she was also in Breitbart last week. And I got a name check in both of those, so thank you, Michaela.
Yeah, Michaela Loach also, if you're not aware, she does do a podcast. It's called the Yikes Podcast, and it does specifically talk about what you can do to combat the climate crisis and mobilize. So I would recommend you had a listen to that. And she's very present on social media. So you're watching this on social media, you're probably aware of things like Instagram, worth following her. Now, could you tell me a bit about your story? What's got you holding that sign there?
Well, way back, I was actually employed by the oil industry. When I left university, I joined ESO. It's not something I feel too guilty about, because back in those days, that was in the 70s and early 80s, the ESO had known about, or Exxon had known about, the damaging effects of climate gases getting reduced, greenhouse gases getting put up into the atmosphere. They knew that was damaging the climate in 1959, and they kept all that information to themselves. They used it to help them lobby whenever anybody got a sniff of it, and they just certainly didn't tell their employees, and they didn't tell the public, didn't tell anybody. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, a little bit guilty for working in the oil industry, but that was way back.
And it's about mobilising everyone, regardless of your background. We all have a vested interest on this planet, and its life systems are being held.
The judge, when she agreed that we had a case, and that as claimants we were the right people to be bringing the case, she actually quoted my having worked in the oil industry, which helped. But I don't know if ESO's recruitment vetting was particularly good, because I was a member of Greenpeace at the time, and Greenpeace at that time was carrying out some pretty crazy actions. So, but they let me in, and as far as I'm concerned, I was probably the only Greenpeace person on the refinery. But on the other hand, so were all the other Greenpeace people on the refinery who didn't tell anybody that they were a member of Greenpeace.
Now, I think it's important to mention the other parties at play, not only Michaela Loach, the other claimant, but also Greenpeace, Amazon Watch, the many other bodies that are fighting for change. There will be people watching this looking for motivation. What would you say to those people as a last thing, please?
Well, yes, we have. If you go onto the website, you'll see we're supported by over 20 organisations, including Friends of the Earth. Just a shout out for Friends of the Earth. Our court cases on the 8th and 9th of December, they are in the Royal Courts of Justice on the 7th and 8th of December, related to the government's financing of Mozambique oil. I'd just say to everybody, I don't know, I was interviewed in Glasgow by some French youths, French students, and they asked me what my advice was. And it's quite difficult sometimes to give advice to young people when you're as old as I am, but luckily Barack Obama had done it the night before. But I think this applies to old people, young people, all people, is keep being angry, keep being frustrated, but focus.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you very much, Alice.
Thank you. Thanks so much. That was Jeremy Cox next to me now with a paid pollute to pollute sign because right now he is taking the government to court. So please,
in this place we're just coming up to.
In this place we're just coming up to, actually. Where are we?
We're just coming up to the Royal Courts of Justice on the right.
Okay. So if you're wondering where we are, where do you need to get to? The Royal Courts of Justice is where we are. We're quite easy to spot. We've got lots of flags, lots of bells and whistles. Everybody is very happy to chat to you. And as you can see, the march is going ahead. Don't want to get in anyone's way. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Wow, what a perfect part of London to be for this conversation. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, I'm going to keep going in through the crowd now, see who else I can speak to, and see if we can get everybody seeing who is at this protest, because it's not just one or two people. There's lots of us, lots of people with a vested interest in protecting this beautiful planet that we're living in. So let's see who I can chat to today. If you have any questions, please pop them in the comments. If you're outraged about what's happening right now, please put it in the comments. If you have anything that you think people aren't talking about yet, that they need to talk about to do with the climate crisis, please pop them in the comments. And if you think what's going on is outrageous, please give us better solutions on the online, these social platforms. We can use them to do exactly that. So as you can see, we've got people here from lots of different walks of life, with lots of different reasons for being here. For myself, wildlife is my main passion for being here today. I can hear Gail Bradbrook is in front of me there. Today she's been talking a lot about the injustice, social justice. In front of me here is Ray, she's from South Africa, came over here to see COP26 and have a voice if she could. We spoke to her earlier. If you haven't watched that, do have a listen. And we've got people from all over the place. So let's see if I can talk to some people. Well, maybe let's have a listen to what's being said on the microphone.
Extinction! 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 In a moment we're going to keep marching, but I just want to say I feel very, very strongly, and I hope you feel as well. It's so nice. That was a beautiful cheer. I can hear your voices. What I also want to hear is your anger. We have a responsibility here, especially I look around me, it's mainly white faces. That's not something to be ashamed of, but it's an invitation to be more radical. We are not just, it's not just about passing the mic. When you pass the mic to someone of colour, someone from the global south, what you must then do is listen, understand, and act. What they are telling us to do is that we need to change this system. This system is held up here in the City of London. We need to act, and we need to be angry about it. We need to understand what is driving the climate crisis, and we need to be angry enough that we have the energy to start taking it down. Because only when we make space for the solutions that we need will those solutions be able to appear. It is a finite space. It's called market share. Economists love to talk about it, but we are never going to have a poll tax. We're never going to have a cooperative energy. We're never going to have energy sovereignty all around the world until we make space, until the big polluters get out, until the money is out of fossil fuels. So we need to be angry. We, as white people, have a responsibility to take this deeper,
to be more radical. That is what solidarity looks like. It is not just about retweeting what your person of colour friend says. It is about understanding what they say and taking it deeper. It is about taking action. In a moment, we're going to continue walking. We sadly only can walk down this small area on this left-hand side here. We're going to go past members of the public. This is an opportunity to talk to those members of the public. It's an opportunity to tell them why we are here. And then we're going to turn left and we're going to head down onto the embankment, onto the riverside. Extinction! Extinction!
Rebellion! We were told, it's been said that tomorrow will be too late to do what we should have done a long time ago. We've seen a walkout recently from COP26 of Indigenous representatives. The official delegation walked out from COP26. They know, they did this because they know the solution that is being offered in COP in Glasgow will not work, is no solution to the climate change. The solution being offered by the UN, by Mark Carney, the former governor of the banks of both England and Canada, and current manager, vice chair of an investment management company which manages over $625 billion. These interests will not present a solution. It has to come from us. It has to come from our streets. It has to come from the people in Britain, the working people around the world, the working people, the oppressed peoples from Bolivia, from Peru, from West Africa, South Africa, from East Asia. We need to look to the example to the people fighting back in West Papua against the Indonesian government, against the British backing, against the multinationals destroying West Papuan land. We need to look to the Bolivian people who recently overthrew a US-backed coup, which was made explicitly to steal the lithium, which would be used for the batteries in your electric cars and mobile phones. We need to look to these examples of resistance and take from their example that we need a resistance in Britain. We heard from Mia Motley, who is the Prime Minister of Barbados, and she said at COP26, are we so blinded and hardened that we can no longer appreciate the cries of humanity? That was said at COP26.
We're going to turn around and go right onto the river. Yes, the people who are turn around right onto the river.
What's happening?
All right, so yeah, we're trying to get through and march on our way and exercise our democratic right to be on the streets to protest. Something that is protected in the European Convention on Human Rights, our right to protest. And right now we're being blocked by the police. Just turn around, we can see. We wanted to go down this road and they've just stopped us from doing that. So now we're heading along. We're going down this road. We're going to turn right, I think, and we're going to carry on. But to be honest, we're just flowing like water. Extinction Rebellion. We know that no matter what, we've got to make our voices heard. We've got to find a way of getting our voices heard. And so we're headed down the road now. We're going to cruise along. We're going to try and make sure that more people hear our message. That COP26 is failing us, has failed, and that we need to take power together. We need to demand more of our leaders. We need to get the Citizens' Assembly going. And Citizens' Assembly, for those people who don't know, is where you select a random group of people from the British population, like a jury, just at random, all across the cross-section of the society. Get them in a room together, and then you get them speaking together, discussing the options, informed by scientists and engineers of all the different things they could do, and then they come up together using their brains, using their common sense to come up with a solution that works for everybody and that's fair. And so we trust ordinary people to make hugely important decisions in juries, you know, in our criminal justice system. And in this case, we need ordinary people's voices to come through. We need ordinary people's opinions and understandings to be met, to be put to work, to be able to make a solution here that works, because the solutions that the government is producing, the solutions that our politicians are creating are not going to work. They're already looking like they're going to take us over 2.4 degrees, which, if you know anything about this business, 2.4 degrees is basically releasing potentially a hell on earth situation. You know, we're getting over 2 degrees, the potential for these positive feedback loops, these out of control temperature rises starts to increase really massively. So that's why it's so important we stay below 2 degrees. It's really important that we stay below 1.5 degrees, because if you're on a low-lying nation, if you're on a low-lying country, vulnerable to sea level rise, or even freshwater flooding, then 1.5 degrees going above that sentences you and millions of people like that to death. So we need to get out there. And so we need ordinary people in citizens' assemblies. This is what Extinction Rebellion's third demand is all about, to come together and create the solutions that our politicians are either too scared, too ignorant, or too greedy to implement. So, you know, we're facing tough times, but ordinary people should be able to get us out of this mess with a decent plan, rather than the nonsense and the greenwash that's being spun out of COP26. So for those of you who don't know what's going on here today, we're Extinction Rebellion. We're in the City of London, one of the leading sources of fossil fuel finance in the world. 15% of the world's fossil fuel funding comes through the City of London. And if the City of London were a country, it would be ranked 9th in the world in terms of its carbon footprint. So the City of London has this power, huge power. And when you've got power, you have a responsibility to use it. And we're arguing, we're saying, we're demanding that people with power use their power now to step up in the climate and ecological emergency, start to take action, start to create the large changes that we need, start to take leadership. We need leadership at all levels. And we need institutions like the City of London. We need institutions like the Bank of England. We need institutions all around the world at all levels to say, actually, we're in a climate and ecological emergency. Our leaders are failing us. We're going to start to take action ourselves to secure the future for our children and for all people to come. And, you know, we need a planet that's living for all people and everything all to come in the future. So please, we need you to join us. We need Extinction Rebellion to become larger, become more powerful, become more diverse, to become more effective at making our government do what ordinary people want, and which is action on the planet's future.
Right, everyone, you're probably wondering, where on earth are they now? We seem to keep getting redirected, but right now we're walking towards the river. That's what I'm told. So we're going from the courts of justice down to the river. And of course, as I said, we've got lots of people around us. We've got Jeremy Cox next to us, who's taking the government to court. And we've got this gentleman here. People are coming together from all different walks of life, no matter how where your area is, your area of expertise, or even if you don't have one, there's lots going on. And I noticed this gentleman here with a sketch pad. And every time we stop, he's got his pen out and done this beautiful, beautiful sketch. Now I'm going to turn this round the camera so that you can see it a bit better, and then I'm also going to get chatting to him about why there is space for everybody at these movements. So here is his wonderful drawing. So I know artists can get a little bit worried about their art being seen, but that's beautiful, isn't it? Really beautiful. And I think one thing that I think is great about XR is that there is really space for everybody. And you're an artist today. Oh, you're showing me more. Here we go. There's more here. This is from the artist's interpretation of the march.
Well, we stopped en route.
Ah, I see. And you've even got the pay to pollute sign.
Police were holding us back on that side.
Oh, there we go. Did they like your... Oh, wow, you've even got colours in there. That's fantastic. Oh, gosh, wow. Gosh.
Beautiful Peruvian ladies hugging me.
Oh, I'm hoping to speak to them a little bit later. Now, I'm going to focus on you a bit more now. Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Mark. I'm a software engineer, and today I've got my sketchbook out to try and capture some of what I'm embedded in as part of this protest today.
And why is it important what's happening today?
Well, you know, a lot of people have said that COP26 was a last chance to turn things around, and I don't think we ever believed that radical change was going to come out of COP26. But in the weight of that finishing, how do we? What kind of response is appropriate to the disappointment that I feel about being let down? That there's no plan. There's no plan to do the action that we need, and so I think being here and being together with these people is a chance to at least create a kind of lifeboat of sanity as we slide into this horrific future. That's why it's important to be here.
Thank you. I can sort of see your mind turning there. It is quite an overwhelming experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been busy drawing today and not thinking about that issue, and your question has really brought it home to me that is why I'm here.
And for that sense of hopelessness, I think when you galvanise people and community like this really does help to change how you feel about that to some degree. But I think a big hopeful point is to say that when we come together like this, it does show that there is momentum building and there is public support around making the big changes, the changes that governments are reluctant to do because they're worried about their reputation and things like that.
I don't know. They're embedded in something that prevents them from seeing that a way of achieving the role that they have to take.
Is there anything that's come out of COP26 that has given you hope? Sorry, not cope. Hope.
I wish I had a good answer for you. I'm just feeling abandoned today, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here with you.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here with you.
Well, thank you for your honesty. I feel like that it's really important to be honest, because there will be some people watching from home that will be feeling the same as you, definitely at the moment.
So I, don't always feel comfortable participating in these things, and it's been an interesting journey. And bringing the pen down today and making some sketches with watercolour, there's some more in the bag that you haven't seen, feels like a way of doing something else, of using what I've got. You were talking about feeling hopeful. There's an opportunity to use what I've got here today, and maybe people will be interested in seeing some ink and watercolour pictures differently from photographs, and maybe we can reach some corners of social media that the photographs don't go by doing this. So your original question was about why it's important for everybody, for all different kinds of people to be involved, and I think that's the answer. Is that what the stories that we take home, mine will be partly on paper, but the stories that we tell when we go home about what happened, they all make small influences on the people that we talk to and through our network. And no individual can bring about the change that we need, but together when all of us do, and bring all of those little places to the people who don't normally get included. That's the way we can get the message out, and maybe something will come of that. There's some hopefulness in that, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. You could be an artist, you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you can be none of the above, and you can still have a place here.
Yes.
What would you say to anybody that is feeling a bit hesitant about being involved?
When you get here, and they start playing the sound of the band, the hesitant and real and visceral experience. Living your life on Zoom, nothing ever creeps up behind you or surprises you. And here, we're embedded in a 360-degree world. You never know when there's police, or today, the soldiers and the giant inflatable cows or whatever they were, so creeping up. This is real. This is real.
Thank you. And the last question I want to ask you is, we've had a bit of doom and gloom in there where we've felt a bit sad. We are feeling a bit sad. There is some hope in there. We've talked a little bit about that. But what if things are as dire as we can see them being? What's the point?
So I'm following the fantastic Oxford Climate Society's course on climate change. Right now, it's running now. And they explained
Sorry, guys. I'm going to make sure that beyond politics.
I wondered if your little mic would pick it up.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Explained that in the last 10 years, it's become feasible, technically feasible, net zero. They wouldn't believe that was even true 20 years ago. What it needs, what we haven't got, is willpower, political will to make that change. It's not an easy change, but it requires enormous change of investment, enormous change of infrastructure, and I don't even see a beginning of that. That's why I was so sad when you asked me what comes out of COP, and I'm like, that's what I'm looking for, because there are the scientists saying this is the means by which we could achieve it. It's not going to be easy. I don't even see a beginning of that.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to move on now because I think we're going to another place. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful protest and I will see you soon, I'm sure. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Let's see what we can see around us. I had to take my microphone out there for a second to be able to platform that gentleman there. We are now over by the river. We've made it to a destination. There's still a few of us here. A plant-based world, a loving world. That is a particularly important point to mention here at COP, here in lieu of a failed COP, essentially. There's lots of stuff that's come out of COP that's been clearly problematic. One of those things has definitely been a lack of representation of people in areas that are feeling the climate crisis much more acutely than we are. Another area of concern is where fossil fuel companies had the most number of delegates. We are actually seeing some speeches though right now. So giving some context about why this is important. So I'll come back and we'll be talking about COP some more in a moment. Definitely not pop. So let's tune in and see what's being said.
If you want to get a fossil fuel contract, let's say off the coast of Italy, you want the rights to explore for oil off the coast of Italy, this is a real example, you need to go to the government, you get the contract rights, you have to go get financing, you have to get insurance, you have to get all sorts of things to get those contracts. Now what then happens is, in 2021, the Paris Climate Agreement happens. If you feel comfortable to do it, I would really encourage you now to sit down. Sitting down is a really good thing to do, and they've made it nice and sandy, just avoid the piles of shit. So what happens is that these legal firms just around the corner, one of them, the one that I can remember, is called RWE. And what they do when you've got your fossil fuel exploration contract, the Paris Climate Agreement signed, the Italian government then turned around and said, but we can't honour this contract. We can't let you exploit the oil off our coast, because then we will go over the emissions targets that we have pledged. So what RWE does is it steps in on behalf of Shell or BP or anyone who have paid the legal fees, and it will sue that country. So at the moment, the Italian government is being sued in a UK court for lost profits, for the profits that that company would have made due to the exploration, the exploitation of that oil resource. The other place that this is happening is in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta, same thing's happening. We're blocking the road to get our message across. It's a protest. So because the City of London has an enormous responsibility. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a person here who's asking. Okay, here we go. So there's a person here who's asked why you're blocking a road. This man, if you can't hear him, is saying that I'm blocking this road because I've got a 3-year-old child and I'm terrified. Now it's important to know that while this is happening, the context is dire for the climate crisis. We've had fires that are still ongoing right now. 1.5 is being lauded as a healthy space for our planet. It certainly isn't. Anything we can do to be below 1.5 is important. COP26, this big climate summit that we're all in reflection of right now, is a demonstration of that. Current commitments will take us to 2.4 at a minimum. This is huge.
The ability to live a life free from fear, free from anxiety, free from being terrified about the future. We're here to give them a chance to even have the opportunity to dream about a different kind of future.
Okay. Now that was a father of a 3-year-old. He was just explaining why we're in the middle of the road, why this is so important. Here there's lots and lots and lots of people. There's a parade coming on its way, I believe, which is why this sort of action is important. What's more important, a parade or a planet that supports our life systems?
Please move to the side of the road. You can carry on your protest. This is for our children.
Somebody on the microphone just said, this is for our children. This is for their children as well. This is a particularly emotional time for people here. This is really, you will die of old age. Our children will die of climate change. That's what that sign on front of one's face, shirt had here.
This is for you, whether you agree with what we're doing or not.
Again, this is the gentleman on the microphone.
This is for fear.
You can see he's getting very upset here. Yeah.
This is for my children.
Okay, I'm going to try and talk to you.
Let's hear, make some chants, right? 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to try and chat to this man who he's obviously got upset. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm with Extinction Rebellion. Are you okay to be interviewed? I appreciate your upset. Yeah, I can give you a minute. Absolutely. As you can see, oh gosh, it's really hard to watch people getting so upset like that and not be with them, if you understand the realities of the climate crisis. Standing on a street, sitting on the ground is not what most people would want to do with their Saturday. And this gentleman, he's being consoled right now. Oh, you can see the grief on his face. Now I'm going to turn around and see if he will chat to me for a moment and explain exactly what has brought him to tears. I think we heard some of it, but it is difficult to hear that in and amongst this protest where there is a lot going on. But the resounding message should be that climate change is what we're here about. You might not support some of the things that have been said today, and please, if that's the case, let us know. Tell us. Put how you feel in the comments. We want to get as many people on board as possible. Now, we're building on momentum here from COP26, which if you're watching and you're thinking, well, I understand roughly what that is, but what is it really? Well, it's 197 nations and territories which meet every year to monitor and review the implementation of the UN framework and the Convention of Climate Change. You might have heard of the Paris Agreement, the current state of the agreements put in place in this COP will not meet the agreements of the Paris Agreement beforehand, trying to keep the world at a what's considered a safe level of 1.5 degrees of warming. What on earth is degrees of warming? Well, when we talk about 1.5 degrees of warming, we're talking about the increase in the Earth's average temperature. We measure this increase from a baseline average temperature in the mid to late 19th century, when the
They need to push for profit, they need to push for their continual growth, not for the needs of humanity, but rather working people starve, where people in poverty in Britain, where food bank use goes through the roof. Capitalist banks, the finance companies, those companies in those great big offices over the road, over the river, they are profiting, they are growing, while our working people, where we are going ever closer towards starvation, into poverty, into insecure housing. So anyone...
I'm with Dr. Alexander Penson from the Physical Society of London. Tell us a little bit about what you do and that sphere we have back there.
Hi, yes, the Physical Society research different kinds of green technologies like this fungal concrete.
And this is called what? Funcrete, is it?
Funcrete, that's right, made of mycelium. Okay, so, but the truth is we're terrified, right? I'm a physicist, and like physicists, we see the catastrophe that is unfolding. New green technologies like this don't help at all unless you phase out, retire the old dirty technologies, right? And city firms are pouring billions of pounds into fossil fuels and other polluting industries, and the regulators of the City of London, including the new the mayor, are doing nothing to discourage that at all. We're here to just plead. We're here to plead with the new Lord Mayor to change the story. We've seen from the climate conference over the last couple of weeks that there is no substantial change in policy. We need a dramatic change, right? We love this city, right? We're the Physical Society of London, but we need something new, and changes now.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. Enjoy the rest of the parade.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Still in central London, down by the river here. Sorry, my phone died when we were in the middle of talking before, but hopefully I can catch you up on what we were chatting about before my phone went blank. Here with me, though, I have Rob. We were talking a moment ago about how I was going to see if I could get Rob to talk. Unfortunately, Rob did get quite upset, but it is important to get upset in these spaces because that's the reality of what we're talking about. It is upsetting. And if you've just tuned in, you're wondering what happened. Well, one of the public asked, why are we sitting in the road? What's going on? Like, he was a bit upset himself, actually, at that.
He was pretty agitated.
He was pretty agitated. Could you tell me what you said on the microphone? Because we couldn't quite hear you, and then you did get upset, and I think you needed a breather.
I did. I was explaining to him that this is for our children, that this whole motivation is so that our children, their children, future generations can even have the opportunity to make choices, can even live a life free from fear of what might happen. I'm very mindful of the mental health impacts that this situation is having on lots and lots of people, particularly children and young people. There's a lot of work done by Force of Nature. Have you heard about those guys?
No, I haven't.
So Clover Hogan and Force of Nature have got a lot of work that they do around eco-anxiety in young people. I do a similar bit of work with older people in business and so on around climate grief and eco-anxiety as well. And it's a I don't know how we can ignore it. I don't know how we can continue to walk around pretending that everything's absolutely normal when we're talking about the end of civilization, end of, well, at least just the transition from one system to another is going to involve partial collapse, right? So in many ways it's inevitable that, we're going to suffer and we're going to lose quite a lot as we move from one system to another. And I think the reason that we're here is that we want to speed that transition up and make it as smooth and as soft as possible, rather than sleepwalking into a much bigger type of collapse. One of the things that that worries me quite a lot is food security, and I think about my children, and I think about when they're my age, they will no doubt be living in a very insecure food network. If we think about the third pole towards the Himalayas, as that starts to melt, irrigation in the basin around that is going to impact crop production. You're then going to have people in China who will then they won't be able to rely on that grain production. So they'll be competing with US grain, food prices will soar, and it will become harder and harder for people to eat or to be able to afford to eat. Then we've got the impacts of 2 degrees or more and crop failures and famines all over the world. And I think about that being the legacy that my children grow up in. And it hurts me to my core because they're my babies, I love them, I want to protect them. So when I think about how insecure and unstable their futures will be, and I see them right now and I see how they've got no idea what's coming, you just want to love them and protect them and cherish them. So when you just come up against this huge city of London, this pompous parade of finery that's medieval, there's this cultural inertia that is centuries old that we have to try and challenge and overthrow. And it's such a huge task. This city of London, where the monarch can't even come without invitation, this is the heart of our capitalist system, where it was born. And we're right there, and I feel today very much like banging my head against a cliff, not a brick wall. So for me, a lot of emotion is welling up inside me in terms of seeing the task at hand, the scale of the challenge, and the difficulty of it, and the time that we've got to do it. And more, my mind moves from thinking about mitigation to adaptation. And in that adaptation, there's a lot of optimism for finding things at the fringes that are working and then one day becoming the mainstream. But then there's also a lot of sadness in the sense of how much we're going to lose.
I think it's important to interject there, really, because you said at the very beginning, I just don't understand how people can sit back and do nothing and not see that this is very proportionate action. I do think this
is nothing. We should do more than this.
Well,
I was asking the question the other day about tipping points, right?
Right. For people at home, they won't know what that means, so if you could explain that.
Okay, so tipping points are where, for example, with climate change, once a certain amount of CO2 gets into the atmosphere or a certain amount of warming occurs, it then sets in motion a bunch of other activities, such as the release of methane up in the Arctic Circle, that then gets us on a sort of exponential trajectory towards even greater climate impacts. But there's also ideas around positive tipping points, such as at what point do we end up having more electric cars than fossil fuel and so on. But then there's also personal tipping points in the sense of like at what point do you think, okay, well I need to step back now or I need to do this and so on. But one of the tipping points I've been thinking about recently is along this idea of why does it seem that it's easier for people to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism? At what point do we get a tipping point where fewer and fewer people believe in the status quo and business as usual as a system that serves them? And at what point do we reach a tipping point where more people realise that they've got less skin in the game? I'm particularly interested in seeing what younger generations do as they inherit this warped and destructive system and go, well, hang on a minute, this isn't doing me any favours, this is like just ruining my future. I've got no skin in this game, I don't want to be a part of it, I want to do something different. We've got way too many people sort of like aged 40, 50, 60 and above who this system has served very, very well, and they don't want to change and they don't give a shit.
Not everybody, but a lot of people, yeah.
Not everybody, I shouldn't say that, I'm generalising, but I mean, like, culturally it feels like there's a lot more energy and I hope power with the younger generations coming through, because we just don't have time. We've got a huge task at hand, and part of me is struggling with this idea of agency and how much we can change things, and also accepting unknown things will happen. and we're not in control, and things emerge, and we have to go with it. And then this idea that at the end of the day, we are nature. We are a part of nature. The planet peoples, just like an apple tree apples, right? We are from this earth, we're part of this ecosystem, and we're just as much open to natural selection as anything else. I think it's really important that as a culture we start to remember our mortality and our interconnection with the natural world and realise that we are a species. We are in an ecosystem. We might feel insulated from it, especially when you're in places like London. You forget. You feel abstract. We've got this cultural inertia as well from our religious backgrounds too, of being made and put here, rather than integral and part of this. And I think it's those ideas that separate us from nature, that cause us to not see our true identity. And for me, this is just a farce, because it just comes down to the fact that all of this, the ecological crisis, the climate crisis, is a crisis of identity, a lack of connection, and a belief in an economic system that is paradigmatically flawed. It's like, I feel like we're on the edge of a Copernican revolution.
Explain that, that's a big word.
Okay, so about, I don't know,
in like a sentence.
Okay, so people used to believe that the Earth was the centre of the universe.
Right.
So they came up with all these different maps of the heavens to make sense of the stars and the planets moving around.
Right.
But because the Earth isn't at the centre of the universe, they had to come up with all these weird patterns to make it make sense. And they lived like that for hundreds of years. Then Copernicus and Galileo come along and go, no. The sun is the centre of the solar system and the planets revolve around it. All of a sudden everything makes more sense. You can start making predictions about how things are going to move and what's going to happen. And it leads to the development of physics and of science. And we start to have cultural information that's more useful for keeping us alive and to be able to do stuff. We're at the same point right now. The reason that this is all crumbling and falling apart is because this is an economic paradigm that looks at a linear relationship. It looks at the environment as a subsystem of the economy, a resource that is used in a linear extractive fashion. But that's false, because the economy is actually a subsystem of the environment. The economy is a part of an ecosystem.
Right.
And if you've got a subsystem that is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing, using up all those resources in order to create value, to create GDP, within a closed system, it's inevitable that the larger closed system will collapse. So until we recognise that you can't have an infinitely growing subsystem within a closed system of a planet, we're screwed. So we need a completely different economic paradigm and a completely different notion of human identity to go with it. That is a huge cultural shift.
Yeah, it's enormous. I mean, you said that you were surprised that people that are surprised. Well, there's a frustration that other people, some people don't feel like this is proportionate, and it isn't, but like in any way.
What we're doing is tiny.
Exactly, but there are some people that even feel this tiny action is too much.
Yeah.
But you can see looking around us right now why people might have that perspective. I mean, every people here can live their life fairly normally. They will be able to live this life fairly normally for the next few years before it becomes something that they have to come to to have a reality check themselves. Is someone who I really hope to speak to today, for a group that are here. There's a Peruvian group of people who were really happily talking to me earlier before the cameras started about how acutely they're feeling the climate crisis in parts of Peru and other parts of the global south. There's a girl, Ray, who we spoke to at the beginning of this live stream, who was explaining how crop shortages are affecting people that she lives around right now, and those sorts of things. What's the missing link? How do we get people watching this who might be skeptical, or how do we get people who are willing to kick a protester off the road or do their best possible attempts at blocking the truth and the reality of the climate crisis? What do we do? I appreciate you're not the pinnacle of all everything, but you know, you are a father, you've got an investor, you've got a child.
This is why
Thea that you mentioned earlier.
This is why I think it comes back to emotion. I think if we look at indigenous cultures in particular, one of the reasons that people are so keen to look at their types of cultures because they've still managed to maintain that connection to the subconscious and to something bigger than themselves and a sense of awe and reverence for the natural world, which we don't have necessarily within our culture as much as...
Well, you do, and children are like, whoa, with it all, as you'll know as a dad.
So in terms of people that struggle with the climate crisis and engaging with it and just want to ignore it, I would offer them empathy and say basically...
It's not so much for them, it's more like what do we do as people who are aware? How do we... Because it's no good us preaching to the choir or creating an echo chamber. We need to get out of this space to get more people mobilised. So more what I was hoping from asking that question is more like, what do you see anything that we could be talking about that we're not, or areas that we can be really pushing? We're not.
We should be talking about economics.
Right.
I know it sounds boring, but
it does. It's another unsexy topic that a lot of people feel closed off from. So
we should be talking about ecological economics.
Right.
And we should be talking about biomimicry, and we should be talking about an ecological civilization. Essentially, for me, the climate crisis is an opportunity to reimagine civilization.
Okay.
It's that big. That's what this is.
So where do you point people to find out what on earth that means? Where do they look? Where does somebody watching this, feeling hopeless, feeling confused, feeling frustrated, what do they do? Where do they go?
It depends. If they're in business themselves and they want to think about how do I do business differently in a different type of economy, then give me a shout at the Pathfinders Co. But more importantly, I'd say go check out Donut Economics by Kate Rayworth. I'd say go check out the work by Herman Daly on ecological economics. I'd say check out a guy called Tim Jackson about post-growth.
Right, okay.
And I'd say, start paying attention to the unsexy world of economics, because the root cause of the climate crisis is not carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a symptom. The root cause of the climate crisis is economic growth, unbridled, infinite economic growth, which is tied to all of these different... our systems are failing, and the biggest driving force of all our systems is our economic system, our global capitalist economic system, which is designed and run to create inequality. So from that comes social injustice, and climate change and ecological crises are just additional symptoms of a crumbling, flawed and failing system.
Thank you very much for talking to me. Really appreciate your time. I'm sorry you got upset earlier, but it is necessary and it's
real.
Very valid.
I have emotions. I feel it.
Yeah. I know being in your position, it's not fun to do that in front of so many people. So I appreciate your value.
I take it. It's my responsibility.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I think we're going to start wrapping up now on the live stream, but that does not mean that the action has stopped at all. There's loads of people here that we can talk to. That gentleman was just one of many, many people here standing in the road, on the river. Where are we? We're on Temple Avenue at the moment. So if you do want to come and join us, this is where we are. There's people handing out flyers here saying, please talk to me. I can tell you why we're here. I can tell you more about all of those sorts of things. One of those gentlemen is with me right next to me now. He's got a sign, got some leaflets he's handing out. People want to talk to you. If you think what we're doing is not okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Just let's chat about it and see what we can do, because if you have a place on this planet, if you're invested in a livable planet, this is something we all need to talk about as well. If you're not able to come here, I think someone's just been arrested. That's why they've been taken away. But you don't need to be arrested to be part of this movement. Obviously, it's helpful, but there's place for everyone. Hopefully, we've got that across in this live stream. Whether you're in Glasgow, whether you're in London, whether you're in a little town in the middle of nowhere, there is something that you can do. There's online rebellion work as well. Go to the Extinction Rebellion website to find out more from that. Whether it's putting up a poster or sitting in a road, there's a lot that can be done. There should not be a place where we feel totally and utterly hopeless. As well as the people handing out flowers trying to talk to you today, there's also people from lots of different cultures and backgrounds and experiences of the climate crisis, for some of whom they're feeling it more acutely. I mentioned before, there's a group of Peruvian activists here today that would be fascinating to talk to. So if curious what the climate crisis looks like at a more acute level than perhaps what you're feeling right now, and you can't quite get to grips with it. There's loads of resources online that we can find out more from, and lots of people here, if you are in London, that will happily chat to you about it. So thank you so much for joining us. Please share this video if you can. There will be things you don't agree with in it. That's absolutely fine. It's not about us fighting with each other, but it is about having that conversation. So please just have it. Thanks very much. As I said, we're on Temple Avenue here in London, and see you on the streets.
For you, millions of people from the Physical Society of London. Tell us a little bit about what you do and that sphere we have back there.
Hi, yes, the Physical Society research different kinds of green technologies like this fungal concrete.
And this is called what? Funcrete?
Funcrete, that's right, made of mycelium. Okay, so, but the truth is we're terrified, right? I'm a physicist, and like physicists, we see the catastrophe that is unfolding. New green technologies like this don't help at all unless you retire the old dirty technologies, right? And city firms are pouring billions of pounds into fossil fuels and other polluting industries, and the regulators of the City of London, including the new the mayor, are doing nothing to discourage that at all. We're here to just plead. We're here to plead with the new Lord Mayor to change the story. We've seen from the climate conference over the last couple of weeks that there is no substantial change in policy. We need a dramatic change, right? We love this city, right? We're the Physical Society of London, but we need something new, and change is now.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. Enjoy the rest of the parade.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Joe Biden of the United States, with whom Boris Johnson, our British Prime Minister, who's also met, with whom they are supposedly making agreements about deforestation. But what of the Westphalian people? There was a Westphalian activist who was at this summit, but he wasn't speaking. They weren't speaking at the so-called official COP26. They spoke at the People's Summit. They spoke alongside revolutionaries.
Okay, my name is Mamosweu Tshwabi. What we are expecting from COP26 is that they must stop talking and talking. I think now it's high time that they act on whatever they are saying, because for me, next year is too late actually, because climate change is been happening, I don't know since when. And now we don't have any time now. Now the only time that we have is to go for renewables, which we know that is very safe for our environment.
It is already affecting us here in the Val, because I think since 2015 we started seeing seasonal water cuts, especially in summertime, because of the too much water consumption. So water wouldn't reach communities, and because we have so much industrial activities in the Val, so they would get prioritized before water would reach communities. So during summertime, hot summer times, we get frequent water cuts. That's how we are getting affected, and the air pollution as well. Countries are still investing in fossil fuels. They are in the global north and the global south. They are investing in fossil fuels. So if they were talking about, if the Paris Agreement was about a low carbon by 2030, none of them are reaching that. Instead, we see a few countries that are being practical about things. So people must be practical when they talk.
My community and my family entirely depend on agriculture as a way of life to feed ourselves and for the economic value. We have been having rainfall, unpredictable rainfall. Sometimes it's not there. Sometimes it's there too much that it's affecting the crops. So with this variation, you find that the production have gone down while you have used a lot of input, and these have really affected us so much. And then also I come from a community that surrounds Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria have been having increase in water levels that have displaced most of the people living around there. Last year in April, we had 300 people lose their lives and over 3,000 families displaced. So that is a climate change issue and it needs to be resolved. Having 2050 as a trademark, that is not possible. We should just aim and work towards 2030 or 2025 and work it hard equally to everyone so that we can achieve what we are working towards. I think COP need to achieve equity.
The climate emergency is affecting us in so many ways. We have issues of flooding. We have issues of desert encroachment. We have issues of we have a lot of issues going on here. We even have low rainfall, sometimes infrequent rainfall here, and it's really affecting because We are a farming community here. And so it's affecting a lot of things. We're even having heat waves also all around, and the weather is unpredictable. I see it as a human rights crisis because I think far back the climate change issue wasn't so big like this, but recently it has been because of the activities of the global north, the leaders of the global north. It has really affected us here in the global south because people tend to go through a lot of suffering. Some people have to migrate from their homes so that they can. COP26, I would like to see a kind of agreement and also implementation. In the past, we've only had agreement and no implementation. So this time around, we're looking at the not just talking, but also doing it in terms of action.
In my opinion, climate change is a human rights issue. I think it affects people's livelihoods. I think it affects their well-being. I think there's a right to living in a healthy environment, and climate change definitely violates that right because it creates unhealthy environments. And it creates unhealthy environments unequally as well. Some people will be exposed to much unhealthy environments than others. So I think 100% it is a human rights issue. COP26 needs to achieve is what is known as the impossible, right? I think that's part of our campaigning, is that there needs to be something done that's way out of the reach of what COP26 actually can do at this moment, how it's structured, how the negotiations have to go. It's not enough. I think it really needs to be above and beyond anything we've ever seen in the terms of international climate negotiations, because it needs to listen to the voices of people who already have the solutions, who already are putting their hands in the ground, putting their hearts in the ground as well, and helping take care of the earth and supporting them. And I don't think that's something that COP26 is very likely to do. And so I think it needs to completely reimagine how it works.
But over the past 3 years, the situation has become increasingly difficult because of climate change, which has negative effects on our local society. It has triggered a food crisis because the seasons are being disrupted. The productivity of our fields has decreased, and the quality of the food we can produce has also decreased compared to the past. Climate change is the cause of these difficulties that the local communities are faced with. Industrialist countries have promised a lot to the local communities, and many COP agreements have said that the emissions of greenhouse gases should decrease, but these agreements haven't been implemented. That's why we're going to organize a march and give the population a chance to express itself. Through this march, we want to mobilize people and raise awareness in the local communities. We want people to see what the danger really is. We will give people a chance to speak up, and we will explain where this food insecurity is coming from. So some rebels are going to go walk on a market. They will give out flyers written in the local languages, and they will carry out an art performance with a choreography whose aim is to show why we are faced with this food insecurity. We want to help the local community understand how and why they are being the victims of the consequences of climate change, why they're facing this situation. And we hope that our action and our message will be relayed.
Good.
Let me get the back out.
Steve, I'm going to collapse your steps, sorry. You want them up? Oh, steps.
Good morning, everyone. We're coming live to you from Finiston Street, not far from the Squinty Bridge, at the entrance to the COP26 main venue, the Blue Zone. This is going to be an action, a Stop Bolsonaro action, by a group of delegates that represent the totality of the indigenous people of Brazil, not just the Amazonian rainforest, but all people, all indigenous people of Brazil. They have their own delegation here at COP. It's a bit of a scrum here at the moment. I'm hoping we can get a good image of them for you as they make their speeches. There's many, many photographers here, lots of interest.
Agora, com essa mensagem, nesse momento aqui em frente à COP, para dizer que sem a demarcação dos nossos territórios, não haverá solução para a crise climática. We are here to say to COP that without demarcation of our territories, we will not solve the climate crisis.
to be fair, this is very disrespectful of them for everyone to move within a few feet of them, right in their faces.
Somando a nossa voz a todos os povos indígenas do mundo para lutar em defesa da Mãe Terra, para dizer que nossos territórios...
This has been the way at COP. The media scrum is as evident here as it is in daily life everywhere.
Nós estamos segurando a vida da humanidade. We are here to join our voices together to defend Mother Earth, to tell everyone that land and water and Mother Earth are our salvation. Chega de acordos que segue destruindo o planeta e matando nossos povos.
These agreements are killing our land and killing our people.
É hora de acordar para respeitar e defender quem realmente está protegendo a vida no planeta.
It is time to respect and defend the people that are really defending our planet.
Nós, povos indígenas, não somos apenas guardiões, nós somos parte da solução.
Indigenous peoples are not just beneficiaries, we are part of the solution.
E por isso nós estamos aqui, para dizer ao governo Bolsonaro que demarque os nossos territórios.
And that's why we're here, to tell the government of Bolsonaro to demark our territories.
Bolsonaro não é apenas um problema para o Brasil. Bolsonaro se tornou uma ameaça mundial.
Bolsonaro is not just a problem for Brazil.
Bolsonaro é uma ameaça para o planeta.
Bolsonaro is a threat for the planet.
De nada vai adiantar firmar acordos aqui se não respeitar os direitos e os nossos modos de vida.
The agreements you sign here will be good for nothing if you don't respect the lands, the rights of the peoples, indigenous peoples and their land.
Demarcação? Já! Demarcação?
Já!
Sangue indígena?
Nenhuma gota mais!
Sangue indígena?
Nenhuma gota mais!
Fora Bolsonaro! Fora! Fora!
Bolsonaro!
Fora!
Bolsonaro! Mais uma vez, os povos indígenas vêm em um evento internacional.
More than once, indigenous peoples come to international events.
Nós não queríamos estar aqui.
But we don't want to be here.
Nós somos obrigados a estar aqui.
We are not grateful to be here.
No Brasil tem uma agenda anti-indígena em curso.
Brazil has an anti-indigenous agenda.
E essa agenda anti-indígena está matando nossos corpos.
And that anti-indigenous agenda is killing our bodies.
Está matando porque nós estamos fazendo enfrentamento.
It is killing us because we are facing
contra uma agenda que quer exterminar todos os territórios e a biodiversidade do mundo.
An agenda that wants to kill all territories in the world and biodiversity.
As grandes corporações, as multinacionais, estão de olho nos recursos naturais dos nossos territórios.
Big corporations and companies are killing all natural resources in our territories.
E os riscos que elas estão trazendo para a biodiversidade vai atingir toda a humanidade.
And the risk they mean for biodiversity threatens all humanity.
O mundo está em colapso.
The world is collapsing.
E os povos indígenas há séculos vêm fazendo o combate a mudanças climáticas.
And indigenous peoples, we are fighting climate change.
Os governos estão reunidos negociando, mas não está dialogando quem de fato faz o combate às mudanças climáticas.
Governments are here negotiating, but they are not including the people that are actually fighting climate change.
Nós somos parte da solução.
We are part of the solution.
Queremos ser ouvidos e consultados.
We want to be heard and consulted.
Não terá solução se não houver um diálogo com os povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais.
There will be no solution if we don't dialogue and participate indigenous peoples and local communities.
E uma das soluções é a demarcação dos nossos territórios.
And one of the solutions is the demarcation of our lands.
Por isso que nós gritamos demarcação já.
That is why we sing demarcation now.
Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Fora! Fora! Genocida! Ecocida! É o criminoso ambiental.
Bom dia às mulheres do mundo. A minha colega Sônia Guajajara, o meu colega Dinamanto Chá, acabou de dizer que nós também fazemos parte desse processo. Nós somos a solução desse processo. É por isso que as mulheres indígenas estão chamando.
My brother Dinamam and my sister Sonia have said that we are part of the solution, and that's why indigenous women
estão chamando para o reflorestar mente. Está na hora do mundo acordar. Não há plano B, não há planeta B.
And that's why indigenous women are calling to refresh our minds and to remind everyone that we don't have a planet B, we don't have an option.
Vamos reflorestar o mundo. Está na hora de reflorestar. Não reflorestar do reflorestar, mas reflorestar a mente, o coração, o processo da solidariedade.
We need to reforest the world, but not just reforest it, reforest our minds, our hearts.
Do afeto, do amor, do coração. Juntem-se a nós e vamos reflorestar o mundo.
We need more love. We need the effect of love. So join us and let's reforest the world.
Venham mulheres, venham homens, jovens, se juntem com as mulheres para reflorestar as mentes. Vamos juntos, vamos reflorestar as mentes, os corações, o amor, o afeto, o abraço, o carinho.
Come women, come men, come young people. Join us and let's refresh the world. Let's refresh with love, with affection.
Por isso eu grito e aclamo e peço força. Demarcação!
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 Fora!
Fora Bolsonaro!
Fora!
Bolsonaro!
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Excuse the shakiness of the camera. At times I'm being jostled by a lot of photographers here. There's also some red rebels that have appeared behind the speakers.
Eu fiquei imaginando o que poder falar aqui na COP26. Todas as COPs, o governo tem assumido compromisso.
Every COP, governments assume compromises.
E esses compromissos é só aqui, só onde acontece a COP. Porque lá onde precisa acontecer, ele não acontece.
But those agreements stay here at COP because in our territory they don't happen.
Parece repetitivo o que nós falamos a cada vez que a gente faz uma fala, mas é importante repetir que lá os nossos territórios invadidos pelo desmatamento, pelo garimpo, pela terceirização de nossos territórios para a soja, e os que mais sofrem dentro desse processo são as nossas crianças, que são as nossas futuras gerações, que já estão com agrotóxico, já na contaminação no sangue, mulheres que estão inférteis devido à questão da contaminação dos agrotóxicos, crianças.
It seems repetitive when we speak because we always say the same, but it's important to say it. Our territories are being deforested. They are being terrorized by soy plantations. They are invaded, and the ones suffering the most are our children, future generations, the blood of our women.
Crianças contaminadas pelo sangue, parentes nossos contaminados seu sangue pelo mercúrio dos garimpos ilegais que o Estado brasileiro mais que nunca tem procurado regularizar essas questões através dos projetos que tramitam no Congresso Nacional, através das PLs, que a gente sabe que essas PLs elas são frontal ao direito dos povos indígenas, e quando nós atacados, o mundo também é atacado. Quando nossa floresta cair, o mundo também vai cair. Então é necessário que nós tenhamos essa união mundial em defesa dos territórios indígenas, porque eles são a salvação do planeta. Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Sangue indígena! Nenhuma gota mais! Sangue indígena! Nenhuma gota mais! Sangue indígena! Nenhuma gota mais!
Our blood has been contaminated with mercury. Our rights are being threatened. And it's important to know that when we are attacked, Earth is attacked. When our forests are attacked, the world is attacked. Demarcation, now!
Entrance to the COP26 negotiations.
Esse é um momento ímpar, é um momento oportuno para que nós possamos não só reflorestar somente para a cura da terra, mas falar ao povo que avance.
It is a good moment to tell you, not just to reforest your mind, to cure Earth, but to reforest the peoples.
Precisamos avançar dentro do Brasil.
We need to advance in Brazil.
Para curar mentes daqueles que destrói, que polui, que degrada nós, povos indígenas.
To cure the minds of those that pollute, that destroy our indigenous territories.
Eu não quero mais falar fora Bolsonaro. Eu quero que vocês, a população no Brasil,
I don't want to say out Bolsonaro anymore. I want you, the population of Brazil.
Chegue nas urnas em 2022 e refaçam aquele Congresso que só destrói os povos indígenas,
só destrói o meio ambiente.
Quiero que ustedes vayan a... Sorry, that's fine. I want you to vote in 2022 to get them out of our government.
Nós, mulheres indígenas, precisamos de fato fazer algo diferente. Nós precisamos chegar em todos os lugares e falar ao mundo o que destrói dentro dos nossos territórios.
Indigenous women are calling out to the world and telling you to save our territories.
Estamos aí com mais de 2 décadas de COP. O que avançou? O que avançou para nós, povos indígenas? Os governantes, eles tomam decisão sem nos consultar. As partes, elas não nos consultam. Não tem ninguém que possa fazer algo ali dentro com que, de fato, venham nos socorrer.
We have been at COPs for more than 2 decades. What has changed? What has changed for us, indigenous peoples? Governments continue to make decisions without consulting us.
Precisamos nos unir.
We need to unite.
E essa união é que vai fazer a diferença no mundo.
And that union is what's going to make a difference to the world.
Obrigado. Demarcação! Fora!
Bolsonaro!
Fora!
Bolsonaro!
Again, sorry, I'm being jostled by photographers all around. I'm sorry if the camera work is a bit shaky.
How it is on such events.
No, that's true.
Eu quero somente reforçar aquilo que os meus parentes, as minhas parentes falaram.
I just want to support what my brothers and sisters have said.
Eu venho de uma parte do Brasil que é mais rica em água.
I come from a part of Brazil that is richer in water.
Eu venho do Pantanal e sou indígena terena, do povo terena.
I come from the Pantanal. I'm from the Terena indigenous peoples.
Nós nunca tínhamos visto queimadas como nós vimos neste último período, nestes últimos tempos, neste período aí incentivado pelo atual governo.
We have never seen fires like we have seen in this last period, incentivized by the current government.
A nossa floresta está sendo destruída, o nosso Pantanal está sendo destruído.
Our forest is being destroyed, our Pantanal is being destroyed.
E quem está dentro desta terra, deste território, somos nós, indígenas.
Indigenous peoples are the ones that are in the territories.
E já está mais do que comprovado de que os nossos territórios, quando demarcados, têm a maior preservação ambiental do mundo. Então vocês precisam, mais do que nunca, se juntar a nós.
And we know that our territories, when they are safe, when they are demarked, are the ones that preserve biodiversity the best way.
Para combater estes crimes ambientais e preservar a vida dos nossos povos indígenas.
You need to protect our territories to fight these climate crimes and protect life on Earth.
Nós fazemos sim parte deste processo em defesa do meio ambiente, porque ali, além do meio ambiente, temos as nossas vidas que devem ser defendidas por todos, por esse planeta, por essas pessoas aqui representadas neste evento que aqui estamos.
We are part of this process in defense of the environment, because environment is also our life, and our lives must be defended by everyone here.
Então, o que nós queremos? Que os nossos territórios sejam respeitados, que sejam demarcados, e que este atual governo aí que está aí dentro do Brasil respeite os povos indígenas, respeite os direitos que nós temos dentro da Constituição do nosso país.
What we want the most is for our territories to be respected, to be demarked, for our government to respect indigenous peoples.
E se o planeta quiser continuar respirando, junte-se a nós, junte-se aos povos indígenas. Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Sangue indígena! Sangue indígena!
If you want Earth to continue breathing, join us. Join indigenous peoples. Demarcation now!
Sorry guys, you're pushing a bit then. I think we need to back up a bit.
Meu nome é Sheila de Cunã Krenak, do estado de Minas Gerais. Um estado que hoje já não tem mais rio.
I come from Minas Gerais, a state that has no longer rivers.
Um rio que foi morto pela companhia de mineração Vale, BHP e Samarco.
This river was killed by a company.
Vale, BHP.
Vale.
Samarco.
Vale, BHP e Samarco.
Vale, BHP e Samarco.
E hoje aqui a gente vai realizar um ritual fúnebre, porque o meu rio está morto. E os meus parentes hoje estão aqui pedindo união, coletividade, para que os rios da Amazônia não fiquem como o meu.
Today we will have a funeral because our rivers are dead, and we are asking everyone to not let the rivers of the Amazon die as mine did.
E eu deixo uma pergunta para o mundo inteiro.
I have a question for the whole world.
Qual é o povo mais antigo do mundo?
Which is the most ancient peoples?
O povo mais antigo do mundo se chama bioma.
The world's most ancient peoples is called biome.
E o bioma teve diversos filhos.
And the biome has many children.
Pantanal,
the swamp,
Cerrado, Caatinga, Pampa, Mata Atlântica, Amazônia e assim por diante. E hoje nós estamos aqui para reforçar que a Amazônia sozinha não consegue dar vida para vocês, segurar a onda por vocês. Ela sozinha ela não consegue.
And we are here to tell you that the Amazon on its own won't be able to provide life for you if it's alone.
É importante valorizar todos os outros biomas do nosso país, do nosso Brasil.
it is important to valorize all other biomes of our country, of Brazil.
E todos os biomas, existem povos indígenas, em todos os biomas.
And in all biomes, there are indigenous peoples.
Não adianta preservar só um espaço e rebentar com o outro. Todo mundo vai morrer do mesmo jeito.
We can't preserve one and end another and destroy another one.
Eu não quero tomar minério como água. Você quer?
Não.
Eu não quero comer minério como alimento. Você quer?
Não.
Então está na hora de todo mundo se unir. Porque o que corre dentro de mim é água e minha carne é terra.
I don't want to drink toxic water. Do you? I don't want to eat toxic food. Do you? No. And we don't want to because my blood is water and my flesh is earth.
E agora a gente vai realizar um ritual fúnebre do meu rio, o Atu que está morto, com a força dos meus parentes.
And now I will make a funeral ritual for my river that is dead, with the strength of my ancestors.
Para que vocês tenham entendimento de se colocar no lugar do outro.
So you can understand where I'm coming from.
O atu minhara renha winkle, o atu quai nuco. Maré reto por um eacã. Maré reto por um eacã. Incré maré reto. Nato nuco. Borum quem nuco. Borum tafatupi. Borum tafatupi. Borum quem nuco. Bolsonaro nanchon. Bolsonaro nanchon. Bolsonaro quem. Bolsonaro quem. Bolsonaro nanchon. Nanchon. Borum quem Bolsonaro. Borum quem Bolsonaro. Não tarurunjurunjum, não taru candé candé, não tarurunjum runjuré, onenga me pare, não tarurunjurunjum, não taru candé candé, não taru runjum runjuré, onenga. Fora Bolsonaro.
Fora!
Fora injustiça. O meu clima não está aqui na COP para ser um leilão. Gratidão.
Out, Bolsonaro. My climate is not here at COP. Thank you.
Oh,
Tô gravando o vídeo.
Em nome da articulação dos povos indígenas do Brasil,
In the name of the indigenous peoples from Brazil,
agradecemos a todos vocês que nos apoiaram.
we want to say thank you to all of you that are supporting us.
Porque, de fato, essa luta é de todos nós.
Because this is a fight of everyone, this is help for all of us.
Estamos nos territórios fazendo resistência.
We are in our territories doing resistance.
E vocês aqui fazendo também essa resistência.
And you are also here doing this resistance with us.
E é essa união que vai, de fato, fazer a diferença.
And that union will make the difference.
Seguimos a luta juntos sempre.
We continue the fight together always.
Demarcação!
Já!
Demarcação!
Já!
Demarcação!
Já! E diga ao povo!
Que avance!
E diga ao povo!
Que avance!
Avançaremos!
Well, I don't know about you, but I found that very moving testimony from the Brazilian indigenous people. This is what I've come to COP26 to see. Not the people in the main venues, but the people whose voices have not been heard. Brazil's President Bolsonaro came to power promising, like so many strongmen politicians, to make his country a stronger and a better country. Where have we heard that before? With almost sickening regularity in the last decade or two. There are too many of these men. We know some in our own country. Who are denying human rights to their citizens. I'm sure it's been very distressing to you as well as myself and your families to see the devastation that's been wrought on the Amazon rainforest. Just recently seeing the satellite photos of the forest burning in the last year or two. It's been just so distressing. We feel so powerless. You can imagine how powerless these people feel. They are actually here, these indigenous people are here fighting for their lives this week at COP, trying to find recognition of their problem, of survival, and survival of the natural world on which they depend. It's lovely to see them here. They've had great challenges to get here. So I've been told I have to stay in a certain place by a policeman. I have no idea why. Off the pavement. So they've had lots of problems getting to the COP26 venue. some of them surrounding COVID. Some of the indigenous people here have not been able to get the vaccines they require to come. I know from my own experience that accommodation here has been a complete rip-off. There are probably plenty of empty venues, or empty accommodations for people to stay in, but they've been £20,000 a week for a flat. Just extortionate and horrible. And also the British government's policies towards foreigners coming into the country can't have helped that process either. So it's been very, very exclusionary. It's just shocking that we should actually have to come out onto the streets, onto the windy street corners to actually hear people voice their concerns about their survival. I would interview. I feel that maybe perhaps I won't. They could speak more eloquently than I ever could about their own lived experience. And I'm sure we can all have empathy with the prospect of losing one's home, one's ancestral home.
Por una causa justa, de bien en libertad. Jamás serán vencidos, los pueblos unidos. Jamás serán vencidos, los pueblos unidos. Jamás serán vencidos, los pueblos unidos. Jamás serán vencidos. La lucha sigue. La lucha sigue. La lucha sigue, sigue. La lucha sigue y sigue. De norte a sur, de este a oeste, ganaremos esta lucha, cueste lo que cueste. De norte a sur, de este a oeste, ganaremos esta lucha, cueste lo que cueste. We are here in solidarity with our brothers and sisters from Brazil that are facing the politics of extermination of the genocide government of Jair Bolsonaro. We are here to stand and remain in solidarity with their struggle, because the struggle for the Mother Earth is the mother of all the struggles. We are here because we are also facing the same extermination in Guatemala and in Mexico. That's why we are here, because we are standing with our sisters and brothers that are defending the Amazon, that are defending Cerrado, that are defending Pantanal, that are defending all the biomes in Brazil. If that biomes are lost, humanity will stop breathing forever. So we need to remain and stand with the fight of indigenous peoples in Brazil.
We're outside the blue zone, the extended last day of COP. At 3 o'clock, we're expecting an announcement. What we've heard so far is COP is a failure. We've got COP 1 failure, COP 2 failed, COP 3, COP 4, COP 5, COP 6, COP 7, failed, 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 COP 10, COP 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. COP16 failed, 17 failed, 18 failed, 19 failed, COP20 failed. COP21, 22, 23, 24, 25 failures. What we've learned, what we know, COP26 has failed. This is our last chance in terms of trying to get negotiations in place. We've got a message here. COP27 is futile. And many more COPs we're going to have. Conferences of parties coming together from all over the world. The announcements that have been made have been watered down. They're not in line with science. Failure to get agreement on coal. Still fossil fuel expansion is happening. Pretty futile agreements about deforestation. By 2030, something that should just stop right now. Been out in the streets in Glasgow where the real negotiations have been happening. How many COPs to arrest climate chaos? We are watching you. Put the entrances for the blue delegates, saying crime scene. Sound of bagpipes. Thank you. That was very powerful.
Oh, good. Thank you. I wrote the first tune myself.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Lovely. What's your name?
Tommy McClellan. Tam the Piping Man.
Tam the Piping Man.
That's my.
There you go. Take one of these.
Do you know what BAM means?
Bam.
BAM.
Bam. No.
Crazy person.
Bam.
Crazy person.
You're probably the most sane person here. This whole COP process, this failure that we've seen.
Well, I'm doing my best to do the right thing. I haven't done very much in my life. Concrete to help society or the world. You're trying not to do any harm.
You're making up for it now.
Trying.
Yeah. And so you wrote the first song. You wrote the song.
Yeah, the first, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first tune I ever wrote. I wrote it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a lament, obviously. It's a lament for an old lady in Taiwan who I knew. Who died at the age of 98. She herself had been an environmental campaigner.
Mm-hmm.
She and her community stopped a dam being built.
Yeah.
In South Taiwan. I'm a researcher in Chinese literature, and I was studying her late husband, his works, and so I got to know the family quite well. And yes, so when she died at the age of 98, I felt inspired. I'd been thinking. The idea had just recently come to me. Maybe I could write a tune. Before that, I'd never thought. I could write something. So I tried to write something that sounded both Scottish and Chinese, and especially on the Scottish side, to sound like a pibroch, which is the ancient music of the bagpipes.
Pibroch.
Pibroch, yeah.
Pibroch, the ancient, okay.
They call it the classical music of the pipes.
Beautiful.
It's very special, always very slow. Even if it's not a lament, it's always slow, expressive.
And just now, the whole, 26 people representing 26 failed COPs.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah, I thought so. I think, but all through this fortnight, I've been amazed at the sort of street theatre and creative performance arts that have been going on. I took part in the march last Saturday in Glasgow, and there's all Samba bands and things like that, and amazing costumes and so on. It's quite inspiring.
Yeah.
And these blue and red rebels are fabulous.
But it's such a powerful thing that they do.
It is.
It's so silent.
Yeah,
people reflecting
yeah, and this is the ideal. I think this, from what I've seen of everything they've been doing, this is the most sort of apt for what they're trying to do. Because being straight face, white face, silent. Mourning. I mean, the robes as well look to me like mourning.
Mourning, yeah.
So it fits this very well. I was only asked to do this the day before yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm really pleased.
Well, beautiful tune. You look amazing. I'm just going to zoom out here. You've got your Extinction Rebellion flag here. I see on your bagpipes.
Yeah, I had that made myself. There's a company that.
Yeah.
Probably more than one company that make them for you.
Yeah.
And this is actually a face mask, for respiratory. I converted it into an armband.
Yeah. Very good. Well.
Homemade.
Extinction
Rebellion bag.
There you go. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Thank you. So we've just heard from the piper there. Everybody's walking off and discussed. The last hour, COP26 in Glasgow. What's happened inside has largely been seen as a huge failure to humanity. There's one thing to watch. You need to watch the speech from the president of Bermuda. She summed up everything with the problems. poorer countries in the world are getting shafted by the richer nations. There's no more delegates coming in here. So I don't know if Vlad, you can hear me? So just a little bit earlier, I had a little chat with Nick, who's still on the inside. So it'd be quite good maybe just to play that clip, little summing up. So we're here in Glasgow on the final day, outside the crime scene of the greatest crime scene of humanity, the greatest failure that we've ever seen. 15,000 delegates from all over the world coming together, the oil companies, the businesses coming together, and we've also had our world leaders coming together. And collectively, what it's all amounted to is 7 pages of failure. So I've been here on the streets for the last 2 weeks, reporting a word on the street, talking to most wonderful people from all different walks of life. Then I've got this man behind me.
Get me out of here! Get me out of here! No.
He's been reporting cop in, cop out.
Actually, it's not been so bad, and I think you're very harsh with the whole 7 pages of failure. It has been very disappointing. I'm terribly disappointed in their lack of commitment to life.
Yeah.
But there have been some lights in the darkness that are worth mentioning.
Okay, let's start with the lights.
Well, the lights are, first of all, do you know what our mycelial network is?
No, what?
Mycelial network.
Mycelia?
Yeah.
Is that something to do with mushrooms?
Yes, in fact it is.
There we go, yeah. So yeah, tell me, what is it?
Well, you see, it's this network of fungi that grows beneath the earth and connects all the trees in a forest.
Yeah.
And so when one part of the forest is sick, it alerts through this network the other side of the forest to begin to produce whatever hormones or whatever it is that trees have to protect themselves. And it also sometimes transfers some medicine to other trees to make it to heal other parts of the forest. That's why if you chop down the oldest big trees, these are wise mother trees, that's a lot of wisdom that you cut down.
Yeah.
And you'll often find that forests that are planted for paper, for example, don't have these networks because they haven't had time to develop. So what we've done here at COP26 is create and strengthen that mycelial network between us. It's the ripples that count. Because clearly our leaders have failed us, as they always have. That's no surprise there.
Yeah.
But we've strengthened ourselves and our mycelial network to the point that we can actually now take the leadership role that they are dropping. The real leaders, as Greta and as Jitsi from Philippines said, are the lead people on the outside. Yourself, the production team, people who have come here and have braved the rain, the cold, and the people who are inside walking. It's huge inside. Do you think I'm just sitting around in a nice lounge? No, it's huge. It's about a kilometer long. People are working hard because they believe in our planet. And so to say it was a complete failure is to not recognize the hard work of people like yourself.
There we go.
And like the ones who were there trying to bring some hope into the whole thing.
That's a very positive view, and I agree with you. Like for me, the most positive thing is being the people I've met on the streets. I've met people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, a multitude of countries. I met somebody from Greenland, some people from Fergal, far-flung regions of the world, and locally as well. All coming together, all working for the greater common good of humanity and planet, and not even just humans. So that, yes, I think that's the greatest take from COP26. But the failures, we do have to look at what they were talking about is phasing out coal, and they've ended up with a kind of a watered down agreement. With climate finance, they still haven't got that in place for actual adaptation for countries like Tuvalu. It's going to be the first countries having to evacuate, and we know it's going to happen. So the world leaders have a lot of work to do, but I think we have a lot of work to do putting pressure on our leaders and also people who still don't actually understand the COP process. We're here and we're in this kind of like this environmental type bubble, and there's so many people in today's society still don't understand how grave the situation we're in, and we need to get the message out more to them. And like the social media, what we're doing is a very important role, and we need to get more people sharing, more people talking, and more people involved.
West, what our duty now is to go back to our respective countries and place pressure on our governments, because these meetings, these conferences are dominated by political and economic interests.
Yeah.
And because a lot of the political interests are driven by votes and stuff like that. It's so important that people, like Americans, go out and vote, so we don't have leaders that don't take it seriously and think the bottom line is only about money. The bottom line is about life. I really liked what Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Energy, said.
Yeah.
In that,
I was going to typical live streaming. Just readjust my hand here. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
This is hard. This is actually really hard. We're our own production team, our own sound person, our own camera person, our own reporter, researcher.
Everything.
Yeah, and runner. Everything wrapped up in one.
All the time. My legs. How was your legs? My legs were killing me last night.
My legs in a bandage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, no, we've suffered, but we've enjoyed it, and
we've enjoyed it.
Made it so special is getting you to see this experience. And I don't know about you, but I've been stopped on the street and people have said, "Hey, thank you for showing us what goes on inside and what goes on outside."
Yeah.
And that, to me, that breathes life into me. Just to know that I'm not just talking to myself. Because sometimes I feel like I'm in the shower, like singing to myself.
Too much detail. But, but so anyway, listen. I think you've got still a couple of hours to do.
I do.
So we're going to do this really magical thing because we've got great people in the background. Big shout out to COP26 TV team, the unnamed people who are actually involved and can't be named because they actually work for big public broadcasters, and it's conflict of interest. So there's a lot of people, really good people on the inside helping us, but you're going to be going into the inside and you're just going to disappear and reappear somewhere wonderful.
Yes, indeed I am. And it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do this with people like yourself and those secret magical people that have made this possible. So shout out to them, shout out to you for braving storm and hell waters. Right?
Yeah, amazing. And let's catch up.
Let's catch up.
Look after yourself.
And yourself.
Okay.
Namaste.
Take care.
Great.
And there we have it. It's a wrap.
And that was lovely, just running into Fergal outside the walls as I was coming in this afternoon. The last day of COP26 for us, the journalists, and hopefully what's going on behind me right now in the plenary is actually going to be something worth reading instead of what the draft. Every draft that comes out seems to be a watered down, defanged version of the previous draft. Coverage about this has been riddled, well, has been split in two ways. It's been anxious, it's been hopeful, it's been tiring. And so I don't actually have any interviews planned. Now this is just going to be me talking to you for an hour. No, I'm kidding. I did have a chance to interview a lot of people around the floor where I am. So you see where I am right now is, first of all, in the media kennel, which is where they stand us when we want to go into the plenaries. In fact, I was wandering around with a selfie stick, not doing much, but then I was shunted here saying, "Sir, you can't be here." So I'm here with other journalists, other fellow colleagues, and surrounded by the most beautiful group of human beings from all over the world. Excuse me. So I had a chance to speak to some of them. I had a chance to have a conversation, sometimes 1 minute, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, and get to see what they think about it. The ones that were most powerful for me were the ones that were in countries from the Pacific Islands where the waters are rising. We spoke to some people earlier in the week from Tuvalu who told us how one of the neighboring islands, a collection of islands, had already sunk. So that's really desperate times for these people, you see. And they're here with a very, very powerful message. I'm going to just send you with the first video of 2 people I spoke to this evening from Tuvalu. They gave me the flower. Hello. Where are you? Your name, please, and where are you from?
I'm from Tuvalu.
Okay, and What has your experience at COP been like?
I came here with a high level of hopes that Glasgow will deliver on the fight against climate change. I'm glad that Glasgow has delivered a strong message of hope. What is now left is for everyone in every country to take action and deliver on the promise of Glasgow.
Thank you very much for that powerful message. Hello.
Hi.
Who are you?
I'm Malama Panil from Tuvalu.
Okay. And you came a long, long way, overcoming COVID, overcoming all sorts of things to Glasgow. How do you feel about it?
Yes, we did come a long way. Miles and miles away from the Pacific Ocean to get here to Glasgow, and we came with our hope, high hopes and ambition that this COP26 will do something to save us, save our small islands, save our people, save my children and my grandchildren, and save the world.
And has it?
Well, we are still waiting for the final text to come, and we hope and pray that it will, we will come to an agreement that, everybody will be happy with the outcome of COP26.
And how do you feel about it? How do you feel about the drafts that have come up so far?
Well, so far, I think it's very hard to reach a compromise, but at least everybody is trying their best, to make everybody satisfied with this outcome. So cross the fingers and we pray for the survival of our nation, our people, the world, and especially our small island states who are suffering from the big, rich nations.
Inshallah. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for all you do coming so far away with this important message.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. They are from Tuvalu, an island in the Pacific, and these islands have been labeled as the canary in the mine because they're truly hazard. Yes, this is the magic of COP. The one side, that's good. And they have, they've come here pleading for the world to listen to them, pleading for the most developed nations to actually do something to save their homes. You see, otherwise they might just have to up and leave and go to another place altogether. I mean, countries have offered them refuge, said, we can come here. Said, but we don't want to go there. We want to stay here. We want our land. It's like, when you go on holiday and you go back home, that's the best feeling. Now imagine you being forced out of your home forever and ever, not because of war, but just because it's sunk, because other people developed and became rich and affected the climate, and you had nothing to do with it, but your home is being torn down. And this is the dynamic that so many countries are facing. Because, yes, we are all on the front lines of climate change because it'll affect us all, but some will be affected far more because it's one thing to be facing the onslaught of climate in a tank and quite another to face it in a straw hut. Figuratively speaking, of course. So, in terms of that, I had a chance to catch up with a member of Climate Action Network, which is an important organization that has been rallying for action around the climate issue for some years now. And he comes from India, and he gave me the Indian perspective and also a very deep view on what's going on now. Have a listen.
Hi. What is your name?
Hi, I'm Harjeet Singh, and I work with Climate Action Network International.
Where are you from?
I'm based in India.
Okay. So what did you come and do here?
So we are here calling for finance for loss and damage, as people around the world are suffering, both in developed and developing countries, but it's developing countries that are suffering the most, and we are demanding a fund to be established here so that people who are facing climate impacts can be supported.
And how has it been the experience for you to be here?
Oh, it has been extremely frustrating. As we know, the kind of negotiations that have been happening have not resulted into something very concrete to help people recover from loss and damage that they are facing right now. And we continue to push for that. We hope that it delivers something meaningful, but we know rich countries have not been committing to the kind of support that is needed.
So, your thoughts on the potential outcome, considering the drafts that we've seen?
So, if you look at the current draft, the proposal that developing countries had put forward on setting up a loss and damage facility, a Glasgow loss and damage facility, that seems to be off the table. Instead, they are offering a dialogue, which is not acceptable to developing countries, because we have seen such dialogues happening earlier, did not result into any money. It's like talking to a family, a woman that has lost her home, that we are going to talk about it, but will not help you at all. That is not acceptable.
So what needs to happen now?
So we still have a few hours. We really hope that there is an agreement on Glasgow loss and damage facility, and we get money that is absolutely needed by poor and vulnerable people in developing countries.
And after this, what happens?
So after this, once we have an agreement on finance, then we should be operationalizing it. We should start putting money into that fund so that money starts going to people, because millions of people are getting displaced because they do not have resources to recover from it, and then they have to go to another place to earn a living. So it is a very dire situation, and we as a global community have to come forward and help people who are facing climate crisis for no cause of theirs.
Well, thank you very much for your time. And is there anything else you'd like to tell our audience or tell the leaders of the world?
Well, rich countries have to recognize that this problem has been caused by industrialization, and they have enjoying the fruits of industrialization, but somebody else is paying the cost of that. So they have to show the leadership, come forward, of course, avert the crisis by reducing their emissions, but also help developing countries for greener transition and protecting people from climate impacts.
Thank you very much for your time and for everything you do for our planet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the screens behind me, you can see Alex Sharma. He's giving a speech right now. He's a COP president, and he's in the room behind me over there, and they're having discussions. And the last sprint to it. This was meant to have ended yesterday at 6 p.m. But of course, that didn't happen. There have been, they're trying desperately to end it, and now, today. But there seems to be indications that the party flow into the night, and possibly tomorrow. By which time you have very tired people here who just want to go home, and it includes not just those who are negotiating and fighting tooth and nail for things to actually give us hope, but the journalists as well. I mean, I've seen my colleagues just exhausted, tired. Behind me, for example, you can see that's Al Jazeera doing a live feed, explaining what's going on, doing pretty much what I'm doing. And of course, I had the chance to catch up with the gentleman in the blue shirt behind me. The whole team, interestingly, went on a trip around to different places in Romania, Greece, and Greenland, to see the effect of climate change before they came to this conference. And that is really fascinating to have had a conversation with him, because he just tells you from his perspective as a cameraman, a person we never see. This is another one of the global voices that we want to expose and show and give a platform to, and what his experience was. So have a listen to that conversation about how he went through Greenland and what he saw.
Mask off? Or
Yeah, mask off, I think.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, how you doing?
Finding yourself?
Yes, very well, thank you.
So you're a cameraman for Al Jazeera?
Correct.
Okay, and you came to COP?
Came to COP last week, and we're here for the duration, hoping it'll finish soonish, but we don't know yet. We'll wait and see.
And you were just saying that you had an interesting adventure just before.
Yeah, we spent nearly 2 months together as a team, producing 2 half-hour shows for Al Jazeera. We started in Greenland for 3 weeks, where we were reporting on the melting ice sheets and the lack of support for the Inuit population there, basically, and the real effects of climate change on the communities in the east and south of Greenland we were. So it was both beautiful and deeply shocking and sad at the same time.
Can you describe that a bit?
Yeah, so we spoke to an ex-mayor in a town called Kulusuk on the east coast of Greenland, and he was telling us how he grew up in the Stone Age, basically, so in a stone hut with a grass roof, and due to climate change, their area has lost all its ice in the winter and the summer. So they used to go out dog sledding and hunt for seals and live a good, happy life off the land. But thanks to climate change, their environment has changed so drastically that they've been forced off the ice, which is where they used to live and sustain themselves from. And now they are in accommodations on land, which they're not used to. And within, 2 generations, they've moved from what he described as a, sustainable Stone Age living, an Inuit culture, to a sort of pretty much destroyed way of life, and they're struggling. Yeah, we witnessed it.
And you saw the ice melting and all that?
We saw that there wasn't any ice, and he showed us pictures of what it was like even 10, 20 years ago, and now how much it's receded. And we went to lots of glacier faces that were,
Hi. Sorry to just listen to this.
Finance for loss and damage. People are suffering on ground. They are dying, and this is a demonstration to remind everybody that people are dying from climate change. They are losing their homes, they are losing their income, they are losing their crops, and this system has not delivered a single penny to help those people recover from climate impacts. We are talking about mitigation. We know that we are going to cross 1.5 degree if we continue to emit this way. We are not giving enough money for adaptation. We have delayed it to 2025. This is as per the current text. What does that mean? If we are not mitigating in time, if we are not providing adaptation finance, people are going to die, and people are dying. As you can see here, this is a demonstration to tell the whole world that millions are dying and millions are losing their homes because this system is not working. There are many rich nations and corporations who don't want this system to work. Their vested interests are not allowing progress in this space, so people are losing their life. And we, as civil society, came with a very clear demand that we want finance. We want money so that people can recover from these impacts, rebuild their lives. But we are hearing that it's again being pushed back. For some countries, it's a red line. They call it a red line. They say that we cannot agree to finance for loss and damage. What will that mean? More people are going to die, and more people are going to get displaced. 30 million new displacements happened in 2020, which means 6 million more from 2019. So more people are going to lose their homes, are going to be pushed out of their homes if we do not provide them enough support. It cannot be a red line for anybody. The whole system, all countries have to come in solidarity. But the US, Australia, Canada, Japan, supported by European Union, are calling it a red line and not letting us make progress. We cannot allow that to happen. We need finance for loss and damage now. So what we are hearing, that the current text does not...
So I was lucky to catch that live. I'm going to go back to him and continue watching this, because this is what protest looks like inside. The plenary is just next door. And this is the gentleman I interviewed earlier. Climate Action Network. Little did I know what they were putting aside. I'd heard some chatter. I wasn't sure what's going to happen when. So you and I are very lucky to be experiencing this right now, last day, hopefully, of COP. Let's go back to
money to recover from impact. This is where we are, and if it happens, if it is gaveled down, then it is an injustice to people who are losing their homes and lives because of some rich countries and rich corporations who have caused this problem in the first place. And we need to hold them accountable for all the deaths and displacement that is happening around the world.
This is a die-in. It's a protest that we've seen plenty on our channel. There's been die-ins all around Glasgow, all around the UK, and all around the world, because this is what is waiting for us. This is a simulation of what so many people are going to be experiencing thanks to climate change. And it's just not right. It's just not fair, because those who are least responsible for climate change are the ones who are about to bear the brunt of it. That goes for Africa. That goes for the Pacific Islands. Let's hear what he's going to say.
That the richest countries would take and would act and take their liability for the damage that they're causing, for the lives and livelihoods that have been destroyed in the global south. And instead, what we're seeing is again these critical issues for the poorest and for the most vulnerable countries, those who are already dying on the front lines of climate change, being kicked down the road. And the richest countries, the US, the UK, the European Union, their interests being dominated in the document that will be gabbled through. This is the inequities and the imbalances of power that stoke these negotiations. That the overwhelming majority of countries, representing 80% of the world, have demanded this, but that the richest countries, representing less than 20%, have blocked this, and they are getting their way. Like they blocked their progress on climate finance, like they blocked progress on doing their fair share of action to limit temperatures to well below 1.5 degrees. The Prime Minister said this was 1 minute to midnight, that this summit would be judged on the actions of nations. And we're judging this summit on the actions of the nations. And it's the richest countries who bear responsibility for a failure of this summit, which has failed both people and planet. We have taken to the streets. We have made our voices heard. We've been locked out of these negotiations. We've been limited capacity. And behind these closed doors, it's been the interests of big business that's dominated and not the voices of ordinary people. And the UK government should take utter responsibility as the president of this COP. Our only hope now is that in COP27, when it moves into an African COP, that these countries, that the richest countries, come there and with a commitment to actually deliver the kind of action that's needed. They're failing people and the planet, and no amount of spin and no amount of press headlines will mask the reality that we have just signed what is really a plan of inaction, and a plan that didn't meet either the urgency or the scale of response needed by the richest countries.
Yeah. Go.
It is absolutely shameful that the Biden administration has come here saying they're climate heroes outside.
And here we are, still more speeches whom we spoke to yesterday on this show. Let's see what she has to say.
Means fulfilling your fair share. The United States is historically the greatest climate emitter in the world. Yet they are here, standing in front of so many people who are dying, saying that they refuse to do any action. That is shameful. When you do not act, and you have the resources and the wealth and the technology to do something, but you refuse to, we've all known that that's not just denial. It is actually climate atrocity. The United States is committing it, and as an American, I think it's shameful. And we are urging President Biden to step up and to actually not twiddle around the edges with some methane pledges, with deforestation pledges that allow the entire world to be deforested by 2030, but real action, like paying up for loss and damage for the millions of people around this world who did the least to cause it. We as the United States have a moral obligation to fulfill that and pay and get the regenerative. We don't want fossil fuels. People are dying from it on a day-to-day basis, not only in the global south, but every day in the United States. This is not an issue between the global north and the global south. This is an issue of the wealthy, the richest, the oil and gas industry against the entire fucking world. We are so tired. It's COP26. We have no time. We have 8 years left, if anything, to change everything. And that's what we need to do. We need to change everything. Woo!
So my brothers and sisters have said everything. Why we are standing here, why we are raising voice, why at the very last time that we have, we are taking a stand again. We will fight to the end. But as Assad said, this is a done deal. And this is not a deal for the people. All I want to plead with the media especially, you are going to hear narratives. You are going to hear sound bites. You are going to hear PR. This entire COP was curated with all these announcements that have been made in the first week, with the Leaders Summit and all those announcements, with the way the negotiations kept out observers so that we can't raise voice about the issue. You will hear that spin at the end, that this was a success. But if your measure of success is that we actually held a COP and that people had conversations and that we've come out with text, then that is the wrong measure of success. Your measure and our measure of success is what this COP delivered for the millions and millions of people who are suffering today. Not just from climate, but COVID and other crises. We hear nothing about poverty. We hear nothing about inequality. We hear nothing that the climate crisis is exacerbating those crises. We are hearing about we are going to do deforestation. Oh, we're going to announce something for net zero. But when we leave, when we, the people, leave this venue, we have to face our constituencies. We have to go back home and say, we come back to you with empty hands. But let me be clear, we have power as people, and we are going to go home and hold our governments accountable, and even those governments who could not stand firm in the face of bullying to the point that we would give up on a Glasgow loss and damage facility to protect their citizens, we will hold them accountable. But we also know who the bullies were in this process. We know who blocked loss and damage finance. We've made it transparent to all of you. We've made it visible. Now we should call this out, shine a spotlight, and hold them firmly accountable for betraying the people in the world.
Thank you very much. We now conclude the action, and this is what we want to demonstrate. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, that was very moving and very stirring. I've participated in die-ins myself in Spain, and I know what it feels like to be there. And I actually had the feeling I wanted to lie and throw myself next to them, but But here I had my duty to you to tell you what's going on here and show you, you know, what true leadership is about at this COP. That, what you just saw, is leadership. Not what is going on behind those walls over there, where they're just defanging and watering down an agreement that is digging the graves of millions of people across the world who are already suffering from climate change, who are already becoming climate refugees, who are already feeling the impacts of what we call civilization and development. And I ask you, what is it to be developed when you're killing so many people and so many more are going to die? When you're sending our future generations to their deaths, to certain suffering? If I told you an airplane had a 1 in 20 chance of crashing, would you get onto it? 1 in 20. They grounded their Boeing 737 MAX for much less probability of crashing. And yet here we are, not grounding fossil fuels, not taking it seriously. COP26, 27 years of this bull crap, as she said. I'm sorry, excuse my French, but I am been very emotional in these past few days because I dared to hope for a second that our leaders might step up, might actually act like leaders, might actually do their jobs. But instead, we have weak words and promises that are kicking the proverbial can down the road. The issue is that can has gone over the abyss. The road has been eaten away by the sea, by hurricanes, by floods. There is no road left to go down. And that's all I can say about that. Now, we can't entirely lose hope. We can't let ourselves be overwhelmed by despair. But equally, we can't harbor only hope. You see, in ancient Greece, there was the concept that hope was a vice, a bad thing. The word hope in Greek, elpida, and in Spanish as well, esperanza, contain the verb to wait, esperar. You wait for the bus to come. You wait for something to come to you. If we rely on hope, we will wait like we have waited so many decades for others to do it. It is our time for us to start leadership and get up and do something about it. We cannot rely on hope, but we cannot lose it entirely either. I'm going to cut to my colleague Zoe, who is ready with an interview.
A couple of minute interview. Hi, so can you say which group you're with and what you're doing here and where you are?
I'm Harjeet Singh with Climate Action Network International, and I'm based in Delhi, India.
Tell us what's going on in the room behind us, the plenary.
So in the conference room here, the decisions are being taken for our future on how we are going to deal with the climate crisis. But the text that is being adopted here does not meet the demands of people. We came here to ask for a loss and damage facility, a fund that can help people recover from climate impacts. But what we are seeing that has been erased from the document, and rich countries do not want to pay any money to people who are suffering now from devastating floods, droughts and rising seas. And this is a sheer injustice, because this process is supposed to help people who are suffering now, to protect people from future impacts, to stay below 1.5. And this process is not taking us far enough, because rich countries and corporations, their vested interests are coming in between what we can achieve here and what is being delivered. So it is a sheer injustice to people and the planet.
Do you have a message to the delegates inside?
All the governments who are taking these decisions on our behalf, and particularly rich countries who are bullying the weaker ones, please understand that these demands that we are putting forward are coming from people. People who have power. They are watching you and they are going to hold you to account. And if you do not come to the table with the decisions that are required to be taken in the interest of people and not corporations, then you will be voted out. You have to side with people.
this process is to help people tackle climate change and not to protect interest of the rich and wealthy people around the world.
Anything else you'd like to add?
We as Climate Action Network wanted to see solidarity from the world leaders to help people recover from climate impacts. We came here with a demand that we have to provide finance. This system is failing to provide finance, so we will not call this COP26 a success. However, the kind of imagery that has been created with grand announcements, those words don't help people. They need money, they need resources so that they can rebuild their homes and start farming again.
Thank you very much. Back over to Nick.
Turn around over here. Hi, so we are now going to repeat interview with GNC, who was with us yesterday, and she unpacked so beautifully this thing, and she was now giving that powerful speech you just heard her say. And I'm gonna change camera so we can actually have a better view of what's going on.
Great. Okay. Hi, everyone.
I'll just hold it. So, hi. Tell me a little bit about what just happened and how that works out.
Can you make this interview there, please? You're doing it in the middle of
see, this is what happens after the invitation. So now we're going to our kennel, the media kennel. So tell me a bit about the action. You just gave a very, very powerful, rousing speech, which I was, almost drove me to tears. I've been very emotional, as I was saying. But tell me, how did this? What was the idea? How did it work? And how did you plan this? And what do you think the impact of this will be?
Yeah. I think one of the most heartbreaking parts about the climate emergency is that it's not fair. There are people who suffer and communities who suffer far worse than others. And when we say far worse, we mean their actual lives. There are children who get sick, like have public health crises. There are houses that are blown apart, and their lives through flooding, through drought, and food insecurity. They have to move. Those are the people that we're most concerned about in the world. And of course, the millions of species every single year that are literally leaving our planet for good. So what's so disappointing about this COP is that we're 26 years in and nobody is talking or addressing this inherent inequity about the climate emergency. It's not fair where it hits, and the people who have been hit the worst are the people who did the least to cause it. So we are very upset, and I personally am upset because I am an American citizen. My parents were immigrants into this country, where there was a sense that things could be equal or equitable one day. But what's horrific right now is that the United States is still one of the wealthiest nations in the country. They are the historically largest emitter in the world, yet they refuse to give loss and damage and to repair the types of harms that they are absolutely responsible for.
Now tell me, today they released another draft.
Yes.
We had a wonderful conversation yesterday, and the draft was already quite defanged, we said.
Yes.
How about today's draft? What can you tell me about today's draft?
So I have not, so this morning's draft, it was further defanged. Again, there wasn't much about loss and damage, but even the pieces about fossil fuels were further defanged. So, one of the most effective thing that any country can do right now is stop fossil fuels. Stop fossil fuel extraction, stop burning oil, gas, and coal. That is the most obvious, simple, elegant thing that a child could tell you. Yet none of these countries are doing it. And the text was even further weakened so that now coal is still okay if it has carbon capture and storage on it, which doesn't work. And they've allowed still for subsidies by calling them, they only would refuse inefficient subsidies. But that's just, it's an extremely weak thing that does not at all address the fossil fuel issue.
What can we expect, do you think, from a COP in Africa next year? Is that a good thing? I mean, having a COP in a country, in a region of the world that's most affected by climate change?
I don't know. I think we had a COP in Morocco a few years ago. We had a COP in Poland, actually one of the worstly affected coal communities in the world, and yet it hasn't changed anything. So I think, optically it might look better, but ultimately we need rich countries to step up. And not only rich countries, but the privileged leaders of other countries as well. Because if those countries also don't stand up for the ones that are being hurt the most right now, then we're all literally going to die.
We're all going to die. That's just so great to hear. Okay, that amazing moment there, and I mean, I just happened to be on live, and it was like, wow, and to have you again, which speaks so eloquently and beautifully. I appreciate not only you as a guest, but what you do for us and for the planet, and you know what, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We need people like you.
And you too.
You are the real leaders that, you know, because those people over there.
Well, we all are, so there we go.
And they're the cop-outs, right?
Yeah, they're the cop-outs.
That's
wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Nick.
And there you have it. You see, so we had talked to her yesterday, and that was just amazing. That here, this is the mycelial network I was describing earlier. This network of people that have come together in this place, and that is the hidden lights in the darkness of COP. I had a chance also before to interview from the same actually lying here, and I didn't know this was going to happen. It was a great surprise to experience this reality. Now I'm going to jump to the clip of someone from Ethiopia with an important message to share with us. Hello there.
Hi.
Where are you from?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, okay. And what did you do here at COP?
I'm representing Oxfam International, and we've been doing a lot of advocacy work on loss and damage, calling for the finance facility and also on adaptation, calling for 50% of climate finance to go towards adaptation.
And how do you feel about the outcomes or the pending outcome?
It's disappointing so far, really disappointing, but there is still time. We really want to see, developed countries supporting poor, vulnerable countries with climate finance, especially for loss and damage. They have to agree to support developing countries because vulnerable countries, poor communities are suffering already at 1.1 degrees centigrade of warming. They're suffering from poverty, destruction, deprivation and so on because of climate change.
Okay. Any message you want to say to the leaders, if you could say it to them directly?
We want to send a message to developed countries, rich countries. Please take this serious. We need to come to terms with the 1.5. We want you to put the world on a safer path. We want you to support developing countries, poor communities who are already experiencing the worst impact of the climate crisis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Live. Yeah. So here I am again, and you can see behind me the video of what's going on inside the plenary. That is effectively as close as I can get. Here I'm standing with fellow colleague journalists who are also working very, very, very hard. And we want to get in there, but, we just don't have access. I've been trying to get in there all afternoon. And I believe that you can go get maybe a ticket if you try, but even then it's a bit difficult. Similarly, the observers aren't allowed in. And so the issue there is, why can't we be in there to listen to it? Well, we can listen to it on the camera and the video and see what they're saying, and that's great. But this is part of the transparency of it. That it should be us being able to see this. And I appreciate we've got COVID restrictions and all that kind of stuff. But if you're trying to really demonstrate that this is a global issue, well, it really means that all the voices should be in there. I do, however, have friends and colleagues who are in there. One of them being Baz from Youngo. And he sent us this video coming in directly from there and with his impressions of what is going on. Youngo is this youth leadership program that's trying to implement climate change within education, which is so important because if we don't educate our children about what is actually happening, well, we're in trouble. Baz is from the Netherlands. We had him earlier in the week in the show, the first show. And let's hear what he has to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Bas Stunter. I'm a youth climate activist from the Netherlands, and I've been involved with Youngo, the youth constituency of the UNFCCC, with regard on ACE, Action for Climate Empowerment. I'm currently at the plenary stock taking here in Glasgow, and we're waiting. Let me see. There are many things being discussed that we can't be here anymore or can't influence anymore. And looking back at the COP, that's what. There are some great things that came of it, and we're absolutely moving in the right direction. But the exclusivity of the COP, the lack of access that we could have to the negotiators, that has severely impacted our ability to represent youth from all around the world. We could have done so much more. So let's hope that what we've done, that will push enough. We'll keep going. That's for sure.
Hi there. Hey. Who are you? Marco. Marco from where?
From Sicily, Italy.
Sicily, Southern Europe.
Yeah.
Southern Europe is going to bear the brunt of climate change in the European context.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. My land is at risk of desertification for the 70%.
And what do you think of what's happened here?
Here is so boring inside. I spent 2 weeks going through protests and coming in, but when I was coming in, I was looking at these dark places with a lot of talks but no actions, and I felt kind of bored even. I mean, I already know what they're discussing about it. They think that there are no, like, respecting agreements. So, like, when I was outside, I was instead having some fun, playing, and with the music, with the protest, there was life, there was the sense of community. Here, there's nothing of that.
And what do you think of the conclusion?
I mean, conclusion is still to arrive, but I don't expect anything from them. I really believe the change comes from the people, and that they reach agreements they do not respect, so we cannot put any kind of trust in them.
Marco, grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Well, hello. We have here two very powerful speakers who are, at the very center of this magnificent action at Dian. It's a pity that those in there didn't get a chance to see it. Can you tell us a bit about what the principal message is and how can you get that message to those in that room?
What do you start with, Taz?
Okay, so we need to say who we are. Actually.
Yes, please do.
These are the two big environmental NGOs representing the constituency, the Observer constituency. I just want that to be placed on record.
What's it called?
Climate Action Network International.
And you are?
My name is Nasser Ribben. I'm the director of War and Want, and I'm part of the global campaign to demand climate justice, which is the climate justice part of the constituencies here.
And where are you guys from?
I'm based in the UK. I'm one of the organisers of COP26 coalition, but obviously I'm originally from Pakistan.
Okay. And you?
I am from South Africa.
Oh, South Africa. My family's from there.
Ah, good.
So, did you come all the way from South Africa for this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How have you felt about the whole experience?
Well, I mean, it's just been a dreadful experience. We came in here. We warned, in fact, the UK COP presidency early on that this will not be, you can't have a really inclusive COP in a pandemic. And they went ahead and said, no, we're going to have the most normal, inclusive COP ever. And we came here, civil society, expecting that. And it wasn't. We were locked out, essentially. So in those first days, we were given one ticket to come into these proceedings. We couldn't attend negotiations because there wasn't space for observers to attend negotiations. So we couldn't do our job, hold governments accountable, keep the pressure up for ambition. So just on the issue of inclusion, it was a dreadful experience.
And how could that be different? I mean, was that also your experience of feeling excluded?
Well, absolutely. Look, I mean, as Tasneem said, the UK civil society had raised this with the UK government. Look, this COP is taking place within the midst of a pandemic, that the UK government, as the chair of the G77, the UK government as the chair of the G7, who could have intervened and tackled the issue of COVID inequalities and the vaccine apartheid, refused to do so. We pointed out that for many in the global south, that the pandemic had already exasperated my time.
No worries, we're all tired. It's been long weeks.
That the pandemic had amplified all other existing inequalities and had raised huge economic issues for movements to be able to attend. We said that many of our movements, those who are most critical to be in this process, would be unable to attend because the cost was too much. The UK government had literally ignored and failed to do anything. We raised the issue about what would people do about accommodation, skyrocketed accommodation in Glasgow. How would people be able to navigate an immigration system that the UK had set, which is already hostile to people coming from the global south? What would they do in terms of the fact that the government was literally making decisions on a day-to-day basis and then changing their minds? So people were either on the red list, not on the red list, had no consideration of what that meant in terms of people's booking of flights, booking of accommodation. It literally meant that unless you were from the global north, unless you were from rich countries, if you were from the global south, there were so many barriers that many people just simply gave up. So not only was it an unequal COP right from the beginning, but once we get here, we told the UK government, a COP which has been built for 10,000 people, but then you're giving badges for tens and tens of thousands of more people. When you set up a COP where civil society with the eyes and ears and voices of the world are blocked out of negotiations, can't get into negotiating rooms, the digital platforms don't work, why are we actually here when you're making decisions not in transparency, not in negotiating rooms? You're making decisions behind closed doors with big business and then making statements to the press as if action is being taken. And when you actually look at those press releases and those statements, you realise that most of them are rehashed promises from before, or they're vague promises that we know will never be met. What this COP needed to do, and the Prime Minister himself, when he opened this COP, said we were 1 minute to midnight, that this COP needed to be serious. It needed to deliver the actions that were needed. We needed action by 2030 by rich countries. We've seen it failed. They needed to put money on the table for finance. They've not been able to, not done it. They needed to actually take adaptation seriously. They're saying that the zero that they're already given for finance, well, we'll double that zero to zero again for adaptation. And on loss and damage, the issue that we already know is affecting the lives of millions and millions of people, they've already said, we'll give you a helpline, but when somebody answers that helpline and calls that helpline, there'll be nothing at the end of it. What does that mean? What signal does that send to the world? That this really is a COP of abject failure. The UK presidency has got a lot of responsibility, the US, the United States and other rich countries which have blocked progress. But that's not being helped because we as civil society have been unable to support developing countries. So developing countries are being bullied accepting this outcome that we're going to see gavel through in the next hour or so.
I know this COP hasn't finished just yet, and I hate to look ahead to the next COP, which because it really shouldn't have been another COP in that sense. But the next COP is on your continent. What are the prospects of that? Or how does that look, firstly? And secondly, it's a country that is not exactly the most democratic. So will that affect groups like yourselves, people like yourselves, from actually doing things like this? And I understand it's going to be in Sharm el-Sheikh, which is quite out of the way. So there won't be the hubbub of a city like Glasgow. That surely makes an impact on the negotiations and hearing the people outside, the real leadership outside these walls. How will that look in a developing country, a member of the Global South, which will be hosting it next year?
Well, firstly, of course, what will have to happen at an African COP is for them to pick up the pieces left behind by this COP for vulnerable people, for the millions and millions who are suffering. And the fact that it is being held in Africa, it is an African COP, it should be a COP for the vulnerables. And so the issues of whether there's going to be democratic space or not, these are things that we as civil society, as all the groups that come here representing the people, we're going to have to, of course, fight for that space. And we will take space. So it doesn't matter what people think the situation will be. We have power, we use power, and we will do the same in whatever venue the COP is being held. The real issue is we lost the issue for the people at this COP. We came here saying we want finance for loss and damage. This is our litmus test for this COP, and they failed. All of them. They're going to accept right now a text that says nothing about a Glasgow loss and damage facility that was put forward by the G77 plus China. It was a powerful intervention, and it's just gone. It's missing. But all of them are going to accept this outcome. And so for us, that litmus test was not met.
Well, if you could maybe unpack for our viewers and ourselves, So if there's almost 200 nations gathered in there, and a vast majority of them do want something, why is it always a small group of countries, powerful as they are, get their way? It's not a democratic process then, because the majority.
That's the story of the world. The most powerful dominate. They dominate on all aspects in the world. The rich will always dominate. They have the resources, they have the power. They use those resources to constantly break the unity of the global south. They bully nations and they get their way. They've done it consistently throughout history. They've proven at the G7 with their outcome where there's been no display of solidarity with the global south in terms of the vaccine equity issue. And they do it over and over. They do it in these processes. Every single year, the US has blocked the issue of loss and damage from day one. They never wanted this to be a priority. We forced them to make this a priority, the UK government and all governments here. And now, right at the end, we managed to get the G77 take a position. Right at the end, they were willing to trade off this important issue.
So essentially, just to understand the logistics of it, how does one country block so many? And when you said just now, breaks the unity of the developing world or the global south, how can we actually overcome that? How can we create unity amongst the vulnerable so that, there's power in numbers, is there not?
It's not simply about power in numbers, right? Because, of course, look, the G77 represent 80% of the world. The richest countries here, let's say the what we call the developed world, represent about 20% of the world. But as Tanzania said, they overwhelmingly also control all of the world's resources of finance, right? And so what you see here is rich countries literally bully poorer countries. And they say, well, I've got a trade agreement with you. I give you bilateral aid. You don't want to be going against my interests. And of course, vulnerable poor countries who, remember, are dealing with a COVID pandemic, which is devastating their societies, are dealing with unsustainable debt crises, where they're paying out more money to the global north than they are spending on their own citizens and their health systems. They're dealing with embedded inequality and poverty, which has led them, of course, to be trapped into poverty. The rich use those leverages. They use them here. What we really need, and of course, for those of us who come from a tradition of wanting that solidarity, we want bold leaders in the global south. We want leaders who will stand up and will not be bullied. Unfortunately, as we know from our own history, when those leaders have emerged, they've then tended to be overthrown and assassinated. What would we do now with the Thomas Sankara in this building saying, speaking directly truth to power, talking about that the debt crisis and these crises have been created by the West and the global south? What we would do with a Patrice Lumumba of Congo saying, we're not going to allow our wealth and our resources to be extracted. What would we do with an Allende from Chile saying, this is a systemic issue? But as we know, what we've got is a world that was deeply fractured and deeply divided, and too many of our governments, even in the global south, are so trapped into this logic that what they're doing is they're clutching and grasping for little, because in a world where the rich control so much, even the little seems to matter a lot. And until we change that dynamic, I think we're not going to change the dynamic here in these negotiations. And that there is therefore also the biggest responsibility is on the global north, on us who live in the global north, to make sure that we change the way our governments come into these negotiations, that we don't allow our governments to pretend that they are the climate champions and others are the blockers, and that we hold their feet to the fire. And so when they come here, they come with a mandate saying we actually want a world where based on these negotiations to be based on cooperation and solidarity, and not for them to be thinking about the competitiveness and how they can profit out of this climate crisis.
But the Prime Minister of Barbados delivered a fantastic speech at the beginning of this. Is that not the kind of leadership we need? And therefore, it is possible to have people from the so-called developing world that can come and speak truth to power and do that. Can't we rally around someone like that?
Of course we can, right? I mean, look, individual leaders, there's lots of them. The question is, when you're trying to get these negotiations, you need all of the developing countries countries to stand together. So yes, there are brave voices in those negotiating rooms saying we must stand. But when you get the divide and rule, then you get fractures, and then that means you can never get a majority of the sides, and you cannot win both the plenary and against powerful countries which are always united together. Sorry, Tati.
No, but I mean, the other issue is that you will hear from the developed countries saying, no, but the developing countries were willing to, leave this out of the text. When we go and ask them what happened, when we tell them you bullied them, they will say, no, they were willing to leave it out. But this is the backstory that we're telling you now, that they've used their power to divide and rule, and especially with the Global South. They do that all the time in these processes. We've seen this before. And so strong leaders who have stood up, we've heard their voices, we stand behind them as civil society. You need critical mass to shift things. You need unity to shift things. You need courage to shift things. And when it comes to the end, right at this time of any COP, when the trade-offs happen and the compromises happen, it is going to take these smaller governments who are, we're sitting with a debt crisis. We're sitting with a pandemic. This is what we need to take care of first. So the other dimension of this is, beside this, people in the global north pushing global north governments, we have to go home and push our governments as well. Strengthen their backs, tell them that they have to actually act in the interest of their citizens. And that is about protecting them from this climate crisis. And we're going to leave here with nothing. We're not going to be able to protect people who are suffering from the climate crisis because there's no support for that agreed to at this COP.
So, in conclusion, what must happen now? What can we do? What can we, the people, do?
We need to go back home and build power. We need to make sure that through that power, we influence our own governments, all of them, global north, global south. And we're going to come back to COP27 in Africa. And as I said, we will make that a COP for the vulnerables, the interests of the vulnerables, the interests of the majority of people in this world that's suffering from multiple crises. So certainly, our duty now is to build power, use power, and make sure that COP27 delivers.
Well, we shall see, shan't we?
Inshallah.
Inshallah, indeed. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for what you do. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. And there you have it. Those are in-the-zone activists who are... in-the-zone activists who are actually doing good work inside here. It's a pity that they can't actually interrupt that things, but we have seen that kind of interruption. We have seen that kind of interruption by Fridays for Future in other days. So you see, the pressure is up. Do they listen? I don't know. I had a chance to speak to someone from Peru, also from Oxfam, who belonged to the same protest. How about you have a listen to what she had to say? Hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal? Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Muy bien.
Cuéntame, where are you from?
I'm from Peru.
Peru?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
My name is Clemens.
Clemens?
Yeah.
And how long have you been here, and what did you come to do?
I've been here for 2 weeks, and I came with Oxfam, and I'm working on following up the negotiations.
And how do you feel about what's happened in the negotiations, the process, and the pending outcome?
So I think it's still pretty disappointing with what is happening, and the last version of the cover text is actually really weak. We are seeing that there is not sufficient progress on loss and damage. There is no sufficient progress on really wealthier nations to reduce their emissions, and I also think that there is not enough progress related to really protecting the rights of indigenous people and local communities within the last proposal. So there are still a lot of things that are being discussed at the moment. We know that changes can be made until the last moment, so we're hoping to have a better version of the text, and also to really see a proposal that completely supports what the the developing countries are asking for.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and for that wonderful insight.
Okay.
Good luck to all of us.
Thank you. Bye.
Adios, gracias.
I'm just so tired. I need to.
We're live. So, tell me, you were saying to me, remember a friend here?
Yes.
From, what, you were an independent
Yes,
photographer, right?
Colin Fisher, cdfimages.com. So
That was it?
Yeah.
And you're telling me that the hottest ticket in town is over there?
Yeah, the hottest ticket in town right now. So we are on borrowed time, literally borrowed time, no pun intended, because we're borrowed time because we have the end of COP26. COP26 should not become COP27 because we are literally going to be fighting climate change. In the plenary room yesterday, I was photographing all the kind of excellencies around the world. They were giving their interventions for the informal session, and then you found that there was the smaller islands, for example, in the Pacific Ocean. They said, look, we have no time left because literally what's going to happen is you're going to have all of when the sea levels do rise, it's going to literally drown those nations. They're going to be gone forever. So they got a massive round of applause. Applause aside, it's a serious issue. So they're going back in there today. The hottest ticket in town is today. This is now on overtime, literally. And these guys need to come up with a deal today. Now, I understand there'll be other folk, I think they are paid till tomorrow. Personally, I'm running on sleep deprivation. I don't know about you guys. You know?
What do you have there?
So I've got, coffee. I had coffee there. It's literally, that's the last of it. But it's not touching the sides. I mean, I'm literally knackered, right? So I'd say the reason I'm late in today is because I would have been in earlier, but I just had to sleep. I was so badly needing sleep. Recharge my cameras and all that kind of jazz. But the hottest ticket in town is there. It's a ticketed event, I understand. You need to get in there. And where the negotiations are happening, I understand President Sharma was there till about 11:45 last night in a room, and all the other nations, including the African nations, Australasia, South America, and so forth, they were all in a room together, bashing it out. They still haven't come to an agreement, so today is going to be the final hurdle, fingers crossed. Who knows, if they don't come to an agreement today, it will then be tomorrow, could be early tomorrow. Anyone's guess. If I had a crystal ball, I'd love to tell you the answer, but I can't. But this is the most important thing. Excuse me. The most important thing is COP26, because if we have a COP27, it means that we have not succeeded in COP26, and it's vitally important. One thing I would say is, if you look at the science, there is an exponential curve with the human beings, coming onto the Earth, and if you go back to when there was maybe 1 or 2 billion, it's a doubling of a factor of 2. The more heat you put into the environment, the more energy goes into it, the more things come back out of it. It's just a system that whatever you give, it gives back, and that's going to affect us humans. So there's a lot of things, for example, global finance, climate finance. They're trying to what they call blended finance, where they have the private companies and governments together. For example, I was in the Nigerian talks there. I was hired by these guys, and they were talking about doing cryptocurrency. So they're trying to finance their various initiatives, from making water out of thin air, literally. There's machines that can do that, to, if it's over a certain percentage of humidity, to just being more careful to, for example, the way we buy clothes, what are the clothes made of, how are we procuring our food, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things to be thrashed out, but bottom line is, sea levels rise, it's going to kill a few nations off the planet forever, and that cannot happen.
Wow, Colin, you seem like you've been at it for 2 weeks.
No way, I'm knackered. Yeah.
But I mean, very knowledgeable too about the whole thing.
It's been very, very good. Been very good, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that insight and time, and let's see if we can get a hot ticket.
Yeah, hopefully. Cheers, guys. And that was just something from upstairs. They're just dismantling this whole place.
Exactly, dismantling the place as they dismantle the world.
Nothing unsavory. That's what it is.
Thank you, Colin.
All right, you're welcome. I'll see you around. Hopefully, I'll have another answer for you. Hopefully, an hour's time.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
So we had the opportunity to. It's such a luxury. The first time in my life I have 2 cameras going on, like this one here, one there, and it's a bit confusing. Also, sometimes I get confused by all the inputs, and that's what you see. But this is what makes it also very real. Colin just mentioned the island nations again, and we heard earlier from a representative to 2 people from Tuvalu, one who delivered a very powerful speech that is doing the rounds on the internet now. But I also had the chance to speak to the ambassador of Palau from the United Nations, and she had there's 2 videos there. One, on what her impressions are of this, and 2, an invitation to go to Palau because there's something happening there in February. Have a listen.
So I find myself here with the ambassador of Palau to the United Nations. Hello.
Hello, very nice to see you.
What is your name, please?
My name is Ilana Seed.
Okay. And you came here from the beginning of the negotiations?
No, I've just been here this week, so I missed high-level week, but I started with the groundwork this week.
Okay. And how's that worked out? How's it been for you, the experience firstly, and where we are at now? What do you feel about that?
It was a little slow in the beginning, to be honest. I think a lot of parties were stalling and waiting for things to heat up, and the energy's starting to change now. People are trying to get a deal done, so it was pretty slow in the beginning of the week. We fought for more action on climate, more action on adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage. Yesterday in particular was a pretty hard fight, and now we're waiting to see kind of what shakes out.
And how do you think it's looking?
I think, we're hopefully close to something that can work. This is a nation, 200 nations that have to basically reach consensus. So we realize it's tough for everybody. I think the developing countries and very vulnerable countries like Palau have been very vocal about the kind of action that needs to take place. We hope that our words are heard, and I think it's really up to the entire community to rally behind us and hopefully see a lot of action today. We're hopeful, but we're not there yet.
And what happens after this?
After this, we go home and we implement everything that's done here if we are successful. If we are not successful, then that would be a terrible disaster, and I think we would have to look to the private sector and civil service to try to solve the problems that clearly government has not been able to solve. So we're crossing our fingers. We are optimistic, but until it's done, it ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over until it's over. Yeah. Well, let's hope that it ends well.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
So I'm back with Madam Ambassador from Palau here because she has an important message to share with all of us.
So Palau is hosting an Our Ocean conference in Palau February 16th to 17th in, next year, 2020. We're co-hosting it with the United States. This is one of John Kerry's babies from 2014. We're really encouraging everybody to come. We basically focus on 6 specific areas: climate ocean nexus, marine pollution, sustainable fisheries, sustainable blue economy, marine security, and I'm sure I forget marine protected areas as well. Those are the 6 areas that we're focused on. Heads of government are going to come and make commitments in those 6 areas, but we need civil service, NGOs, just people from all over the world to come and do what we've been doing at COP, which is to really bring energy and momentum and focus and encourage the leaders to get the job done. So we invite you to come. It's in Palau in person, February 16th to 17th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you know it. You've got the date with the ocean in Palau. See you there. Thank you. So I don't know where I'm talking to yourself over here or over there? To me. To you. There's Zoe. So, yes, that was a very interesting, it was just by chance. I was just walking around here. I came in. The rest of the COP extravaganza, the kilometers and kilometers of hallways, are pretty much coming down. All those noises you hear is people taking down all sorts of things. But here, there's still a bit of a buzz, there's still a bit of a hubbub, and people are hopelessly tired. Journalists, delegates, representatives, and there is that mix of, we are again. Can't go to COP27, but the fact of the matter is, we are going to go. Rumor has it that it'll probably end tomorrow. I can tell you that from the inside. But that's just, don't take hear that off the record, okay? So we shall see. If it ends tomorrow, that's maybe not a bad thing. It means that actually something good will happen. Maybe we can put the fangs back on the thing. Maybe we can actually worry about how to make countries in the developed world respond in the way that they must respond, as well as help those most vulnerable countries in the so-called developing world to confront, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. I had a chance to speak to one of the other activists who was on the die-in. She was from Peru. Because we already heard that video, I think, so I'm not going to bore you with that one. Sorry. So many videos. But we did have a chance to meet with some other of our guests that we had, including Just take a look. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you from?
I'm from South Korea.
And your name is?
My name is Haner Kim.
Okay, and you came here for COP.
Yes.
Okay, and what is your impressions of COP?
I think the negotiation will be very easy, but it was so difficult. And I'm impressed that there is more text about good things, but I think it should be more improved to cope with climate change.
And how should that, what does that look like, more improvement?
You have to phase out fossil fuels and more assistance to loss and damage, like facility and fund, like that, I think so.
So what is your impression of the conclusion? And
I think it is very good outcome, but my opinion is it should be more improved.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Sakar, yes, okay. Sakar, actually the video I was hoping to show you was Sakar. She is an activist from India who we met, and she's been actually very active in the plenaries. So she had a very powerful message throughout the COP to people leaders, because one of the things about the COP, as we just heard from other of our guests, is the voices that are not at the table or in the room. Those are indigenous voices, gender voices, and the youth. But there seems to have been some progress, at least, in getting the youth there. And I have met a lot of delegations who have brought people to represent the youth. That is true of Nepal, that is true of India. And I think that is one of the things that has made this COP a little bit different in terms of inclusivity. So let's go and see what Sakar had to say. She was on the show 2 days ago, and I wanted to get back to her and see what her thoughts were on the outcomes of this thing. Let's have a chat with her.
Hi, I'm Disha Sarkar and I'm from India. I'm a COP26 delegate of the Global Youth Development Institute. I believe that the COP26 happened at a very critical juncture where we were facing a pandemic, and there was this urgency, and definitely parties needed to come together and reach a consensus on different topics. And therefore, this COP26 was very essential, and I believe the presidency has done quite a lot of work with regard to maintaining the COVID protocols and also making this event happen. However, with regard to inclusivity, especially to the access to negotiation rooms by observers, was somewhat hampered because of the COVID protocols. And I believe that also with regard to the accessibility for Global South people, it was not very accessible. The vaccination processes, also with regard to funding, there was a lot of problems. And however, there was a lot of progress in the kind of work that parties have done. Now we are looking forward to the implementation, and youth are optimistic.
God. So hi, welcome back. Do you know, one of the things that has struck me the most about this COP is some of the imaging, some of the PR, some of the logos. I never got the logo very well because you've seen it, this round earth kind of thing with what looks a bit like a oil spill, if you ask me. I don't quite get it. I've always just wondered why. Why are we emulating, oil? Maybe soap bubbles. The illusion. And it's like illusion, it's like smoke bubbles. I mean, sorry, not smoke bubbles. Those bubbles, when you're a kid, you used to blow them. It looks a bit like that kind of texture. It just bursts so easily, which is what this is doing. I find it a very interesting corporate look and feel for the COP. There's some activity, someone coming out. It's often, as a journalist, your ears prick because you see people. Ooh, let's see what's going on. Someone's being interviewed. Come with me. I don't know who it is.
Many of them say they can accept the text. They are not happy with the text, but they accept it. In the sense that there's anyone who is not going to accept the text? It's not my feeling.
India seems to be very against some of the things.
No, I haven't seen that.
Is loss and damage the sticking?
In general, people will get the text as if to avoid just having a clash and having a failure of this. But some are unhappy in some part of the text. But in general, people will accept the text as balanced one, taking into account different views of different groups, and that as it is when you come in a negotiation, you'll gain something and lose some more. But there are some issues that are very important. People consider that they are addressed equally.
Can this be characterized at all as a success? Can we say this is a successful talks?
It depends. We can say that we have a consensus in many issues. All things are not solved. We have to work to continue to work in many issues in relation to markets, in relation to loss and damage, in relation to finance, adaptation. There are a lot to do, but some progress was made here in Glasgow.
So where next? What next?
Next will be in Egypt next year, and continue to push as developing country for more finance, for adaptation, for loss and damage, and also to secure that when you allow having a market mechanism in the climate change, that market mechanism need to deliver on enhancing the ambition in both adaptation and mitigation.
And what can we expect from an African COP? What can we expect from an African COP?
African COP, more involvement of developing countries in the decision that will be taken. We are not just here calling for finance, just begging for finance. We need a very strong process that deliver effectively, both in mitigation but also in adaptation and loss and damage.
Gabon, as a spokesperson for the African negotiators, held up the talks earlier when they were supposed to start off. Yes. There was a suspension for a period of time there. Can you explain a little bit what happened there and that link between the G77?
Yeah, the G77 wanted to ensure that even if some important concerns of the developing country have been not well addressed in the current text, they can go with and continue the cooperation with the different partners to see how to sort out those problems later.
But Lee White was saying that John Kerry and the European Union have not engaged with the G77 at a ministerial level. Is this correct? Have you been ignored?
No, it's not. We can't say they have been ignored. In this negotiation, the G77 consider that they haven't given in the level of importance that is needed at the political level, at the ministerial level, to reach the deal. Technicians have worked very hard, bring some proposal, but when it comes to reconcile political positions, they were not enough inclusivity to reach that political deal. That was the main concern the G77 country had.
Did it get resolved?
Yeah, I think they got result and will get some, in addition to the current text, get some political commitments, public ones, to be taken at certain level to bring more confidence and more truth. Thank you.
Obviously, there's a lot of disagreement.
Yeah, I have something to do now.
At the moment.
Hi.
That was a party member from Senegal.
That was the Minister of Environment of Mbaye of Senegal, who just came out of the talks, and he was busy explaining to us a bit about the perspective from Africa. Of course, Africa's voices is united to see if they can negotiate in terms of that. But speaking of African voices, let's cut to the following video. Hello.
Okay. Yes.
How are you?
Yes. Hi.
What is your name?
My name is Joseph Africano Batel.
Where are you from?
I'm from South Sudan.
Okay. And how do you feel about the process of COP?
What we are feeling at the moment is we are getting there, but not yet. But from countries like ours that are currently suffering the impacts of climate change, we think we need more ambition from the developed countries to cut their emissions by 45% in this decade. But also we would like to make sure that the adaptation finance for the developing countries, and least developed countries like ours, is realized during this COP. Likewise, we would like to make sure big emitters have to resubmit their ambitions by next, their enhanced NDCs by next year. So finance, adaptation, and the issues of loss and damage are supposed to be tackled. At the moment, there are some consultations that are going, but hopefully it will be a long time before we reach a good conclusion. Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. Now, hello, welcome back. And you should see the Voice of Africa. I have bumped into one of my colleagues at COP26 TV, the wonderful Melissa, who is also a young scientist, and she has been here. Hi there, Melissa.
Hey, hello. Hi, everyone.
You're from where?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, that's right. You invited me to have tacos later on, right now?
We will have tacos later on.
Right.
Promise.
I hope so.
Yes, we will.
I love tacos.
Great.
But I like, mole more. Mole poblano.
Great.
Oh,
Mole is great.
it's like a chocolate sauce. It's really yummy.
Yeah, it is.
Have you found a Mexican restaurant here in Glasgow?
I did, actually, yesterday. It's a very good one.
Really?
I forgot really the name, but I know the location.
What's the location?
It is close to George Square.
Ah,
yeah,
famous George Square. Actually, I need to go there to drop off the jackets.
Super.
So, you know what? Enough small talk. You've been here for 2 weeks. You've been working hard. You've been presenting Global Voices. You've been part of the action too. Even yesterday you were on stage speaking. Talk to me about that a bit.
Completely unexpected, but yeah, they wanted somebody to keep reading the IPCC report, like to raise awareness about the issue that science has been told. So then it was time for all politicians and all authorities to pay attention to that. However, instead of just reading it out loud, which I did a bit, I said the phrase like science is been delivered. So it is time for them to act. So act on science. Use science as your core for all the decisions, and not the money, not the economy, not the progress, but science and lives of everybody in the planet, including us, because we are part of the life.
What about life? What I heard, Pete Buttigieg, the Minister of Transport of the United States, actually said something very interesting earlier this week, on the day dedicated to transport. I think it was Tuesday. He said, we should actually get rid of the word save the planet, because the planet doesn't need us, but we need the planet. He said what we need to fight for is life. What do you think about that?
I completely agree. Like, we need to fight for life, but we are part of life. So we cannot keep saying this speech about humans being the virus, humans being the evil ones. The evil one is the system created by humans, indeed. But what we need is to find the balance together, to not pretend that we are above all living organisms, but that we are part of it. Therefore, we just need to find that balance. We need to find that progress and find a way to coexist with nature. We are not above it. We are beyond it. We are among it, sorry. And so, yes.
So what would you say to when people, activists say, we are nature defending ourselves? How do you react to that? Are we nature? Because I do like that thing that you say, we're not the virus. But somehow, when you're sitting in front of this plenary where no decisions have come, I kind of feel like we are. You know what, to be honest with you, when I think of what I'm doing and I've worked in climate activism and why I have doing this, communicating to you guys this stuff, am I doing it for humans? Yes, initially I am. But most of all, I'm doing it for my dog. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that?
We fight for what it's worth defending. Nature, biodiversity, all living organisms are worth defending. When you say that, yes, indeed, inside there, they are not quite fighting for us or fighting for that. They are fighting for a system. They are fighting to keep status. They are fighting to keep the business as usual, which is the one that should be destroyed, actually, and changed completely, revolutionized. We need to come to a revolution. This is just the beginning.
Of what? The beginning of what?
I think this is the beginning of a new awakening from humans, especially because we are starting to realize what's the problem. We know the problem. The science has already told us already what's the problem. But now the issue is, how are you going to fix it? How are you going to deal with it? So instead of saying, yes, we are the virus, no, we are cells, part of this living organism called planet. Therefore, instead of being the cancerous cells, we need to act. We need to join forces to actually do something for this organism, for this planet, for Mother Earth, in order for us, yes, to survive.
Yes, oh my gosh.
And if not, then we're gonna go extinct. So it's just, I think it's just nature throwing us hints, saying, hey, you are messing up here. So you should pay attention, you should modify that, because indeed, if we keep the way we're doing it now, then we will become extinct for sure. It is just us, it is our own system against us.
It's our own system against it. So, we need to really, do something about that, because, you know what, especially for the countries that are on the front line, like those Pacific Islands that, we have, seen already their plight. The most powerful speeches have come from voices like theirs saying, please, please, we're dying here. And we don't seem to really take that so seriously, because, it's not happening to the most richest countries. I had a chance to speak to a representative from Fiji earlier, and he had something very powerful to say, as per usual, people from those countries that are on the front lines. Let's have a listen.
Greetings, my name is Sevu. I am from Fiji in the Pacific. I am here at COP26. One of the reasons is also to support and amplify the voices of small island developing states, which includes the Pacific, who are experiencing the impact of climate change for themselves, the impact of climate and also disasters. Some of the key messages that we would like to highlight as we draw near to the close of this important event of COP26 is we would like to make sure that the agreement is in line with the objective and expectation of what small island developing states are calling for or are crying for, in particular with a focus of loss and damage. Thank you and have a very good weekend.
I tested myself today.
Hi, welcome back. So that's Fiji. We had the privilege of speaking to people from Tuvalu, Palau, Fiji, and of course other global voices that have been here in person, coming from very far away to deliver the important message: help us. We are dying. The Tuvalu stand was a very powerful stand inside the pavilions. It had a group of polar bears with life jackets on an iceberg, interesting thing. And then above them was hanging a penguin, which was literally hanging on a hangman's cord. Mel, you have been here for about a week.
2 weeks.
Really? 2 weeks? That's how we feel, We feel that it's just been very fast, at the same time incredibly long. I kind of want to go home, but how has the experience been for you?
Why do you want to go home, Nick?
Because I'm tired.
Okay. Why did you come here?
To fight for our planet, to report what's going on here, to participate in this wonderful experiment, which is COP26 TV, to communicate to the world what is going on in the inside here. But that doesn't mean it's not tiring, and that doesn't mean I miss my dog. I don't miss my dog.
But have you realized that the real answer is not behind those four walls?
No.
Like, seriously, yes, the experience of these 2 weeks has been great, working also for this great, amazing project, COP26.tv, getting to know more people from all around the world who are just united for one single thing: saving the planet. And that is really amazing. However, sadly, this is the second COP I come to. First COP was disappointing from 2019 Madrid. And I was having a little bit of hope on this one. Maybe we would get to this famous Glasgow agreement. But after these 2 weeks, and after working so hard, after realizing how all the fights are being fought outside and inside here, I really come to the conclusion that action outside is the one that counts. Action that is being taking place outside with the people, among the people, fighting for the planet, is what actually counts. Here, it's just a nice place to take pictures for politicians. It's just a nice place to have a nice stage to say a speech, to pretend that they're bringing hope. But the real hope is outside with the people. The real hope is outside with the scientists. The real hope is outside with the people communicating the climate crisis, not with politicians that pretend to reduce emissions or pretend to plan to reduce emissions for the future.
You know, I found that that's one of the messages that's reverberated around, is that, you know, the real leaders are our beautiful camera person here, yourself, sometimes myself.
You.
Because we are the ones that are actually driving people. So, you know, what we need to do now is go back to our house, our home. And this is part of the reason why I also want to go home, apart from sleeping in my own bed, which is always lovely. Because we need to go and spread the word and say, you know, what I have liked about this COP is that for the first time I have a feeling, a sensation that people know what a COP is.
Right.
You know, and that's different.
Indeed.
You and I met at COP Madrid.
Exactly. Yes.
That was the beginning already of something, because the first COP I went to was in Bonn, which was in 2017. Then there was no such thing as these protests. There was no such thing as Fridays for Future. There was no such thing as Extinction Rebellion. So something is happening.
Of course.
And the thing is, what's frightening is that it's probably happening because we're frying, because we see the reality of climate change becoming far more evident, far more real, far more present.
Far more personal.
Far more personal.
When it becomes into something personal, into a personal problem that is affecting people around you, that is affecting you, then you start to worry about that. So it is affecting me with climate anxiety. I bet you also have that. But this is a good force to use, to just keep fighting, to use that strength to rise up before the sea level rises. We rise up. We raise our voices. We raise for the future and the present for now. And I am really, really, really glad I got to know you in Madrid, because exactly this just started a very nice, amazing network all together. And as you said, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is the continuation of what's been started and what we will come to happen, what we will come to make together. So take action. Climate justice now.
Climate justice. I don't know. You know, the climate justice issue is, what is climate justice exactly? You know, where does the concept of climate justice actually come from? It was first ever mentioned in the Bali Protocol, which was signed after Johannesburg Sustainable Summit in 2002. And so climate justice, how do you interpret climate justice?
I interpret climate justice as we all have a right of a safe environment. So we all deserve to live in a place where our lives are safe, that we are not risking ourselves or thinking, when is the next flood going to come? When is the next fire going to happen? When is the next serious earthquake going to take place? And climate justice for me is just being happy, being able to be human wherever you are, without the consequences of the climate crisis. We all deserve that. We all deserve a livable planet. But that is not happening in all the places around the world.
Well, it's not happening in any place around the world. And the thing is, we are all being affected by this.
We are now all being affected. Before we were not. And that's why they created the definition of the global south. They started to come with the global north, global south. Why? Because the global south was the most affected. But, oh surprise, Germany is also having now real big issues with climate change. So they're starting to say, hey, this is also affecting us too, not just the global south.
That's very interesting that you mentioned that, you know, that the whole concept of global south. You know, the last ethnic group of Europe, indigenous group, shall we say, are the Laplanders in northern Scandinavia. And they, of course, they lived in forests that were often, tundras and covered in snow, and their lifestyle has been terribly affected by climate change because it's not as cold anymore, and that's just part of the reality. And so it's interesting. I've always had a problem with the concept of global south, global north, because it separates us. And I feel that that's the issue, that we need to be, there's far more that unites us than what separates us, And so by having these artificial divisions amongst the people, it's not the people that are different. It's not the global south. We are all on the front lines of climate change. It's how we are prepared to deal, mitigate, and adapt to them that is different because of the intrinsic inequalities of the system in which we inhabit. And so therefore, I think it's very powerful what you're saying, that, that global south, global north distinction, it's just, and
ridiculous.
Both of us, you and I, both come from the global south.
Exactly.
And so that doesn't make us any different, and that doesn't make us, we are all, and we're here in Europe, and we're seeing the effects of climate change in the global north.
Right.
The so-called global north.
I would say that stop using global north, global south. We are just one single species that is realizing that we messed up. We messed up badly. And we need to act now, urgently, because our own single human race is already facing the issues of climate change, the consequences of climate change, the consequences of a fucked up system.
The French. I love the French in this show. Now,
Excuse my French.
no worries at all. No worries at all. As I was walking in, I happened to come across a member of the delegation of Papua New Guinea, which is in the so-called global south, just north of Australia, which is one of those countries which happens to be in the south, but is most responsible for these realities we're facing. They're the ones that are dragging their feet on carbon. Because, okay, fine, we'll reduce carbon if we can actually capture it. No, actually we won't reduce carbon because we're going to capture it and put it in the ground. But that technology doesn't exist, does it?
Did you know the funny fact that Australia was the winner of the prize of Fossil of the COP?
Was it? I didn't hear that. Oh, tell me about that.
Fossil of the COP. Australia is the winner, #1 fossil of the COP. Not fossil of today, but fossil of the COP, because of all decisions that they are making regarding fossil fuels, regarding carbon usage, and regarding mitigation and adaptation measures, which they are not taking serious about it.
Earlier in the week I had the chance to speak to a professor of environmentalism who belongs to the Climate Reality Project, Don Henry. And he was a very good interview because he actually spoke to directly those issues of Australia's dragging its feet, being what it is, and being a member of the G20, which just met just before they came over here to COP with the Leader Summit in Italy. And he pointed to the fact that, of course, this issue is highly partisan, politicized in Australia, as it is in the United States. And as I understand it, it is, to an extent, in the UK. Now,
it is everywhere.
But it doesn't have that partisan in Spain, where I live. Everyone accepts that climate change is a fact. 80% of the population has no denial in some of it. You've got some 20% people that are like, well, yeah, maybe there is, but who cares? But denying it. Even Saudi Arabia made a climate pledge of by 2060, I think it was. India, 2070, have a climate pledge. Not good enough, but at least we're getting there. It's interesting that these countries where it's most partisan are countries where Murdoch publications are most present. So there is a certain element to be said about the role of the media in developing this. So I think it would be interesting to hear. I was mentioning this before we went into this very interesting discussion, but I met this person from Papua New Guinea. So let's hear what she had to say about how she sees it. Yes?
Go, let's see it.
I'm right. Hi, what's your name?
Hello, my name is Luann.
Where are you from?
I'm from Papua New Guinea.
Okay, and how have you found COP?
The COP this year, for the last 2 weeks was pretty hectic, very busy as usual. A lot of things that I guess countries wanted to happen. Now we're at the last day. I'm seeing that some items outcomes are not as expected, but I think that always happens. Some parties need to just let go of what they really want, but make sure that their thoughts are still in the track of wordings that's been, being put into the decisions that will come out.
And what happens now?
I guess parties will go back home and still dialogue. It's a continuous dialogue, so I think there will be ongoing discussions to ensure that what developing countries want still gets put forward.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for your time and for your hard work. Now we need some rest, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'll leave you to your food.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Romy Smaria, founder of The Oblique Life as a global impact consultancy. I'm an Indian, Kenyan, British, living in London. I was at COP working with a group of other innovators and entrepreneurs. I'm looking at how we can bring technology and climate action together. Really exciting field and space, and hopefully something that can really transcend some of the challenges that we have. It was an impactful week, and I felt there was so much energy and progress, and most importantly, like positive spirit about what this particular space can do, which is what I felt about the conference. Yeah, maybe on the higher level, there's way more we need to do, but on the ground, on the innovation side, on the private sector, there are moves happening, and that gives me confidence, that gives me hope, and most importantly, it sets the path and it gives extra pressure to the public sector. Thank you.
We're going to interview them, and they're going to wrap up. And then we're gone. Because he just loaded the 2 videos, so there's no more videos. What? He just loaded the 2 videos. Okay. So I can't hear Vlad. He's not speaking to me. I don't know if it's just... Hi. Oh, hi. We're live. You see, I love those moments on TV when you're like, fanning yourself. And so, oh, hi. We're live. But anyway, so I have an interview here with someone from Jamaica. What's your name, please?
Uname Gordon.
And you are a delegate from the Jamaican delegation?
I am the delegate from the Jamaica delegation. Now that the minister's left, I have assumed the role of head of delegation here.
Wow, Mazel Tov. How has it gone for you? How has the experience been?
I think it's a regular COP experience. This is my 16th COP.
16th? Oh my.
And therefore started in COP 6, and I've been to many of them before. So this one is a little bit hectic. I think because of all the COVID protocols as well, the expectation coming in with the hope that we would really achieve something because we have risked so much to be here. I think hope has been kept alive somewhat. There have been some disappointments, but there have been some wins for us as well. Jamaica as a country, I think, have come out of the discussions, the COP itself. We are co-chair of the NDC partnership, as you know. For the NDC partnership, I think it was really a really good week for us as co-chairs, and we co-chair with the UK in terms of the partnership. I think for us here, that has been our biggest success. In terms of the negotiations, we're a little bit disappointed with the text on loss and damage. But I think in the spirit of compromise, as AOC said this morning, we believe that the text that is there is not the end, but the beginning of a process. And once that is understood, then I think in the spirit of compromise, the outcome should be positive and should take us into.
But can't there be compromise on the impact of climate change on millions of lives?
No. I think one of the things that is being lost on a lot of the delegation here, not from small island states, that when we sit around the table, there's only one central thing. We're talking about people, we're talking about communities, and we're talking about lives. Yes. And if you put all together, then you get that central pillar. And I think sometimes in the discussion that is lost. That's the disappointment, that some of the discussion is so abstract that you wonder if we understand that this climate change is impacting the lives of people and communities in developing countries.
And so, with regards to what's going on in there, this is the last stretch. We're all tired. I can see you're tired. I'm very tired as well. I've been working 2 weeks. Do we have cause for hope, in your opinion?
There's always cause for hope. And as persons from small island states, if we lose hope, then we lose humanity. There is always cause for hope. There have been some great cures, even from some developed countries. There are been some disappointment from some of the countries as well. But there is always cause for hope. I think the bar has been moved a little. It has remained stagnant on some, and we have reverted on some. But overall, I think there is hope. What is needed to be done now, having been here, having been hosting the COP successfully within a pandemic, because we should not lose sight of that this is a delay of 24 months. So we really should not lose sight of that there has been no major outbreak of COVID within the 20,000 people that have been here. That I think those are some of the wins that we really should not lose sight of, because with the fear that the pandemic brought on, it could have been delayed again. So we are hopeful that with this moving forward, we move to COP27 with this hope that we leave here with. As I said, there have been some gains, there have been not a lot, but I think the bar has been moved.
Okay. I think on that positive note, let's go out with that. I think that's a good way to end the show and to end this week. So I thank you very much for that magic you just gave me. It's beautiful. And well, let's hope that from your mouth to God's ears, they say. Thank you very much. Godspeed. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think you must also be quite tired of me. I'm just quite tired of walking around and being here. And I guess it has been a magical experience. It has been beautiful to meet all these wonderful people. It has been beautiful to meet people like the delegate from Jamaica who I just spoke to, who, make you feel that there is an element of, maybe not all is lost. But the primary lesson of this is that it's you. It's up to you who's watching me now, up to the people who are outside, up to the people who did the red line here while we were on air, to make the difference. You are the real leader. So please lead us to victory, because it ain't over till it's over. And it'll be over when it's all right in the end. And on that note, thank you very much for your company, for your time, and for stopping me in the street to tell me you're listening to me, because that breathes life into my soul, into the soul of the people who make this happen. And we hope to continue with this adventure of bringing the voices of the ones who are not usually interviewed, not usually heard. But for now, COP26 draws to a close. COP in, COP out draws to a close. And for me, it has been a privilege to be able to be by your side as we explore the bowels of the halls of power and the streets of ire. With that, good night and good luck. Keep the faith, because you're there, and I'm here, and together, we will change the world. Thank you, the audience. COP26 TV, over and out.
Climate activist because I'm already facing climate change realities in my community, and it is the reality. It is not a Netflix movie. We are already facing it. It's actually no longer on our doorsteps. It's within our living rooms. It's affecting us. I think COP26 needs to achieve a real implementation of the promises they've made. We can't make more promises because promises are not saving the world. We need to come into real action. So we are demanding real action. If we say we are stopping carbon emissions, let it be now. Let us not do double standard. Here we say we are working on carbon reduction on carbon emissions, and tomorrow we are investing in oil and gas projects. We are basically doing double standard. So we need to choose a side. Either we stop it now, or we stop or continue pretending. So we have to choose a side of stopping it now, not pretending.
we are tired of empty promises, and it is time for the global North leaders to make up space for the global South leaders and to actually act on what they demand during the COP negotiations. Over the past, a lot of global North leaders have made false promises, especially to the global South countries who are suffering massive climate change impacts, yet are the least contributors to global carbon emissions. We're also focusing on the theme of food insecurity because, first of all, as a country right now, we are experiencing drought and over 2 million people are currently living under hunger, including children and women who are the most vulnerable to the climate change impacts. During the climate strike that we'll hold on Saturday, the 23rd of October, we are planning to start from Kondele roundabout up to the ministry government offices in Kisumu County. And during this time, we will have a group of activists that will be joining to help us air out our grievances and to call out our leaders, both our leaders and the global leaders, so that they can honor their environmental debts and honor their promises that they make each and every year at every COP conference.
We're in a crisis, and whenever your house is burning, you don't wait for 3 hours for you to come and put it off. So we're in a crisis, and the world leaders really need to know this, because the moment you see your house is flooding, you close the tap first. You don't start mopping it down. Yeah, so I really feel like we need to close the tap. We need to stop the fossil fuel companies. We need to phase out the corporations that are really destroying our planet, like the pesticide and the plastics corporations. And once we've done that, I'm sure the planet will be a better place. And 2050 is so far. First of the important thing that I'm really looking on is the loss and damage part. So that one I really need to see. Then the second thing is the climate financing. That's a joke, to be honest. What you really want, you don't want your money. We want you to change your lifestyle, and we want you people to work so well and see like we all live in one planet and live and think of the other party somewhere else. Because you can have all this money, but you cannot have all this money while using it on top of a flood or on top of a drought. Yeah, so live a life that will ultimately help other people in the other part of the world live better too. Yeah.
The climate crisis is a human rights issue because it has actually increased the vulnerability of certain persons because of their incapacity to be able to adapt and mitigate the impacts that comes with the climate crisis. And that is why we're seeking for climate justice for the marginalized. We're looking at women groups, we're looking at the elderly, we're looking at persons living with disability, we're looking at children, we're looking at people living in rural communities. And 2050 is quite too late for us to take action. It has been said that now is the time to take action. If we keep saying, if we have to wait to 2050, we might not be able to have the capacity to be able to mitigate the impacts that will come at that time. So now is the time for us to take little actions that will help to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And so why wait for 2050 when we have the time now? 2050 is a long time to go, it's a long way to go. Why will we have to suffer the impacts? The temperatures are increasing. The temperatures wouldn't wait to 2050 before they will have any rise in temperature. Drought and inconsistency in annual rainfall wouldn't wait for 2050. It's happening now already. And so we're having food inconsistency. We're having poverty levels being increased. We're having livelihoods being lost. We're having food prices on the increase. we're having quite a lot of impact. We're having disease outbreaks because of the glaciers melting and quite a lot of impacts that are coming in. Those impacts are not waiting to 2050. They're coming up right now. And so now is the time, and 2050 is damn too late for us to address the climate crisis.
I am climate activist because of protect the Congolese forests from the deforestation. That's my motivation first. My first motivation. The first is because I was seeing the big deforestation of the Congolese forests, so that pushed me to have an idea to become activists, because our country doesn't know what to do. If we can't have a network of activists who can help to protect this forest, I think in some years we will not have this forest. So 2050 it's too late, very, very late, because scientifically it can be the time, but if we see how the climate is changing and the things are going now, I think 2050 is very late.
Nesse momento, nós acabamos de receber a notícia muito triste sobre parente nosso.
At this moment, we just got some very sad news about a family member.
Por isso nós não vamos cantar.
That's why we're not going to sing.
Por isso minhas parentas que estão ali não vão vir.
That's why my sisters behind us are not going to come.
E eu vou dar só uma mensagem.
And I'm just going to give you a message.
Há mais de 500 anos,
for more than 500 years,
o nosso povo,
our people,
é massacrado.
Is being massacred.
E nós estamos resistindo.
And we're resisting.
Nós somos a última fronteira verde da Terra.
We are the last green frontier in this earth.
Desde que os ancestrais,
since the ancestors
dos europeus chegaram nas nossas terras,
of the Europeans who arrived with us,
os nossos corpos são estuprados,
our bodies are being raped,
massacrados,
massacred,
e as nossas terras,
and our soil,
são invadidas,
are being invaded.
Nós estamos aqui para falar para o mundo que não existe solução climática sem povos indígenas.
But there's no climate solution without indigenous people.
Nunca houve tanta possibilidade de expressão.
There was never so many possibility of expressing.
Mas a nossa geração está paralisada.
Our generation is paralyzed.
O meu povo,
my people,
sofreu um dos maiores genocídios da história.
Suffered one of the biggest genocides in history.
Eram os mais de 6 milhões.
We were more than 6 million.
Só no Brasil.
Only in Brazil.
Hoje não chegamos a 1 milhão.
Today we're not even 1 million.
E o pensamento que está por trás disso,
and the thought that is behind all of this,
continua vivo,
still alive,
e governa o meu país.
And governs my country.
É um pensamento do neocolonialismo.
Is a thought of neocolonialism.
Que domina a terra como se fosse dono dela.
That dominates Earth as if it was its owner.
Que domina os corpos femininos.
That dominates the female bodies.
Que não suporta a diversidade de culturas.
That doesn't support the cultural diversity.
Não suporta a diversidade de pensamentos.
Can't stand the diversity of thought.
E se coloca como soberano do mundo.
And positions itself as the owner of the world.
Como exterminadores da terra.
Like exterminating the earth.
É o pensamento que está como um câncer corroendo toda a terra.
It's like a cancerous thought that is corroding earth.
Mas nós, povos indígenas,
but us, indigenous people,
mesmo diante da pandemia,
even in front of the pandemic,
estamos nas ruas.
We are on the streets.
Estamos lutando.
We are fighting.
Colocando as nossas vidas em risco.
Putting our lives at risk.
Mas essa luta não é só nossa.
But this fight is not only ours.
Nós estamos mantendo as florestas em pé e essas florestas sustentam toda a vida na terra.
We are keeping the forest alive and this forest maintains life on Earth.
Esse é um momento único.
This is a unique moment.
Nós não podemos deixar que a hipocrisia dos governos,
we can't allow the hypocrite governments,
saiam daqui,
get out of here,
com soluções que não são verdadeiras,
with solutions that are not based on truth,
com soluções que na verdade está gerando uma economia verde que está matando o meu povo,
with solutions that are actually making a green economy, which is actually killing my people.
De governo genocida.
Of a genocidal government.
De governo ecocida.
Of an ecocidal government.
Nós precisamos de todos vocês.
We need all of you.
Uma das coisas que o colonialismo faz.
One of the things that colonialism does.
É tirar nossa potência de ação.
Is to take away our agency.
Mas nós, povos indígenas,
but we indigenous people,
nos recusamos,
refuse,
a nos ajoelhar,
to kneel,
diante dessa hipocrisia,
in front of this hypocrisy.
Mesmo que o nosso corpo sangre,
even if our body is bleeding.
Mesmo que nós estejamos em constante sacrifício,
even if we are in constant sacrifice.
E eu tenho um apelo a vocês.
And I have something here to ask you.
Cada de nós pode fazer algo.
Each one of us here can do something.
Nós precisamos mais do que nunca.
We need more than ever.
Essa é a causa da nossa geração.
This is my generation's reason d'être.
É a pauta mais urgente.
Is the most urgent issue
do planeta.
Of Earth.
E nós estamos caminhando para abismo.
And we are walking to an abyss.
E cada de nós é responsável por isso.
And each one of us is responsible for this.
O que nós estamos fazendo?
What are we doing?
O que você pode fazer?
What can you do?
Cada de nós pode se levantar.
Each one of us can stand up.
E lutar por toda a vida na terra.
And fight for all life on Earth.
Esse é o clamor da terra.
This is Earth's calling.
Nós, povos indígenas,
we indigenous people,
acreditamos que a mãe natureza, a terra, nos provê tudo.
We believe that Mother Earth can provide us everything.
E nos doa tudo.
And give us everything.
Por que nós, humanos,
why we humans
somos tão egoístas.
are so egocentric or selfish.
Somos os únicos seres
We are the only beings
que só vivem por nós mesmos.
that only lives for ourselves.
E estamos nos tornando a real pandemia de todo mundo.
And we are becoming the real pandemic of all.
O que os nossos ancestrais falavam.
What our ancestors spoke.
Mas ninguém dava ouvidos.
But no one heard.
É que esse dia chegaria.
Is that this day would come.
Nós não precisamos de cientista para falar isso.
We don't need scientists to tell us this.
Os nossos ancestrais já falavam.
Our ancestors used to say it.
Toda a vida na Terra está em equilíbrio e está ligado.
All life on Earth is in equilibrium and connected.
Se você ataca esse equilíbrio,
if you attack this equilibrium,
a natureza vai voltar contra nós.
Nature would fight against us.
Tudo que nós plantamos, nós vamos colher.
Everything that we planted, we're gonna receive.
É um pensamento tão simples.
It's such a simple thought.
É um pensamento tão óbvio.
It's such an obvious thought.
Uma criança pode entender.
Even a child can understand.
Por que nós ainda caminhamos para uma vida sem sentido, nos consumindo todos os dias e consumindo a diversidade da vida?
Why we walk every day in a senseless life that consumes the sensibility of everything?
Se continuarmos assim,
if we continue like this,
vocês nunca mais verão meu povo.
You never again are gonna see my people.
Nós seremos os primeiros aí.
We are gonna be the first ones to go.
Por que tanto ódio contra nós?
Why so much hatred against us? Why so much hatred to diversity?
Por que tanto ódio ao corpo feminino?
Why so much hatred to the feminine body?
Por que tanto ódio à terra?
Why so much hatred to earth?
Isso é uma loucura.
This is crazy.
Como que o ser humano quer ser dono da terra?
How can human beings be owner of the earth?
Como que alguém pode dizer que é proprietário de alguma coisa?
How can you say that you own something?
É o mesmo pensamento que disse que é proprietário do corpo feminino.
It's the same thinking that says that it owns a feminine, a female body.
Porque o machismo,
because chauvinism,
o racismo,
racism,
andam juntos,
are hand in hand.
Nós precisamos eliminar esse pensamento da sociedade.
To eliminate this thinking in society.
E nós podemos.
And we can.
Tudo é criado através da palavra.
Everything is created from the word.
Os políticos que estão lá não fazem nada além de falar.
The politicians that are there do nothing but speak.
Alguém falou do dinheiro antes dele surgir.
Someone talked about money before it.
Alguém criou esse sistema como única possibilidade de vida.
Someone created the system as the only way.
Mas nós, povos indígenas, vivemos em comunidade.
But we indigenous people live in communities.
E não precisamos de nenhuma teoria da academia para isso.
And we don't need any theory, academic theory for this.
Porque isso é uma prática.
Because this is a practice.
Que tem que nascer no coração.
That needs to be born from the heart.
De cada um de nós.
In each one of us.
De eliminar o pensamento de superioridade.
To eliminate this thinking of superiority.
De eliminar o pensamento de sobreposição do outro.
To eliminate this thinking of imposing on others.
Foi nesse continente.
It was in this continent.
Que surgiu.
That.
O pensamento de superioridade racial.
That the thinking of racial superiority was born.
No final do século XIX,
at the end of the 19th century,
houve congresso em Londres.
There was a gathering, a congress science in London.
Que disseminou entre falsos cientistas.
That disseminated in between false scientists.
Mas que era reconhecido na época.
But it was recognized
como ciência.
Like as science.
De darwinismo social.
De quê?
Darwinismo social.
Social Darwinism.
Que impôs a mentalidade.
That imposed this thinking.
Que existem pessoas melhores do que outras.
That there are people that are better than others.
E isso fez com que um mundo tão rico e tão abundante como o nosso,
and that made that such a rich and abundant world as this one,
uma verdadeira preciosidade na terra,
a real preciousness on earth,
virasse mundo de miseráveis.
Became a world of miserable people.
Como que nós podemos continuar sabendo que existem milhares de pessoas que não podem comer hoje?
How can we still continue knowing that there are people who don't have anything to eat?
Como que nós podemos continuar?
How can we continue?
Sabendo,
knowing,
que existem povos como o meu,
that there are people, communities like mine,
que podem não existir mais,
that may not exist any longer,
pela ganância,
because of greed,
pelo individualismo,
because of individualism,
pelo racismo,
because of racism,
pelo machismo,
because of chauvinism, macho thinking.
Como continuaremos humanos sabendo que isso existe?
How can we continue as humans knowing that this exists?
E cada vez que nós não fazemos nada,
and each time we don't do anything,
nós partilhamos desse sistema.
We are part of the system.
Nós concordamos com ele.
We agree with it.
E nós nos conformamos a ele.
And when we are a part of it.
E seguimos a nossa existência medíocre.
And we continue with our mediocre existence.
Sem toda a possibilidade e liberdade que nós podemos ser.
Without the possibilities and freedom of what we can be.
Eu gostaria.
I would like
de ver.
See.
Os nossos povos todos,
all our people,
livres,
free,
com terra,
with soil, with territory,
com nosso modo de viver,
with our way of life,
porque a vida é diversa,
because life is full of diversity.
A vida não é só pensamento.
Life is not just one thing.
Não existe só modo de viver.
There's not just one way of living.
Não existe só modo de expressar sua religiosidade.
There's not just one way of expressing your religion.
Não existe só modo de amar.
There's not just one way of love.
E a natureza nos mostra isso.
And nature shows us this.
A natureza é rica em diversidade e é isso que sustenta esse planeta.
Nature is rich in diversity and this is what maintains this planet.
E eu conto com cada de vocês.
And I'm counting with each one of you here.
Eu sei que em muitos momentos parece que a gente não pode fazer nada.
I know that there are many moments where we think we can't do anything.
E essa é a pior prisão.
And this is the worst prison.
Porque somos escravos.
Because we become slaves.
De um sistema.
Of a system.
Que não tem correntes. Que não tem correntes. De um sistema,
of a system,
que não tem grilhões,
that there is no mining,
materiais,
materials,
físicos, não tem grilhões materiais, físicos, mas mentais.
So you are not enslaved of the physicality, but of your mind.
E que nos tira a possibilidade de sermos únicos.
That take us the possibility of being unique.
De nossos sonhos.
Of our dreams.
Eu e você somos únicos no planeta.
Me and you are unique in the planet.
Eu tenho uma forma de pensar única.
I have one way of thinking.
E vocês também.
And you as well.
Não se conformem.
Don't conform.
Não deixe os sonhos de vocês guardados porque alguém falou que não dá certo nesse mundo.
Don't allow your dreams to be enslaved because someone told you that is not possible in this world.
Vamos construir mundo possível.
Let's build a world that is possible.
Porque se eles construíram esse mundo falando que era a única forma de ser.
Because if they build this world, say it's the only way to be.
Uma ilusão.
An illusion.
Porque o meu povo vivia diferente disso.
Because my community lived different from this.
E não existia prisão.
And there was no prison.
E as nossas crianças eram livres.
And our children were free.
E eu acho que isso causou tanto choque.
And I think this caused so much shock.
Tanto ódio.
So much hatred.
Como pode um povo assim?
How can people be like this?
Pelados.
Naked.
Livres.
Free.
Livres da moralidade cristã.
Free of Christian morality.
Livre do consumo opressor.
Free from consumerism.
Livre do tempo de trabalho contínuo, sem respiro para contemplar a natureza.
Free from time to contemplate nature.
Quando vocês nos viram, os ancestrais de vocês nos viram.
When your ancestors saw us,
nos chamaram de preguiçosos.
They called us lazy.
Porque a vida para nós
Because life is for us.
É muito mais que trabalho.
It's much more than work.
É contemplação.
It's contemplation.
E essa fala,
and this way of saying and speaking,
é por todos aqueles
is for all
que morreram para eu estar aqui falando com vocês.
That died for me to be here speaking to you.
Que lutaram para eu estar aqui.
That fought for me to be here.
Foi muito sangue derramado para eu e as minhas parentas e todos os povos indígenas estarmos aqui hoje.
It was a lot of blood for me and my sisters and my people to be speaking with you here today.
E se for para nós morrermos, nós vamos morrer em pé.
And if it's for us to die, we're going to die standing.
Nós vamos morrer lutando.
We're going to die fighting.
Porque nós amamos a liberdade.
Because we love freedom.
Porque nós amamos verdadeiramente a terra.
Because we truly love earth.
E nós amamos verdadeiramente a vida.
And we truly love life.
We know that we need this habitat. We know that we're suffering from colossal biodiversity loss. As species have become endangered, they've been added to various lists which define what you can and can't do to them. It appears that you can get around that to destroy these animals or their homes. It's about saying, listen, this is important. This is very, very important.
Arriving here last night, I thought it might be a bit of a challenge to film this wildlife. So the wildlife doesn't know what's going on, like it's still using this space.
I've got a little camera trap here. I'm just going to set that up and see if we get evidence of any badgers coming.
Technically the first hard evidence.
If Natural England are giving out licences with specific terms in them, then what is the cost?
HS2 is a huge infrastructure project to head through 108 ancient woodlands.
Saplings to replace an ancient woodland.
The Amazon, who are we to say don't burn those forests when we're still cutting them down?
Living in trees, we can slow their destruction.
We think there might be an eviction.
We don't have the money.
Get on the bike!
It's going to be stopped at some point. How many more ancient woodlands need to be destroyed till we get to that point?
We've got 2.4% of ancient woodland left of our natural national treasure. We've got to make a last stand for every single woodland. the last stand for wildlife.
Por los facilitadores y la Secretaría de Cambio Climático. Asimismo, expresamos nuestra gratitud a la ciudad y pueblo de Glasgow por la calidez y hospitalidad con que fuimos acogidos en esta COP26. Nicaragua dijo en la COP21 en el 2015 que el Acuerdo de París nos llevaría a una crisis climática porque no representaba un compromiso responsable de quienes causan el cambio climático, ni se aseguraban los medios de implementación para proteger a nuestros pueblos. 6 años después, es reafirmado en esta COP26. Nicaragua, como muestra de nuestra convicción de continuar trabajando unidos bajo los principios de unidad y solidaridad y ante la urgencia climática, respaldamos los resultados en esta COP26, en particular el escalamiento de los recursos financieros en el Fondo de Adaptación y las metas de reducir las emisiones en un 45% al 2030.
Okay, my name is Mamosweu Swabi. What we are expecting from COP26 is that they must stop talking and talking. I think now it's high time that they act on whatever they are saying, because for me, next year is too late actually, because climate change is being happening, I don't know since when. And now we don't have any time now. Now the only time that we have is to go for renewables, which we know that is very safe for our environment.
It is already affecting us here in the Val, because I think since 2015 we started seeing seasonal water cuts, especially in summertime, because of the too much water consumption. So water wouldn't reach communities, and because we have so much industrial activities in the Val, so they would get prioritized before water would reach communities. So during summertime, hot summer times, we get frequent water cuts. That's how we are getting affected, and the air pollution as well. Countries are still investing in fossil fuels. They are in the global north and the global south, they're investing in fossil fuels. So if they were talking about, if the Paris Agreement was about a low carbon by 2030, none of them are reaching that. Instead, we see a few countries that are being practical about things. So people must be practical when they talk.
My community and my family entirely depend on agriculture as a way of life to feed ourselves and for the economic value. We have been having rainfall, unpredictable rainfall. Sometimes it's not there. Sometimes it's there too much that it's affecting the crops. So with this variation, you find that the production have gone down while you have used a lot of input, and these have really affected us so much. And then also I come from a community that surrounds Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria have been having increase in water levels that have displaced most of the people living around there. Last year in April, we had 300 people lose their lives and over 3,000 family displaced. So that is a climate change issue and it needs to be resolved. Having 2050 as a trademark, that is not possible. We should just aim and work towards 2030 or 2025 and work it hard equally to everyone so that we can achieve what we are working towards. I think COP need to achieve equity.
The climate emergency is affecting us in so many ways. We have issues of flooding. We have issues of desert encroachment. We have issues of we have a lot of issues going on here. We even have low rainfall, sometimes infrequent rainfall here, and it's really affecting because we are a farming community here, and so it's affecting a lot of things. We're even having heat waves also all around, and the weather is unpredictable. I see it as a human rights crisis because I think far back the climate change issue wasn't so big like this, but recently it has been because of the activities of the global north, the leaders of the global north. It has really affected us here in the global south because people tend to go through a lot of suffering. Some people have to migrate from their homes so that they can. COP26, I would like to see a kind of agreement and also implementation. In the past, we've only had agreements and no implementation. So this time around, we're looking at not just talking, but also doing it in terms of action.
In my opinion, climate change is a human rights issue. I think it affects people's livelihoods. I think it affects their well-being. I think there's a right to living in a healthy environment, and climate change definitely violates that right because it creates unhealthy environments, and it creates unhealthy environments unequally as well. Some people will be exposed to much unhealthy environments than others, so I think 100% it is a human rights issue. COP26 needs to achieve is what is known as the impossible, right? I think that's part of our campaigning, is that there needs to be something done that's way out of the reach of what COP26 actually can do at this moment, how it's structured, how the negotiations have to go. It's not enough. I think it really needs to be above and beyond anything we've ever seen in the terms of international climate negotiations, because it needs to listen to the voices of people who already have the solutions, who already are putting their hands in the ground, putting their hearts in the ground as well, and helping take care of the earth and supporting them. And I don't think that's something that COP26 is very likely to do. And so I think it needs to completely reimagine how it works.
But over the past 3 years, the situation has become increasingly difficult because of climate change, which has negative effects on our local society. It has triggered a food crisis because the seasons are being disrupted. The productivity of our fields has decreased, and the quality of the food we can produce has also decreased compared to the past. Climate change is the cause of these difficulties that the local communities are faced with. Industrialist countries have promised a lot to the local communities, and many COP agreements have said that the emissions of greenhouse gases should decrease, but these agreements haven't been implemented. That's why we're going to organize a march and give the population a chance to express itself. Through this march, we want to mobilize people and raise awareness in the local communities. We want people to see what the danger really is. We will give people a chance to speak up, and we will explain where this food insecurity is coming from. So some rebels are going to go walk on a market. They will give out flyers written in the local languages, and they will carry out an art performance with a choreography whose aim is to show why we are faced with this food insecurity. We want to help the local community understand how and why they are being the victims of the consequences of climate change, why they're facing this situation. And we hope that our action and our message will be relayed.
To do is to adjourn this meeting, and we will then convene a formal meeting of the COP to confront these responsibilities and to consider and adopt the outcome of our work here in Glasgow. Meetings of the CMP and the CMA will be convened in conjunction. L documents for consideration by the COP, CMP and CMA are now being uploaded onto the UNFCCC website. This meeting is now adjourned. I would request if you would retain your seats. If you need to have a short break, of course, I understand, but we will reconvene very, very shortly, so please stay in the room and we're going to reorganize the podium and then we move to the formal plenary. Thank you.
So I'm from the Philippines. I'm Rodney Galicia. I am the convener of Action Klima Pilipinas, the Philippines' largest climate action network. We are here at COP26 at the Action Hub, and we're here because we commemorate the 7th anniversary of the onslaught of Typhoon Haiyan, which hit the Philippines in 2013. That day, in just one click, we lost more than 10,000 people, the lives of people, and until now we still have 1,600 people that are still missing. And with us are some of the survivors of Typhoon Haiyan. And we know that climate justice must be served, not only through adaptation and mitigation finance, but of course through loss and damage financing and mechanism and modalities. We know that loss and damage is not a priority of this COP, but we assert that this should be a priority because at the end of the day, if climate crisis would continue, other countries would experience the same, not only the Southeast Asia, not only Asia, but the whole world. And with that, we must prepare for the risks that might come and for all the damages that people may suffer. We know that loss and damage is the ultimate impact of the climate crisis, and we need to actually take it seriously. We cannot deny the fact that there are losses and damages. So I believe it should be acted by this COP, not only for 45 minutes, but just when there's no debate anymore that there are losses and damages and the impacts of climate crisis. This should not take time. We thank actually the Scottish government for allotting £1 million for loss and damage financing. That may be small, but it is a spark of hope and change that will challenge bigger countries causing a lot of greenhouse gas emissions and of course, the impacts of the climate crisis, losses and damages. That should be a spark, even small, but that will inspire others to follow suit.
Yeah.
Hi, so, tell me where you are and why you've come here today.
Yeah, I am Safa. I am from Jordan. It's a small country from Middle East. Actually, today we are here to find solution, to work together, to show the world how, as a developing country, what we are facing, what the impact of climate change in our country. Actually, we are facing, we will face many problems in the resource of water in my country. We faced the flash flood actually 2 years, and unfortunately, we lost some people in that. Hopefully, we will find a solution after the COP26, and hopefully we will find a way for all of us. We need a climate justice now. We need to act now. We need to find a solution now.
It's a bit dangerous.
Yeah. So hopefully one day, hopefully after the two weeks of the COP, we will find solution for everyone, for a developing country, for the whole world, for the youth, for our next generation, for the future of our generation. Hopefully. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you. So this way here. I'll push you this way.
Okay.
All right.
So my name is Ali Mamzola.
Say to the camera, say where you're from.
Yep.
Say where you're from and why you've come here today.
Okay.
I just need to go a bit further back.
Okay. My name is Ali Mamzola, a climate activist from Tanzania, and today I came over here to join in with my fellow activists representing that what is going on the global south. Many young girls are missing days in schools because of climate change. Instead of waking up early in the morning and going to school, they don't go to school, they go to fetch water because all the water sources have been dried up. And I believe coming together, all the climate activists all over the world, over here joining hands as one and demanding for climate change, for demanding for climate justice now, it's a very good move that we can make and change the world. Thank you.
Is there anything else you want to add? Anything else you want to talk about? We have to go that way. Follow us, follow us.
Can the press move over to the left, please?
This is the press.
Yeah, move over to the left.
Come. I think they're going to kettle. I think they might be about to kettle. Let's get them out. It's going to be a scrum.
The press!
Yeah.
Stay out, stay out. Excuse me, can I ask, is the march going to go ahead or is it?
Yes.
What's going on right now?
We've got a commander making a decision at the moment, alright?
Okay.
¿Puedes decir tu nombre y de dónde vienes?
Yo soy Miguel Jiménez Vázquez, pueblo indígena Shipibo-Conibo de Perú.
I am Miguel Guimaraes Vasquez from the Shipibo-Conibo people in the Peruvian Amazon.
Can you tell me where you are at the moment and what's going on around you?
¿Dónde estás ahora y qué está ocurriendo aquí?
Estoy acompañando la marcha de la juventud porque también creemos que es importante sumarnos a esta marcha. Igual que todos en el mundo, venimos nosotros enfrentando la deforestación, la criminalización, entonces creo que es importante alzar nuestra voz para que los gobiernos asuman un compromiso real y que tenga impacto a nivel local donde están los problemas realmente.
We are here today accompanying the youth march. We feel that this is vital to stand alongside them, even as we raise the problems that we're facing back in our own part of the world, which include deforestation and the criminalization of our leaders. And we're calling upon our governments to take effective action so that we can see real changes on the ground, back in our homes.
Do you have a message to the people inside COP?
¿Tienes un mensaje para la gente que está ahí adentro del COP?
Queremos que los gobiernos escuchen a los pueblos indígenas que en muchísimos años venimos aportando con nuestros conocimientos tradicionales para cambiar con la mitigación del cambio climático, ¿no? Este elemento es sumamente importante y también tiene que ser considerado.
We want the governments to recognize the contribution that we indigenous peoples have been making for generations, contributing our traditional knowledge to mitigate climate change, and that they support us rather than act against us.
Anything else you'd like to say?
¿Hay algo más que quieres decir?
Bueno, estamos muy agradecidos por la acogida a Glasgow, es una ciudad muy bonita. Queremos que también la Amazonía sea considerado como que aporta al mundo el bosque para que todo el mundo pueda tener aprovechar de los bosques que los pueblos indígenas han conservado durante muchos años.
I'm very grateful for the welcome that we've received in Glasgow. It's a beautiful city. And we also want there to be greater recognition for the vital role which Indigenous peoples continue to play in protecting the Amazon for the good of all humanity. Thank you.
So today is a mass action from people all across the world who come over to Glasgow. And we're all striking to get the COP26 leaders to take faster action on the climate, because at the end of the day, most of them aren't going to be around in a few to deal with the problems. We need them to take action now, so that when we're in charge, then we can, we're carrying on the process that they've started to keep carbon emissions low.
I'm here today because I feel climate change and the whole thing around it, I feel as though there's not much. It's kind of swept under the rug with a lot of big leaders and big companies, including oil companies and things like Shell and things like that. They'll mask themselves and they'll say they're doing things for climate change when in reality they're just doing it for the public, really. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I want to try and promote it and make people realise that what they're being told in the news and things like that isn't the reality. So yeah.
I'm here today to make sure that climate justice is dealt with, because it's a very important issue that's quite personal to all of us, because it directly affects us. So here campaigning for that today.
Thank you. Beautiful. Well done. Thank you. So if you could tell me your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Jerry Arances. I'm a climate justice advocate and an energy transformation advocate in the Philippines.
And why have you come here today?
Basically to urge governments, especially developed country governments, UK especially, to raise the ambition on reducing emissions globally. We've heard so many developments, declarations, but if you weigh all these things for Filipinos, because this is a matter of life and death for us, if the ambition is low still, as what we've seen in the declaration, it doesn't really add up. So that's why I'm here, and I'm really glad to be part of this march with the youth, because most of our young ones will actually be suffering the most, especially for the Philippines and other vulnerable countries.
Any other messages you want to give?
My message to governments is very simple. It's obligation and responsibility. Just act on it. Science have already laid out all the measures that you need to do. It's a matter of political will. Hear the young ones who are marching today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I'm based in the Netherlands, but I'm representing the people of West Papua, which is part of the world's largest tropical island and having the second/third largest rainforest in the world. And we should have a say in the blue zone, but I'm proudly standing here with the young generations who understand the urgency.
And do you have a message for the people inside COP?
Yes, absolutely. Take responsibility.
If you do my message to the people inside, if you start with a sentence,
yeah.
Use my voice.
So my message to the people at COP, at the Green and Blue Zone, is take responsibility. Listen to the next generation and a marginalized group, for example, indigenous people, just in West Papua, who are being killed by exploitations of BP, being killed by the world's largest gold mining, and at the same time preserving more than 80% of the world's largest biodiversity. They should have a seat on the table and listen to their voices.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to say your first name and how old you are?
My name's Sophia and I'm 11.
And describe where you are today. Tell me about the climate strike.
Well, we're here to protest, to say what we need and to take action. So we want to take actions because we're not being listened to, and we need to think about everyone's future and about all the climate action that's been happening, about all the pollution and plastic and the fossil fuels, just everything like that we need to be listened to.
Do you have a message to the people inside?
Well, I think that other people should do the smallest things, like do reusable cups at a food restaurant, Costa, or just anything like shopping bags, just the smallest things can do anything really.
Free of rights.
I can hold this if you want.
Thank you. So yeah,
Where are you from? Where are you from?
From the UK.
Ah, okay.
So just that tiny bit lower. Okay, so yeah, tell us where you are and what's going on today.
Well, I am a French activist. I was a teacher for pupils, but I stopped earlier due to the emergencies. So it's normal to be there because we are absolute emergencies for climate, social, nature rights, human and animal rights, peace everywhere, the real democracy. We need real democracies everywhere on earth. All is linked. That is why I become an activist, full time. So because we are in an absolute emergency for everything. So it is obvious, normal to be there, to be here. And thank you to you to be there. My name is John Baptiste.
And where have you travelled from?
I come from the south of Paris in Burgundy. And I used to go abroad in Europe in solidarity. I went in Occupy St. Paul, Occupy Frankfurt, Occupy Madrid, Occupy Athens. I went in Netherlands. So to show that we have to act in solidarity everywhere, it is the key for everything.
And do you have a message for the...
Yes, I have a message for our decision makers. They have to act steadily and forcefully for climate justice, social justice and peace. And we need the billions of the Pandora Papers. We need the billions of heaven taxes for the poor, the disabled and ecological transition. Thank you.
Can you please tell me the symbolism of the flags and especially
I put the flag. I can't put all the flags. It is just to show that free of rights.
I can hold this if you want. Thank you.
So I just checked these guys and I can leave. I won't be able to get back in. So yeah, well, I guess. And I mean, if Harry's still here, I'm not sure. Who are all these people? He's still in it, right? Yeah, but Dylan's. Oh, is he? We don't care about that, do we? I might just go and do it for him.
Something different.
I'll just do a widie. To who? Okay. Yeah, okay. Where's Jeffrey? Jeff? Why is there a camera press on it anyway? They don't strike it. Doesn't even know what they are what to do.
Can we have the Article 13 people here in the podium, please? Article 13 negotiators, please. Once again, can we have Article 13 in the podium, please?
Colombia, and right now I'm in Oxford. The problem I am here to talk about is open coal mining in Colombia. The north of Colombia is one of the most beautiful places you will ever visit and that you will ever see. It overlooks the Caribbean, and it is an incredibly diverse place. At the highest northernmost point, we have the largest open coal mine in the world. It's called El Cerrejón. El Cerrejón is currently owned by 3 British companies, Anglo-American, Glencore, and BHP. These companies, for the past 30 decades, have taken water, land from the indigenous Guayu community and the Afro-American communities that live in La Guajira. La Guajira right now is the place in Colombia with the most child mortality due to malnutrition. This all comes because the community is unable to feed itself because of the mine that is there. Because the mine has taken away the possibility of people being able to take water that they need to grow their own food. Therefore, they have been forced to either starve or work in the mine itself. I'm telling you all this because the causes of that come from a large process of neo-colonial extraction. And that neo-colonial extraction is also important that we take into account here. So what I'm asking you to do is to fight directly the companies that are driving the destruction of ecosystems and that are taking those gains and putting them here in the UK. So knowing that the profit is done here. What people in the global north here can do to stop the genocide and the ecocide that is happening in El Cerrejón right now is make the companies accountable. Those companies are registered here in the UK. Bring the fight to the London Stock Exchange. Bring the fight legally for those companies to register their financial assets abroad in a way that is transparent and in a way that is accountable. And lastly, just please listen to the voices that are coming from the front lines that are saying that the destruction is not going to happen in the future, that it's happened in the past and that it's happening now.
Hola, hi, my name's Gabby. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Amazon fires. The Amazon rainforest has a very important role as it is the habitat of numerous species of fauna and flora, and it is also responsible for a huge amount of CO2's absorption in the planet. However, due to the deforestation that is happening, the Amazon is now emitting more CO2 than it is absorbing it. The deforestation process occurs due to companies that want to profit off the territories, either by using it as pasture, using it to plant soy that is transformed into cattle feed, or by exploring it. This process is being authorized by Brazilian laws that are being imposed by the government that also profits off it. Taking into account that this process and the fires are a consequence of companies' actions, consumption has a huge role in it. The more people buy from these companies, especially internationally, the more the fires will happen. So it is very important that everyone, above all the global north, starts being more aware about the companies they're consuming from and boycott the ones that are responsible for the Amazon fires. The Amazon deforestation leads to the destruction of indigenous lands, the killing of a huge amount of biodiversity and people, and worsens global warming. If you want to know more about this process and know the names of these companies, access the Instagram account at extinctionrebellion.brazil. Please act now.
My name is Gloria Kasambulus. I'm a climate activist from Kaduna, which is in the northern part of Nigeria in Africa. The problem I'm talking about today is the impact of climate change. In the northern part where I come from, we're seriously experiencing this impact where a lot of vulnerable persons are being affected. For example, the low income, women, children, elderly, including persons living with disability. They was hit by this impact. Some of the impacts of climate change is variation in rainfall pattern in terms of unpredictable onset and cessation of rainfall. We're also experiencing erosion, loss of biodiversity, excessive heat, food insecurity, soil fertility, land degradation, which has caused decline in crop yield and loss of livelihoods. The Niger Delta is known to have diverse ecosystem of mangrove swamp, freshwater swamp, rainforest, and is the largest wetland in Africa. It is said to be amongst the top 10 most important wetlands and marine ecosystem in the entire world. But due to oil exploration, the area is now characterized by contaminated streams, rivers, forest destructions, and biodiversity loss. The area is an ecological wasteland. It's so sad to say that. This affects the livelihood of the indigenous people who depend on the ecosystem services for survival, leading to increased poverty and displacement of the people. I am asking that we join our voices to say no to fossil fuel, no to exploration and exploitation. This is a call to the global north to support in calling on Shell, other oil companies, and the Nigerian government to curb emissions and gas flaring, to strengthen laws and policies that relate to the environmental concerns in the Niger Delta. It is time for action, and now is the time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ina Maria Shikongo, frontline defender from Namibia. And as we are slowly approaching COP26, I'd love to ask countries of the G7, the G20, to please control your companies when your companies are coming from the global north, like Recon Africa, coming here to destroy the Kavango Basin for the biggest share play of the decade. They have apparently government support, but not the people's support. These companies are undermining our efforts, our global efforts, to stick to 1.5 degrees. The climate crisis is here. We can see it. We can see that it's burning on your side. We can see that you people are being flooded. Now you are also on the front line of the climate crisis, not only us anymore. The only difference is that with us, it comes with the climate injustice. People are losing their lands. Waters are being poisoned. Biodiversity is going extinct. So others can pocket. And then you sit there at COP26 saying, yes, we're going to cut the carbon emissions, while your countries are coming to our countries to add on to that carbon budget because they can do whatever they want here, apparently. COP26, this is a matter of survival for my people, for my culture, for my heritage that has been ripped from my mother's womb centuries ago. We are watching you, and control your companies. COP26, again, a reminder, we are watching you.
My name is Jonathan Olenyi. I'm from Uganda, East Africa, and I'm from Eastern Uganda, particularly in Tororo. And I'm really happy to meet my fellow challengers, and I would love to appeal to the whole world that let us come together and treat a crisis like a crisis. Let us not politicize certain things. I feel hurt because some of the people who are living in communities, they don't know exactly what is going on. So we, the young generation, we have to step up for them to save generations to come. Some of our leaders, they pretend to be our leaders, yet they are the first people who go behind us. It takes one signature for a fossil fuel company or a new oil field to be created. And my people who are living in communities, more so the illiterate, they don't know the effects of climate change. When we get to them and we talk to them, they say, oh, does such a thing exist? Why couldn't you people come so early to tell us what exactly happened like this? Because they see and feel the changes, like during droughts, floods, low crop yields, I really appeal not only to Ugandans, not only to Africa, but to the whole world at large to come together and let us make a difference. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Hello, my name is Juliana. I am sending this video from a very small city in the coast of Argentina. The name of my city is Necochea. We're fighting against the fossil fuels industry, particularly an enterprise from Norway called Equinor. This enterprise is starting and wants to continue with their fossil fuel extraction. They're making seismic exploration in our seas. It's causing the death of our whales. It's killing our fauna. It's killing our animals. We really need to address this. We need your force. If you can go to Equinor, if you can do things there, you can tell them we're desperate. We need them to stop. We need them to think another ways of making their profit or whatever that doesn't involucrates the killing and the death of our biodiversity. I'm very happy to be able to send this message. I hope my English is good enough so you can understand me, and hope to see you soon here in our small town by the sea.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mamo Sweu. Our biggest crisis in Watterdal is water. Our water supply is very low and poor. So for people who live upslopes, so it's worse because they can't get even a drop of water. We even went to municipality to demand JoJo tanks so that we are able to store our own water. But they only gave us 3 JoJo tanks, and so that 3 JoJo tanks, they have to supply 100 households with water. So you can imagine how hard is it for us in Watterdal. And for other households, it's even worse because you find in one household, there will be family of 6, family of 4. And after the water is finished, then we have to go look for water in another cities. We have to walk long distance to get water. And then now people are even starting to sell water for us. You find that you will spend 10 rand for 20 litre. So for us, we are not even waking. If I fill up this bucket, the 9 litre bucket, it means it have to last me for about a day. Climate change affected the weather patterns, so we don't have enough rainfall. So our veggies and herbs or our plantation, they suffer a lot. Our plants are dying because of drought or because of heat wave. We're running out of water. So we only have water from JoJo tanks. So we can't water our plant anymore, even if we have that mulching.
This is Mju from the Val. I'm with Extinction Rebellion Val. And we are here to talk about the Val River. Coming from Mpumalanga, the river is about 1,100 kilometers long. Yes, it's one of the most important rivers as we understand it, because water is important. It's very central to people's lives. But if you go upstream in the Val Dam, which find the yellowfish, the fish have been missing, because we understood this from the study that was published 2 years ago. There's a Federation for Sustainable Environment. It's an NGO that published a study about the aquatic life of the Val River. It is heavily polluted. If you look at it, it's very, very dirty. And there's too much sewage in this river. But one thing for sure, we are killing ourselves. So we kill the river. By default, we are not killing it. We are killing ourselves because we get life from this river as human beings. So yeah, thanks. This is the Val River, and let us save the Val River.
Hello, selamat sejahtera semua. Hello, good afternoon, morning, evening to everyone. My name is Nadia. I'm from Malaysia. I'm really glad that I'm being given this opportunity to speak to everyone in the UK. And I'm really hoping that this year's COP will be something very fruitful. As we know, last year, we couldn't see any negotiations being passed. But this year is really important because it's a conference during the pandemic, and we wanted to see how important negotiations or articles being passed this time around. And just to let you know that being here in Malaysia, we are some of the regions that is heavily affected by the climate crisis. Just 2 days ago, we were hit by flash floods in one of the regions in northern Malaysia, where we see a few deaths and a lot of people that are missing. And it's quite common everywhere around the world that we see smaller countries that releases very small emissions. They are affected the most, and we are hoping more of the shared responsibility being taken by countries in the global north, and all the finances are being supported for the countries in the global south. This comes in terms of climate finance and loss and damages and the reparations. That being said, I'm really looking forward to participate in COP26 this year. We are bringing in our indigenous voices from Malaysia this time around. It's the first participation from Malaysia, from civil society of the indigenous communities. So we hope to be there in the UK, in Glasgow, by the end of the year. Thank you.
Habari kwa wote. Hi everyone, my name is Kambere Kaulikira Olivier. I am an environment activist and a One Health expert from Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. I want to join my voice to those of millions of activists in England. Eastern Congo is home for a lot of natural resources, including protected areas. I can list Virunga National Park, Maiko National Park, Kauzibiega National Park, and so on. At the same time, those protected areas are also home for negative groups. Those rebel groups are involved in destroying the nature. They are killing animal species. They are doing illegal business, illegal traffic of goods. All these actions are destroying the nature. I am going to show to the leaders of the world that helping Congo to fight negative groups and recovering peace in Eastern DRC is contributing to protecting the nature and fighting climate change. Thank you.
Jambo, je m'appelle Pascal Mirundi depuis la République démocratique du Congo, précisément à Goma. J'ai fait cette petite vidéo pour interpeller les pays du Nord, surtout les pays de G7. Nous, les populations riveraines, on a besoin que vous puissiez vous acquitter de vos dettes. Parce qu'avec ces dettes, ça pourra nous aider, ça va nous aider, qu'on puisse être capable de payer ou de subvenir à nos besoins, nous, en tant que des populations riveraines. Nous sommes les populations les plus touchées par la présence de ces aires protégées. Parce que naturellement, on devait cultiver dans cette heure, on devait faire la chasse, mais pour l'amour de notre humanité, pour l'amour de nos enfants, parce qu'on ne veut pas que demain nos enfants puissent nous demander où se trouvaient les gorilles et qu'on soit incapable de leur répondre. Aujourd'hui, on se bat pour qu'on puisse protéger ces aires protégées. Et en principe, vous les pays de G7, vous les pays les plus pollueurs, vous devez payer l'argent de l'unité carbone. Mais jusqu'à aujourd'hui, vous ne voulez pas vous acquitter de vos dettes. Nous vous appelons pour que vous puissiez prendre des mesures qui sont tellement sérieuses. Parce que sans ces mesures-là, nous, les populations riveraines, on est en train de souffrir. Espérons que vous êtes conscients de mesures que vous allez prendre lors de COP26 en novembre. Et que ces mesures ne seront pas seulement des rapports que vous allez garder dans vos sacs, mais ces mesures-là seront des choses que vous allez mettre sur le terrain, des réalités que nous allons voir sur le terrain, des principes que nous allons voir sur le terrain. Espérons que le monde sera fier de vous avoir comme ses dignes fils. Aujourd'hui, il est temps, et n'attendons pas que demain nous puissions plaider pour qu'on puisse trouver des résultats, parce que la souffrance ne donne pas de résultats, la souffrance ne donne que de l'art. Merci beaucoup. Avec rage et amour, nous vous saluons.
we would like to talk about the fact that overconsumption in countries of the global north pushes governments of countries of the global south to take desperate measures and sign agreements of horror, like the one currently taking place between China and Argentina. This agreement seeks to supply China with 900 tons of pork meat per year. Our lands will now be occupied not only by the grains that are exported to feed animals, but also by the sheds that enclose these animals, which then end up being exported, while local food production, regional economies, and healthy food production continue to be marginalized. In addition, these farms would also promote greater demand for soybean, exacerbating an agro-industrial model, which we have already proven that it doesn't solve hunger or make the economy better, and have only brought more poverty and is increasingly distancing us from having a more environmentally friendly agriculture. One of the several causes is that global meat production and consumption have multiplied by 4 since the 1960s. China, with 1,394 million inhabitants, has recently gained massive access to the possibility of consuming animal proteins, a possibility that other countries in the global north have enjoyed for a long time. Another cause we can talk about is that the African swine fever is now a pandemic among livestock, as it has spread throughout Asia and Europe. Precisely, China was forced to slaughter 250 million pigs in 2019. That was 50% of their production. On this agreement, inequality rules. These mega farms are being installed in the poorest provinces of Argentina, like Chaco, because living with an animal factory is to live with a polluting, cruel, smelly hell on earth, destructive of air, soil, water, and with a series of microbiological threats that detonate in different diseases of minor and major danger. We ask you, the global north, to take seriously the issue of degrowth. Researchers suggest consumption levels must drop by as much as 95% in countries with today's highest per capita consumers. Reducing consumption must be integrated into our solutions toolkit if we are to quickly tackle the climate crisis before it's too late. Now, it is important to understand that the burden of this task should not be laid upon the individual. It's the job of the governments and the very corporations who created this mess in the first place to facilitate this drop in consumption. And what can you do about this? Well, first, continue with your amazing work, because that inspires us all. And then keep on demanding your governments and banks to stop financing companies from your countries to come to our countries to devastate everything. Stop greenwashing. Demand transparency of the entire production chain, and thus stop the destruction in our territories. Have you heard the phrase, less is more? Thank you for watching.
Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. 30 years of blah, blah, blah. And where has that led us?
What has COP26 achieved? Has anyone here been meaning it, or has it all just been blah, blah, blah? Well, let's start at the easy end and work up to the hard stuff. Point 1. There's a new US-China agreement. The US and China, guided by their veteran climate envoys John Kerry and Xi Jinping, I hope I've said that right, have made an agreement to work together this decade to limit global temperature to 1.5. That's a good step, since they're the two countries emitting the most carbon at present. And it might put a dent in the anti-China racist rhetoric that's been growing in these times, fanned by right-wing politicians and media. Scapegoating China provides an excuse for disavowal and inaction elsewhere. It's not worth any of us bothering to do anything, is there, if China isn't bothering? So we may as well go flying or whatever we want to do. Some UK media, in fact, tried to make out that China was turning its back on the COP just because the president of China didn't make an appearance here. They didn't highlight the fact that China's most experienced climate negotiator was here, a rather more relevant person at climate talks. Let's face it, even the UK's PM, Boris Johnson, has barely been around, despite the UK being the COP's host this year. I said the US and China are the biggest emitters in the world. Well, they are currently, but if you include historic emissions, China slides rapidly down the list, and the UK slides up because, as we all know, the UK started the Industrial Revolution, which started putting massive quantities of carbon into the atmosphere. And a lot of the carbon currently up there, still causing trouble, is carbon that the UK has been putting up there for over 200 years. But there's also another, less well-known reason why the UK really needs to be up there at the top of the League of Carbon Addicts. And here's Donald McCarthy to explain why.
The most important thing to remember about the United Kingdom is that we're like a we're like a publican. He's actually halved his own alcohol consumption. But the United Kingdom is a seller of alcohol. What do I mean by that? 15% of global investments in new fossil fuels come from the City of London. Two oil companies are investing hundreds of billions of pounds. Two British oil companies, Shell and BP, are investing so much money, it's twice the carbon emissions of the United Kingdom. And then we're over 50% of the global insurance market for fossil fuels, coal, oil and gas. And finally, we're a major centre for the PR agency that actually put huge amounts of effort through the media to get social permission and greenwashing for the banks, the fossil fuel banks, and for the fossil fuel corporations. So if you look at the United Kingdom as a whole, per person, we're probably 15 times more responsible than almost any country in the world, because we are a massive centre of the global fossil fuel industry that people never talk about. So when people talk about China, China is responsible for direct emissions mainly because it's become the manufacturing centre for the world. So they export a lot of their emissions. But the United Kingdom is a centre of the investment industry, insurance industry and PR industry that actually runs and motors the fossil fuel industry across the planet. And so that's why we have a massive carbon footprint that's never attributed to us.
Point 2, deforestation. The second positive outcome from the COP is that more than 100 countries have now promised to end deforestation by 2030 or even to reverse it. Importantly, this includes Brazil, home to the Amazon rainforest. And as many of you will have read, the Amazon had reached a terrifying tipping point where the trees were no longer absorbing carbon, but were beginning to emit it. The third point is methane. The US and the EU have now announced a global partnership to cut methane emissions by 2030 by 30%. And that would be one of the best ways to reduce global warming fast, because methane is about 28 times more powerful than carbon dioxide at warming the Earth on a 100-year timescale, and more than 80 times more powerful over 20 years. So if you can reduce the methane we emit, it can buy us time to work on the rest of the greenhouse gases. Point 4, ratcheting up the NDCs. A group of the 20 most climate vulnerable countries formed the Climate Vulnerable Forum, or CVF, in 2015, and this group has been growing rapidly. Last week at the COP, the CVF swelled to 55 countries, and they signed a climate emergency pact. And one of its key demands was that the NDCs are ratcheted up every year. I'll let Mark explain more.
Well, so the CVF has got a whole manifesto going up into the COP. Central to that is the idea of a climate emergency pact. So, I mean, there's different components to that, but basically it's an end to business as usual. This isn't like, we can't just keep coming back year after year, COP after COP, like COP, what's it going to be, COP26 or something? And, you know, we're still talking about carbon markets and all of the modalities of Article 6 and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, we need a step change where it's recognized as being an emergency and a crisis, which needs to be addressed in that kind of fashion. So not just once a year, but in an ongoing sense. And part of what, you know, like, so out of Paris, the NDCs only have to be updated every 5 years. And if you're trying to meet 1.5 and, you know, it's the 2030 emissions goal which makes the difference to that, there's no point in just doing that every 5 years, because it's, you know, somebody won't be reporting until 2028, and, you know, it's way too late. So one of the central asks for the CVF is to have annual pledges, so that you can up the ambition and kind of, you know, have a kind of ratcheting effect of increasing ambition every single year rather than every 5 years, which is just too slow.
Point 5, and this is really the hard stuff, money. Back in 2009 at the Copenhagen COP, the rich countries promised that they would provide $100 billion a year to poor countries to help them become climate resilient. This may sound a lot of money and very generous, but it isn't. In the first place, it's just enlightened self-interest, as Simon will explain.
We need to be building bridges, and that can work because there is a common interest. It isn't in Europe's interest to have heating of 2.5 or 3 degrees, just as it isn't in the interests of the Maldives or the Marshall Islands. So that gives us a shared interest, a common platform on which to build an agreement, and then of course come all the discussions about how to deliver it and what it's going to cost.
And here are 2 more reasons why $100 billion is, how can I put it, unimpressive. First, $100 billion for the whole of the global south is chicken feed. It's just $1 or $2 billion per country. When you think that the UK spent over $50 billion just on its track and trace system during the COVID epidemic, it puts it into perspective. Mark Carney, who's now the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance and the financial advisor to the COP presidency, has admitted we need trillions, not millions, hundreds of trillions. And the second point is that this money, this $100 billion, wasn't promised till 2020. That's 11 years after the Copenhagen COP. And yet now, 2020 has come and gone without the money. And in 2021 even, the money still isn't forthcoming. The promise is that it will start to come in 2023. There's also been a little movement on funding for adaptation, preparing for climate impacts like floods and droughts, with perhaps $40 billion a year coming. Not enough to buy a track and trace system from the UK, but something. Then there's the question of payments for the loss and damage already inflicted on the global south. Since virtually all the climate damage has been inflicted by the industrializing processes of the rich North, these countries shouldn't be seen as donors to the South, but as polluters who've messed up the South. And surely the polluter should pay to clear up its mess.
It's totally inadequate. And they've supposed to give half of 100 billion, which is 50 billion a year for adaptation for the vulnerable countries. That was the original deal from Paris, which they knew 6 years ago, and they came to Glasgow saying they weren't going to fulfill that for another few years to come. And I see in the text they have language that actually apologizes for that. And secondly, don't call them donor countries, they're polluters. All right? They're not donors, they're polluters. They owe this money.
The South believes, with cause, that they have a moral right to money from the North. But rich countries have shrunk back, fearing exposure to unlimited financial liabilities. But the Glasgow text changes the wording that addresses loss and damage, slightly anyway, by introducing a specific mechanism for funding these needs, with a specific timetable. This is in response to the demands of the G77 plus China alliance, which is an alliance that represents 130 nations and 85% of the world's population. Some protesters are going further and calling for reparations to underline the fact that the North is responsible for the damage in the South. But others fear that calling for reparations may be a bad tactic, that it'll only turn the issue into a legal battle that'll delay the handover of the money for even longer. And that means that poor countries may have to go on suffering the indignity and the injustice of being painted as the lucky recipients of Northern beneficence. Point 6, and this is really the ultimate crunch. The pledge in Glasgow to, quote, accelerate the phasing out of coal and of subsidies for fossil fuels. Coal, that old villain that really ought to be booed off stage by now. More than 40 countries have now committed to move away from coal at this COP, which is a start. But it still leaves an awful lot of countries still not signed up, including the world's biggest coal users, like China and the US. We know why the US hasn't signed. President Biden has been stymied by all those US politicians who are still in the pockets of the fossil fuel industry. Fossil fuels have made them rich, and they apparently can't see beyond their wallets to the destruction of the planet's ecosystem. It's also manifestly unfair to expect a developing country like China, struggling with immense poverty, to make a move out of coal in the same time frame as a rich one. Well, imagine a street with a rich family in a well-insulated house at one end of the street and a poor family in a ramshackle, leaky house at the other end. And now imagine them trying to buy an air source heat pump, which costs many thousands of dollars. The rich family would be able to buy it at once, but the poor family would really struggle to afford that, and they'd have to find the money to insulate their house first. It's just not a level playing field.
Well, and you can add China and India to your list there. Look, I think this is a really interesting and difficult issue. If you're a country which has big development needs, as some of those do, not Canada so much, obviously, but China and India and many countries in Africa, and you need energy in order to develop, and as it happens, you have access to coal or oil or gas, then you need to think really hard about the steps you're going to take in order to develop without using those resources. We've seen in Europe how important it is, when you think about the transition out of coal, to think about the social costs as well as simply the energy transition. Germany, you know, has something like 45 billion euros in a fund which is designed to compensate the coal mining communities and the coal mining regions, helping people to find new jobs, new skills, new industries that will replace the coal. And we know in the UK how difficult it is if the coal mining industry stops to replace the jobs and the livelihoods for people, and we had a long-standing, deep scarring caused by the closure of the coal mines when Mrs. Thatcher was Prime Minister. So I feel great sympathy for countries like India and China who are trying to make this transition. Now, the UNFCCC, interestingly enough, has a device which is highly relevant to this, which is that they ask for two kinds of commitments for countries: the unconditional nationally determined contributions and the conditional nationally determined contributions. And the point of having this second tier, these conditional NDCs, is for countries to be able to say, well, we can do this, but this is the kind of help we need. Now, I haven't studied every single nationally conditional NDC, but my sense is they're not very complete, and they're not necessarily as demanding of rich countries as they should be. And I'd like to see really good transition plans which include both the technical and the social costs, and that developed countries are then able to provide more support to those who are making the transition.
Added to this section now are the words recognizing the need for support towards a just transition, highlighting the need for funds to retrain fossil fuel industry workers, which is a very good thing. But the thing that really strikes me more than anything else in this agreement is that fossil fuels have never been mentioned in the official text at all since Kyoto. It's the most extraordinary thing that fossil fuels, which are the root cause of the climate crisis, haven't been mentioned for decades. Such is the power of the fossil fuel lobby to be able to create this long conspiracy of silence. Even though the world has been subsidizing fossil fuels, according to the IMF, at the rate of $11 million per minute. But now, at last, at Glasgow, the taboo has been broken. It's the first crack in the dike, the explicit global acknowledgement that subservience to the fossil fuel lobby has been the problem. And it shows up the immense power of the fossil fuel industry and the billionaires who have significant shares in it, the same billionaires who also own large parts of the mainstream media. But this time, they haven't been able to force the COP to take the references to fossil fuels out. In the same taboo-breaking vein, COP26 saw a new alliance being formed, the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, or BOGA for short. The BOGA Alliance was initiated by Costa Rica and Denmark and launched last Thursday, the 11th of November, and it commits countries not only to setting a date to ending oil and gas use, but to stop granting any new licenses for exploration. BOGA is still a very small alliance, just a dozen or so countries, and it needs to grow if it's to make enough difference, but it is another significant crack in the dike.
And gas, because I think we all agree that a transition needs to be a just transition. So there's a need for a place where you can have the conversations about how to actually then make that. In my own country, Denmark, we've made this decision, but it hasn't been an easy one. It's been an expensive one, and it's been a decision that influences a lot of people. So for us, it's important to invest in the parts of our country that is affected by this. This means schooling, training of the people employed in the sector to get other jobs. It means investing in alternatives like renewable energy. In Denmark, for instance, offshore wind now has more than 30,000. We have more than 30,000 people working in the wind industry. And with regards to offshore wind, every time we establish new offshore wind of 1 gigawatt capacity, we estimate that that creates almost 15,000 jobs. Does anybody want to? Yes, Pierre?
So, given these significant but still small steps, will carbon emissions be cut 45% from 2010 levels by 2030? Because that's what must happen if we're to stop global heating at 1.5 degrees. Here's a statement that caught people's imagination by the EU's climate lead, Frans Timmermans.
Thank you very much, Alok, and let me start by joining others in thanking you for all your efforts so that we can conclude this COP with ambitious conclusions that we can take home and then start to work on what needs to be done. This morning, or an hour ago, my son Mark sent me a picture of my grandson, Case, who's 1 year old. I was thinking, Case will be 31 when we're in 2050. And it's quite a thought to understand that if we succeed, he'll be living in a world that's livable. He'll be living in an economy that is clean, with air that is clean, at peace with his environment. If we fail, and I mean fail now in the next couple of years, he will fight with other human beings for water and food. That's the stark reality we face. So 1.5 degrees is about avoiding a future for our children and grandchildren that is unlivable. I might not reach 2050, probably won't, but he will be there as a young man, and I want him to live a peaceful, prosperous life like I want it for everybody's children and grandchildren in this room. This is personal. This is not about politics. And I don't live in Palau. I don't live on Barbados. I don't live on the Marshall Islands. But there it's even far more personal because you're standing with your feet in the water. And this is what we need to address today. We need to make sure major emitters reduce their emissions so that we keep 1.5 alive. That needs to be at the heart of our conclusions today.
But that's the prospect for his grandson in the distant future, decades away. For the global south, this kind of horrifying prospect is already a reality, and for millions of people. A representative from Kenya said that 2 million Kenyans are facing starvation now due to crop failures caused by drought. He said, "We bleed when it rains. We cry when it doesn't rain." 1.5 is not a statistic. It's a matter of life or death. And that's what life is like now at 1.1 degrees of warming. What will life and death be like at 1.5 degrees even? Ideally, we'd return to 1.0 or back to zero, but 1.5 is all we can realistically aim for now. But for a COP to aim for 1.5 even has taken a significant mind shift. It was almost unimaginable back in Copenhagen in 2009. Whenever I asked a scientist or policymaker there about 1.5, they scoffed at my even posing such a question to them. By the Paris COP, though, in 2015, 1.5 could be held as an aspiration, a distant dream. But here in Glasgow, there's been a solidifying for 1.5 as a very real goal that the COP is aiming for. Of course, we're only talking about a psychological shift, not a reality. But what we imagine as humans to be possible is key to the realities we then create. Another world is possible, people were saying at Porto Alegre in Brazil back in 2003 at the World Social Forum, and even further back in 1968 during the Student and Workers' Revolution in Paris. The situationists were saying, demand the impossible. In other words, we shouldn't stay in the prison we've constructed. We have to step outside the prison door and imagine in order to create the world we want. And we'll only take the low-carbon pathway if the rich countries face up to their responsibilities and act fast. John Kerry, the US envoy, admits that 20 countries equal 80% of the emissions. That's the G20. And he says, they do bear the greatest responsibility. I'm glad he admits it. I hope everybody does now. And he talked up this COP saying there is a spirit of determination here to get this done and to get it done well. But how will the mainstream media report on the COP? Because a balanced assessment is crucial, since what the media persuades the public of will become a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. If the media scoffs too much, dismissing the COP as a total failure, that could seriously undermine public belief that there's any point in doing anything. They'll just go on with their casual flying and casual beef eating, and without realizing it, give comfort to the fossil fuel lobby, who then feel they can carry on with business as usual. Conversely, if the media overhypes the outcome of COP26, that could persuade the public that there never really was a problem, and again, carry on with business as usual. So the key question remains, are the agreements now in place meaningful enough to bring about a 1.5 world, assuming they're implemented along a low-carbon pathway? The answer could be yes, if the politicians, especially those in high-polluting countries, honour their agreements, and if the negotiators can ratchet up improvements year on year at every succeeding COP, and if the rest of us encourage each other enough to reduce our carbon footprints. Not that what we do will make enough difference to save the planet, but because our engagement will maybe help us vote in politicians we recognize as meaning it, and help us see through politicians that really don't. And it'll help us to adapt voluntarily, step by step, to a necessarily different kind of lifestyle, one that is less dependent on high consumption and more aligned to fulfilling our deeper values. So, all in all, is COP26 a success or a failure? Well, the COP consists of a hard-nosed group of negotiators, many of them struggling with sincerity and determination to make progress in a realpolitik hard world. And there might be enough in the cover text now to avoid an irreversible climate cataclysm. The end of the world will probably no longer be nigh. It obviously hasn't moved the dial enough to satisfy those of us fighting for global justice. There isn't enough in these agreements to save the 2 million souls starving in Kenya at the moment, nor the tens of millions of others like them at grave risk in impoverished communities all around the world, nor the hundreds of thousands of species of plants or animals in danger of extinction. For that to be achieved, the COP would have to agree to release the trillions that Mark Carney referred to, the hundreds of trillions, in fact, fat chance, in a place where 0.4 billion or even 0.2 billion dollars are hyped as wonderful acts of generosity. The world is still swung around by the iron fist of a tiny minority of super-rich oligarchs. And unless and until that fundamental global power structure is shattered and a new and empathic democracy, a genuine democracy, emerges, our world will never be just.
Hi, welcome back to Global Voices on COP26.tv. Our videographer has been asking people out and about, what about COP26? So this time, she interviewed Ralph from Tunisia, where he is going to tell us about the issues they have in his city with pollution.
Hello, my name is Raouf. I'm 26. I study law. I'm from Tunisia. I came to COP here to fight for our right for living. The chemical industry in Tunisia, killing us really. It's destroying everything in the city of Gabes. It's an industry of phosphate to introduce a lot of material like phosphorium acid and many others. And this make a lot of chemical reaction. One of them called phosphogypsum, they throw it all to the sea, like 15,000 tons every day. 2% of it contain heavy metals like uranium and cadmium, and also a lot of gases like NOx and NH3 and all. So my city now became #1 in cancer. A lot of people struggling there. A lot of people are dying every day. So we are here at COP to share our experience, to share what we have there, for more networking with a lot of other activists, for working together and to fight together.
Let's hear from another interview from Latin America, Winnie from Brazil. She's going to tell us something about it.
My name is Winnie. I am from XR Brazil. I am from Brazil, and I'm just outside COP in Glasgow today. I came to COP with the invitation of people from XR Global, and I came here to represent my country as a Latin American countries, as a country from the global south, and of course we are the first one to be affected by climate change. And we need to really rebuild the system to get more like climate justice. In Brazil now, we are being affected by climate change for a while now, because we have like a tropical climate. So we have like this loop between floods and droughts and floods and droughts. So a lot of people are losing the crops. And when we had floods in the urban centers, because most of Brazilian population live in urban landscape now. People who live next to the hills and in favelas or next to the rivers, they are being affected by floods. And then we have like a shortage of water now, because in Brazil most of the energy is generated through hydropower. It's like a built enormous situation of hydropower. I think it's 90% or so. So we went to a drought, very, very horrible drought, and we didn't have water, in some cities, and we don't have water to generate our energy. They normally says the hydropower is kind of clean, but it affects a lot the communities behind it. So that's the major problem.
What would you like to COP to achieve?
Actually, I don't know if I have any hope by COP, but I don't know if those global leaders are really hearing us, they really listen to us. I just want they stop to tell lies, and they stop to make like a fantasy of fairy tales of how we can make this capitalism economic system greener, and how we can, change everything without changing the lifestyle of people in the global north. Like the American lifestyle, you can change you can't change the situation without changing the whole consumption system. So I really am hopeful that they stop telling these fairy tales and stop just giving ideas and came with real projects, because like the Minister of Environment in Brazil, he wasn't here like a few days before, and he said we try to diminish for 40% or 50% our emissions until 2030, but yet he doesn't present any real project. We don't even know how it's gonna be do, and 2030 is right there, like 9 years from now. So we still keep talking about this future abstract deadlines, but 2030 is right there, 2025 is right there. So how can they do all this change if they don't have like a real project? And they have like this project of huge infrastructure for greening things, and they are, you know, polluting even more. And in our cases in Brazil, the situation is quite different, because we are going to, our government is going to against the grain of everyone in COP. So in here they can, you know, promise that they're gonna do emissions, they're gonna end the emissions in Brazil, but back in Brazil they are diminished and they are dismantle all environmental laws. We have some agencies of who do like the control of the deforestation, and those agencies, they are just losing a lot of power. They are being like dismantled again. So our president is really obsessed with minerals, you know. He likes niobium and these minerals, so he really thinks in that like 60, 70 years old project of growing the economy of Brazil in the very modern way, in the very 20th century way. So it's really against the grains of everyone else is talking here. My thoughts on COP is if they keep doing things in the same diplomatical, non-system change things never gonna work, and COP is gonna be just more COP. And whether it be a 27 and 28 and 31, and we are always in here and all the years telling the same things, telling the same lies, actually.
On Saturday, we saw protests in George Square here in Glasgow, demanding actions to go against the African oil companies who are drilling there. Moreover, South Africa also got in solidarity and got together to protest as well. So the Okavango Delta has been threatened really by all these companies. Let's see how actions were taking place.
People are killing our environment and our ecosystems. We are here in solidarity with the comrade rebels in Namibia, Botswana, Uganda and Tanzania. Save Okavango!
Save Okavango!
Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Save Okavango! Save!
Well, the East African crude oil pipeline is going to be the longest heated pipeline in the world. It's running from Hoima to Tanga in Tanzania. It's going to move around, its length is around 18,000 kilometers, and it will be producing around 32 tons of carbon dioxide, given the fact that we are already clearing the government is already clearing the environment so that it can pave way for the construction of the pipeline. So it is a great danger to us as Ugandans and the rest of the world. It needs to be worried about this, because 32 tons of carbon dioxide is something uncontrollable. Secondly, because the construction of the project of the pipeline has led to the destruction of the environment, who should be acting as the carbon sinks for the carbon dioxide that is being produced already.
Where it's going to pass, it's going to go through forests, it's going to go through water bodies, and you know, if oil gets contaminated with the water, that's a challenge, and it will be a very big impact to the communities and societies next to it. Deforestation is a challenge, and it will also lead to climate change. We have seen a lot of challenges, a lot of things happening in line with the climate change, and we believe they will even get more, and they will increase, and it will double the way we've been seeing. So I call upon the leaders to take the responsibility actions towards that, or responsible actions towards that. I call upon the leaders, the religious leaders, reverends, clergy people, to always preach about climate, to always preach about environment. This will save us and will save everyone. Once again, my prayer request is us starting praying for each other, praying for the countries that are facing poverty, that are facing a lot of challenges due to climate crisis, due to climate change. and this is us, and this is you. So it's against this that I'm giving my activism towards the EA COP, and we stand together. Together, let us stop EA COP. In Jesus' name, I submit.
I come from the Okavango Delta. As much as you know, the Okavango Delta is the UNESCO World Heritage Site. And next to it is the Tsodilo UNESCO World Heritage Site. The Okavango has been protected under UNESCO for its outstanding universal values. That is the abundance into biodiversity and cultural diversities that exist in that area. This history is necessary to share and appreciate so that we are able to understand where we are coming from and who we are. Today, majority of the San continue to live below economic and poverty ladder. There is a bull by the name Recon Africa. Recon is coming from as far as Canada up in the north. Botswana government and the Namibian government, I hear, have given them exploration licenses to explore oil and gas. In the history, I'm also told that the British protected Botswana, and the colonization, the British colonization, as if it is not enough, or as if it was not enough, the Canadians are coming to poison us. In Botswana, or Botswana has invested significant proportion of money into biodiversity conservation. The Okavango Delta holds the world's unique biodiversity. The Okavango Delta holds the fish stocks and mega flora and fauna that we can imagine of. The Okavango Delta has been celebrated as a wonderful, the jewel of Kalahari. Let's say no to Recon Africa and its exploration work.
Stop oil drilling!
Stop oil drilling!
Stop oil drilling!
Not all activists that tried to come here to Glasgow were able to make it. Cambere, who lives in Belgium but is from the Republic of Congo, had this same issue. We were talking to him about how he felt and how the process went for him. We have a Zoom call with him. Check it out.
At this time, I am in Belgium, in the city of Liège, but I am originally from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I was really committed to be there to strengthen the climate justice movement, to share the stories from my countries. Yeah, the visa has never came, and right now I'm here waiting every day. I keep on tracking. Until now, the visa is not yet there. It has not been easy for me. I just keep a strong spirit right now because I am convinced I am defending a right cause of climate justice.
This is a big opportunity for us to open new pathways for change. We need to activate, to operationalize people-centered measures, people-centered policies. These are policies that put the communities in the center. When we talk about destroying the forests and other kind of biodiversity in Congo, we have two kinds of origins of that problem. There is destruction that is coming from big industries, big countries all over the world, but there is also damages that come from the communities around those ecosystems because they have no choice. Those communities, they need to be partners to the conservation of those forests. And to do so, we need to address the problems that they face. They fight hunger, they fight climate change, they fight insecurity, they fight poverty, they fight all kinds of problems. We need to think about innovation
finding out innovative way of solving the problems that are hindering the engagement of the communities. Lastly, we should know that even if climate change is a global problem, people are not affected the same way. There are people who are more vulnerable than the others, and the community in Eastern Congo is part of that. To the leaders of COP, I would like to pass a message, a crucial message. I would like to say that climate change, public health, and human rights are interconnected. And we need to set our policies considering the need of the most weak, of the weaker person of the society.
In collaborations of some interviews done by Extinction Rebellion, the Greens in Brussels give us the perspective of activists on what they think about COP26 and what they might bring into their communities.
Climate activist because I'm already facing climate change realities in my community, and it is the reality. It is not a Netflix movie. We are already facing it. It's actually no longer on our doorsteps. It's within our living rooms. It's affecting us. I think COP26 needs to achieve a real implementation of the promises they've made. We can't make more promises because promises are not saving the world. We need to come into real action. So we are demanding real action. If we say we are stopping carbon emissions, let it be now. Let us not do double standard. Here we say we are working on carbon reduction on carbon emissions, and tomorrow we are investing in oil and gas projects. We are basically doing double standard. So we need to choose a side. Either we stop it now, or we stop or continue pretending. So it is, we have to choose a side of stopping it now, not pretending.
We are tired of empty promises, and it is time for the global North leaders to make up space for the global South leaders and to actually act on what they demand during the COP negotiations. Over the past, a lot of global North leaders have made false promises, especially to the global South countries who are suffering massive climate change impacts, yet are the least contributors to global carbon emissions. We're also focusing on the theme of food insecurity because, first of all, as a country right now, we are experiencing drought and over 2 million people are currently living under hunger, including children and women who are the most vulnerable to the climate change impacts. During the climate strike that we'll hold on Saturday, the 23rd of October, we are planning to start from Kondele roundabout up to the ministry government offices in Kisumu County. And during this time, we will have a group of activists that will be joining to help us air out our grievances and to call out our leaders, both our leaders and the global leaders, so that they can honor their environmental debts and honor their promises that they make each and every year at every COP conference.
We're in a crisis, and whenever your house is burning, you don't wait for 3 hours for you to come and put it off. So we're in a crisis, and the world leaders really need to know this, because the moment you see your house is flooding, you close the tap first. You don't start mopping it down. Yeah, so I really feel like we need to close the tap. We need to stop the fossil fuel companies. We need to phase out the corporations that are really destroying our planet, like the pesticide and the plastics corporations. And once we've done that, I'm sure the planet will be a better place. And 2050 is so far. First of the important thing that I'm really looking on is the loss and damage part. So that one I really need to see. Then the second thing is the climate financing. That's a joke, to be honest. What we really want, you don't want your money. We want you to change your lifestyle, and we want you people to work so well and depend, like see like we all live in one planet, and live and think of the other party somewhere else. Because you can have all this money, but you cannot have all this money while using it on top of a flood or on top of a drought. Yeah, so live a life that will ultimately help other people in the other part of the world live better too. Yeah.
The climate crisis is a human rights issue because it has actually increased the vulnerability of certain persons because of their incapacity to be able to adapt and mitigate the impacts that is that comes with the climate crisis. And that is why we're seeking for climate justice for the marginalized. We're looking at women groups, we're looking at the elderly, we're looking at persons living with disability, we're looking at children, we're looking at people living in rural communities. And 2050 is quite too late for us to take action. It has been said that now is the time to take action. If we keep saying, if we have to wait to 2050, we might not be able to have the capacity to be able to mitigate the impacts that will come at that time. So now is the time for us to take little actions that will help to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And so why wait for 2050 when we have the time now? 2050 is a long time to go, it's a long way to go. Why will we have to suffer the impacts? The temperatures are increasing. The temperatures wouldn't wait till 2050 before they will have any rise in temperature. Drought and inconsistency in annual rainfall wouldn't wait for 2050. It's happening now already. And so we're having food inconsistency. We're having poverty levels being increased. We're having livelihoods being lost. We're having food prices on the increase. We're having quite a lot of impact. We're having disease outbreaks because of the glaciers melting and quite a lot of impacts that are coming in. Those impacts are not waiting to 2050. They're coming up right now. And so now is the time, and 2050 is then too late for us to address the climate crisis.
I am climate activist because of protect the Congolese forests from the deforestation. That's my motivation first. My first motivation. The first is because I was seeing the big deforestation of the Congolese forests, so that pushed me to have an idea to become activists, because our country doesn't know what to do. If we can't have a network of activists who can help to protect this forest, I think in some years we will not have this forest. So 2050 is too late, very, very late, because scientifically it can be the time, but if we see how the climate is changing and the things are going now, I think 2050 is very late.
So that was it for Global Voices at COP26. Sign up on cop26.tv to find out more what's coming. We'll be back.
Well, hello. Hi, Eloise. Great to meet you.
Hi, George. Likewise. Lovely to speak with you.
Thank you. And congratulations on winning this very prestigious prize. The second prize was 2 virtual coffees with me, but well done for only winning the first one. So, so tell me about yourself.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm in London currently, so unfortunately not at COP, but I've been following closely what's going on at COP26, listening to COP26.tv and also following stuff on Twitter and following the news. Very exciting to listen in and to pick your brains a bit about what's going on the ground and how we can amplify voices that are underrepresented in these conferences.
Yes. You might be labouring under the misapprehension that I actually know what's happening here. Because to be honest, I don't think anyone does. I mean, it is chaos. It is complete chaos, and within the official meeting, it's chaos. I mean, outside, the activists are really well organised. If the activists were running this, it would actually be a really good meeting, not least because we might actually try some innovation in the way that we talk to each other and negotiate and stuff. And as you probably know, in campaigns, there's been incredible innovation. In fact, just about every sector except Parliament and international diplomacy, there's been fantastic innovation in the way that we hold meetings and negotiate and discuss stuff, but not here. Here we are, 26th meeting in a row. 24 of those meetings have been really pretty well total failures. One's been a partial success, Paris, and they're still doing the same thing. It's a definition of madness, isn't it? You keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Yes. So tell me more about COP26.tv and how you sort of set this up to give more power to those who are maybe not part of the official negotiations or not even at COP26 in Glasgow.
No, well, I wish I could claim I set it up, but I sort of walked in while other people had done all the hard work. It's a group of wonderful people, some of whom I've worked with before, actually. A lot of the team is the same team that we made our Riverside documentary with. I don't know if you saw that, the world's first live investigative documentary, and they're such an amazing bunch. I mean, they're so slick and organised. In this case, everyone's working for free. It's all entirely volunteers. And so the entire thing, I'm told, the budget for the whole 2 weeks, which includes travel and accommodation, which is most of the cost of it, for the whole channel, 10 hours a day, is £10,000, which is, it's amazing, isn't it? So it just shows how much you can do these days with not a lot of money. Really, I mean, £10,000, you could probably make one episode of The Archers with that or something. It's pretty amazing for sort of 2 weeks, 10 hours a day. We haven't got everything right by any means. There's a lot of ways in which we haven't really yet mobilized enough people to watch it. Though we've had some fairly good successes, but the sort of general viewing, we haven't done enough outreach, but we're still working on that, and it's getting better. But what has been fantastic for me is just getting to talk to a lot of really amazing activists from around the world, and thinkers and doers who have basically been denied a platform elsewhere. And in fact, and it's an ill wind which blows no one any good. It's because people basically been shut out of not just the official talks, but mainstream media as well. We get to talk to them on our little platform. And so the quality of the contributors, you might have seen this program called Monbiot every day. And every day we get 3 people. And every day it's like the 3 top people in the field in the world. And it's like, how did we manage this? And it's, right, because they actually do want to talk to us. So that's been lovely. But it does sort of express the frustration because these are so really, really smart, amazing people who could make an incredible contribution to what's going on in the building, which is literally just 100 meters that way. But that might as well be on Mars. even the ones who have managed to get accreditation and managed to get in, all the key meetings they're shut out of.
Yeah.
So it's even the official delegates, from the countries and the national delegates, people have flown halfway around the world at massive expense, gone to huge effort to get the visa, to get COVID passes, whatever it might be. Honestly, it's easier to rob the Bank of England. And all this way over here, they get themselves in, and then it's told, oh, only 2 delegates from each nation allowed into this meeting. And but I've come here across the world to come to the meeting. They can't get in. It's the worst. I mean, several people have said who've experienced and COP things, it's the worst organised one they've ever had. Who would have guessed that Boris Johnson's government would have completely screwed it up?
Yeah. And we've also seen that it's been sort of co-opted by corporate interests. I mean, the analysis by Global Witness the other day showing that of the list of attendees, 500 of those are fossil fuel executives. And if they were a delegation, they'd be the largest delegation, whereas some countries from small island developing states couldn't even get to Glasgow in the first place for all these reasons you've just sort of listed. And how can we sort of counteract this and make sure that, this climate conference, but also future climate conferences, biodiversity negotiations also not just co-opted by wealthy and powerful corporate interests?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and you're very well informed on this, so you're absolutely right. And in fact, those 500 are just the ones we know about. They're the 500 who sort of acknowledge where they come from, whereas there's a whole lot of people with pink badges, which means non-affiliated. You don't know, and it seems that a lot of them are actually fossil fuel representatives also. So, and of course, the national delegations are full of people who are officially government personnel, but actually are representing them too. Yeah, it is the big question. I mean, it's actually the big democratic question. It sits at the center of democracy. How do we stop plutocracy from overriding democracy? How do we stop the money from crushing the votes, crushing the people? And it's something which we've just signally failed on right across the world. It's the era of plutocratic control, or a new era of plutocratic control. And so we do need a democratic revolution. It's not we can't fix it in one COP meeting, because actually this is pervasive, this is everywhere. And what I've proposed are some suggestions for how we can make democracy a real viable proposition, and they involve a much more participatory, deliberative approach than we have today. I mean, it is crazy, isn't it, when you think about it? So, we get a vote every 5 years, right? You put a cross on a piece of paper, and you might be lucky. Your chosen party might get in, or in my case, I don't think it's ever yet happened, but you might be unlucky. But regardless, the party that gets in says, right, we now have a mandate to do what we want for the next 5 years. It might everything in the manifesto, or actually we could decide not to do these things in the manifesto, but this manifesto, which of course the entire nation would have read and pondered very carefully before making their vote. So you've agreed to all that. Oh, also you've agreed to all the things we decide to do which aren't in the manifesto. You've agreed to all that as well. You say, hang on a minute, no, wait a minute, I didn't vote for that. I voted because of crime or the economy or something. I didn't vote to build another airport. It's all these things are just added in, but they say, well, sorry, if you don't like this, you'll have to have put another cross on a piece of paper in 5 years' time. You say, well, that's not going to change the decision about the airport, is it? And so, in other words, the whole system is built on the principle of presumed consent. Now, we don't accept the principle of presumed consent in sex. Why should we accept it in politics? I mean, it's actually obscene. It's just an outrageous, disgusting system that they deem that we have agreed to things that we never agreed to. And so my feeling is, it's not, I don't want to completely get rid of representative democracy. I think it has its virtues, but it needs to be tempered with participatory democracy, where, so week by week, month by month, we can actually have our voices heard and make those decisions which are being made in our names. And it's just, here we are in the 21st century, I'm talking to you on Zoom, and it's as clear as if you were in the room. And yet we still have governmental systems, parliamentary systems, which come from the age of the quill pen and the horse and carriage.
Absolutely, absolutely. And COP's a lot about, all the big headline grabbing news and all the pledges and all the hot air. But ultimately what we want is the action. We want these governments to follow through, despite it being beyond their 5-year, 4-year cyclical mandates. How do we ensure that we hold them to account?
Well, yeah, this is exactly it. So I was just talking to Kevin Anderson, the great climate scientist, earlier on today, who's such a great guy, and he was saying, well, this is the whole point of net zero. The whole point of net zero is to just kick the can down the road, so it's someone else's problem later on, because it's just all about, well, we'll draw down emissions later on, having overshot. We'll use this mechanism and that mechanism to compensate for keeping burning fossil fuels today and all the rest of it. And yet, as he pointed out, it's suddenly everyone's saying net zero, whereas previously they were saying zero. It's like sort of new chips being implanted, net zero, going around saying net zero. Hang on a minute, how did this happen? How did everyone start saying net zero? It basically means net zero equals we're not going to do it in this generation. And so you think, no, that's just completely unacceptable. We can't do that. And so how are we going to do it? This is, of course, always the key question. Well, in my view, there's the three key principles of effective politics, which is number 1, mobilization, 2, mobilization, and 3, mobilization. We just need to get together in massive numbers. We need to hold them to account and force them, show them that, right, all your political ambitions are as dust if you don't do this. Anyway, you very neatly dodged at the beginning of this conversation my question asking, tell me about yourself. And you don't have to answer it, but you're obviously extremely well informed and passionate about this issue. Are you professionally involved in it? What's your involvement?
I am. To your great surprise, likely, I work in carbon markets, so very familiar with all the net zero hot air pledges and all that, but working to strengthen carbon markets, as they're here and apparently they're going to expand massively. So we need to make sure that that's done with integrity, that Indigenous voices are at the center of the conversations, that there's no land grabbing and all sorts of things. But equally, we need more scrutiny as to who's getting involved in these carbon markets and what they're doing or not doing beforehand, be it governments or be it corporate private interests. And I think something that's pretty exciting and noticeable, despite all the pledges and everything, is the announcement today of the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which is, I think, significant development. Although I've noted, of course, that the UK hasn't signed up. Wales has, though. But I wanted to discuss, or to get your views on this, significant development, as well as the mention of phasing out fossil fuel subsidies potentially in the draft agreement. 2 major developments.
Absolutely, and Beyond Oil and Gas, I'm very excited about this. With a great initiative of Denmark and Costa Rica, these 2 pioneering governments. Dan Jørgensen, the Environment Minister in Denmark, I'm having a meeting with him tomorrow, actually. Really keen to hear how he's done it. His Costa Rican counterparts, obviously, as well. No, it's exactly where we need to be. I mean, we just need to leave fossil fuels in the ground. It's so simple, and yet that is the one thing they will not talk about. 26 meetings now. The elephant in the room, leaving fossil fuels in the ground, it's still sitting there, waving its trunk over their shoulders, and they're just chatting about anything except that. And it is amazing, isn't it? It's the most extraordinary, willful blindness there could possibly be. You raise a very important issue of carbon markets also. Article 6, as we know, of the Paris Agreement, which is all about that, is being negotiated. It's not looking good. It's really, it's not going in the right direction, because quite rightly, I think, quite a lot of people are saying, well, this could lead to a sort of new carbon colonialism. Now, as you say, carbon markets could potentially be used for good, but if they're just a way of in order not to do what we ought to be doing, we're going to go and buy carbon offsets elsewhere, and go and steal someone else's forest or whatever it might be. Well, clearly, that's not going to be any sort of an answer. There are some good things happening here, but they're not happening in plenary.
Mm-hmm. There's another elephant in the room, which I'm curious to get your insight on, and it's that of military greenhouse gas emissions. There's a loophole in the Paris Agreement and previous Kyoto Agreement, which states that there is no carbon accounting necessary for military-related greenhouse gas emissions. And with increased spending in the US, the UK, and all the other major sort of military powerhouses like France also and China, those emissions are set to rise. How did we get to this point, and how do we tackle this loophole?
It is amazing, isn't it? It's like, well, we're too important. We're above all that. We're too important to be involved in preventing systemic environmental collapse because we've got to go and bomb someone. It is shocking. In fact, to make things even worse, the UK government used the opportunity of this climate conference to sell some warships to Bangladesh.
Really?
So wow. It's actually doing arms trading in the climate conference. But it's scandalous.
But it's not a corrupt government, is it?
No, that's all right. It's not on the list, so that's just fine. Unfortunately, we are a corrupt government, so we ought to be on our own list of governments you can't trade with.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. No.
Oh, I see.
Sorry to Boris Johnson's speech yesterday saying that the UK is not a corrupt country.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes, that's right. But which, of course, as soon as you say we're not corrupt, everyone will say, "Oh, so you're corrupt then?" It's like, which, as if we hadn't guessed. Yeah. So they have a list of countries they're not supposed to supply arms to. And if they're very warlike or corrupt, we can't supply arms to them because it would be terrible for a country with our good record of not being warlike or corrupt to deal with any of the countries which are warlike and corrupt. But yeah, obviously it's utterly scandalous, and the exemption that the military gets from everything, really. It gets a sort of social exemption, doesn't it? As long as you're in uniform, you can kill someone. You can do things which, if you weren't in uniform, you'd be put in prison for. And I'm not sort of slagging off individual service members because often they're the victims of these decisions as well. But it's like, governments give themselves a license to do unspeakable things in the name of warfare, which, if civilians did those things, they would be recognised as the crimes they are. And among these unspeakable things now is unabated greenhouse gas emissions caused by the military. I used to live in mid Wales, and I lived close to the Centre for Alternative Technology there, which is pioneering, has been for a long time, all sorts of really interesting new green technologies. But unfortunately, it's also an area where they do those low-flying military exercises, and you get incredibly noisy jets, and really scary, actually, very low and very noisy and horrible. And I remember thinking once when I was at the centre, as one of these jets came over, probably in just the bit of the flight that I could actually see, it had burnt as much fuel as the whole centre had saved that month, or who knows, that year. It's so, they're so heavy on their carbon usage, and it's a scandal.
There's some research by some researchers at Brown University who found that greenhouse gas emissions from military in the US could be the single greatest source of greenhouse gas emissions.
I didn't know that.
Which, if accurate, would be absolutely unbelievable and unforgivable.
But actually believable, because you look at what they do and you think, actually, how could it be otherwise? You look at all those exercises with all the planes and tanks and aircraft carriers and all the rest of it. It's massive. And the thing which, what really gets to me is the sense that, you know, we've got one job now. I mean, we've really got one job, which is to prevent the collapse of our life support systems. You know, nothing else matters at all beside that. Or rather, I mean, lots of things matter, but all those things are going to be swept aside if systemic environmental collapse happens. You know, all our hopes and fears and loves and hates and dreams and ambitions and everything, they all go. And so it's like, you know, so why are we still involved in war? Why are we still fighting with each other when, you know, the common interests of humanity is so clearly laid out before us now? And I know this sounds all very sort of, you know, very sort of flower power, but it's still, you know, just because it's a sort of very basic question which has been asked many times in the past doesn't stop it from being a valid one. It's like if ever there was a time for everyone now to be coming together and setting aside these really petty differences. I mean, by comparison, every difference which sets us apart and which makes us fight each other is so small by comparison to what we're facing here, which is the loss of everything. You know, if ever there was a time, that time is now.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of getting together, you'd think that the countries that promised $100 billion per year in climate adaptation mitigation to Global South would have gotten together now, 12 years later, to disperse the funds year on year, and who still haven't managed to reach that target, and which apparently we won't manage to reach it by 2023, 2022 if we're lucky. And yet wars cost trillions of dollars, and not to mention all the civilian deaths and unnecessary pain and suffering. It's gobsmacking, isn't it? And I know you've written a lot about reparative climate finance, that we have a historical debt towards countries that we've pillaged over time to offer climate reparations, and beyond climate reparations, but reparations full stop. What can we do about this?
Yeah, no, you're so right about this. I mean, it was a pathetic, wretched promise in the first place in 2009. You know, 100 billion pounds a year in climate finance. I mean, that sounds a lot of money. You know, 100 billion here, 100 billion there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. But actually, by comparison to what they're spending on other things, it's piddling. It's a drop. You know, you look at the fossil fuel subsidies that the G20 has shelled out since 2015, 3.3 trillion in subsidies for the fossil fuel companies. So it's spending far less on climate finance for the vulnerable countries than it's spending on fossil fuel subsidies, and that kind of tells you everything, doesn't it? I mean, you know, once you know that, there's not much more to know. This is where power lies. This is how it operates. Anyway, then turns out that the 100 billion they haven't supplied, so it's like up to 80 billion a year now. Loads of that, most of it, is in the form of loans. There's not even aid, and so these highly indebted countries, which have been indebted through years of colonial extraction and all the sort of horrendous things that we've imposed on other people, and we use that debt as leverage against them, now are being asked to take out more debt to finance the result, to pay for the results of what we've dumped on them in the form of our waste product, carbon dioxide. And it's so scandalous. I mean, it's just really, really shockingly awful and utterly infuriating. I mean, it's just like, what the hell, you know? And as you rightly use the word, you know, reparations. That is the word. That is the word that should be used, because, you know, we're talking about, you know, a crisis which we have imposed on other countries. Multiple crises, obviously, you know, with the sort of 500 years of extraction and theft and looting, basically, which is what colonialism is, and then all the sort of post-colonial sort of coups installing dictators who are going to give us what we want, still continuing to steal resources and the rest of it. And now, you know, dumping all the waste products of that same system onto those countries and, oh, sorry, oh dear, well, never mind, you just have to live with it, you know. And it's like, well, you can't actually live with it because our houses are underwater, and this whole continental interiors are drying out, and actually heat is getting to the point in many parts of the world where the human body can't stand it. So what are we going to do? And we owe reparations, which, if they were costed in financial terms, would be greater than the whole size of the global economy. But as Esther Stanford Hosai said the other day, she's really a remarkable woman, one of many amazing contributors that we've had on Monbiot's program. She said, actually, we've got to think much bigger than that in terms of reparations, not bigger in terms of money, because it's not just about money. It's about repairing, it's about restoring. We should and actually what we should be doing is rebuilding, remaking the broken places, the places that we've broken, restoring the ecologies, restoring human societies, restoring life in a much deeper way than just paying some money. And we owe that. I mean, we owe the world to the countries we've wrought.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we know the causes of climate crisis, and you've written extensively about them for the past 30 years or so, and namely colonialism and capitalism and accumulation of wealth and pursuit of endless economic growth with no limits on a finite planet. And yet we're still focusing on the same economic indicators, GDP, etc., globally, mostly as the economy is moving forward. Yet we know we need to turn to a post-growth or a degrowth society and move away from these economic metrics and finance those climate reparations and climate aid. And you've written extensively about wealth taxation, going beyond carbon taxation. How do we actually implement these more progressive and just and equity-based policies?
Well, yes, it is that big question, and I mean, we have failed as citizens. We have to admit this. We can blame governments, we can blame fossil fuel companies and the rest, and we should, absolutely we should. This isn't in any way to let them off the hook. But collectively, we have been really complacent, slow to rise, slow to respond to the greatest crisis humanity's ever faced. And I think that's the thing which future generations will find hardest to understand. They'll say, well, what were you doing? What did you do in the war, mummy? But what did you do during the most important crisis of all? And most people, and I totally understand that, we all are immersed in our own problems of one sort or another. And one of the outcomes of the system that we have at the moment is that people are desperate to just find ways of keeping their lives together and making ends meet, doing 2 or 3 jobs. So I'm not blaming people individually, but collectively, we really have failed, and we've failed to rise up. We've failed to mobilize, and that's changing. That is really changing. We've seen with Extinction Rebellion, with Fridays for Future, Green New Deal Rising, Sunrise Movement. I mean, there's a lot of really, really great movements, mostly led by young people now, and it is finally starting to happen. But we need to make these movements 100 times bigger. That's when change happens, when it just becomes impossible for governments not to respond, or so you would hope, if there's anything resembling a democracy. It's not an easy answer, it's not a very satisfying answer really, but we just got to be better and bigger.
What about in countries that aren't entirely democracies and in other places where dissidents cannot speak out?
Of course. There's so many impediments, but I think what that says to us, in a situation where we can still, like Priti Patel's best efforts, we still have some voice. We have a moral duty to exercise it. We really do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. True. And what would a successful COP26 look like for you?
Yeah. Well, yes, very different. It would. The central outcome would be we are going to leave fossil fuels in the ground by 2030. There's going to be no more fossil fuel burning of any kind anywhere on Earth. And you say, oh, well, that's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. We've made similar shifts to that in the past, like when the US entered the Second World War, turned everything around in a few months, turned from civilian economy to a military economy. We can turn from a fossil fuel economy into one based on clean energy. Now, that doesn't solve all the problems. Obviously, there's all sorts of other issues as well, but that would be a start.
Yeah. And what gives you hope in the midst of the negotiations that are ongoing right next to where you are currently? What keeps you energized?
It's the social movements. It's the most vulnerable states and their delegates who are amazing. That's real leadership going on. It's the love people showing to each other, the solidarity. Yeah, that's all. It's very, very inspiring. It's the people I've been talking to on the Monbiot program actually have just been amazing. So yeah, hope lies with us. It's the systems we live under. They're quite crushing, but the hope is in here. It's still in there.
Mm-hmm. And what are the plans to bring COP26.tv beyond COP26?
Well, I'm glad you asked that actually, because someone was saying the other day, we should keep making at least some of these programs, and I think I'd like to make a sort of one of those Monbiot programs every month or something like that, and carry on with it, because I really enjoy doing it. It's great, and just having such brilliant contributors, and I've learned a lot as well. So yeah, I'd like to.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Anyways, it's really, really lovely to meet you, and I've greatly enjoyed this. I don't know if it was a prize for you, but it was a prize for me. So thank you.
Likewise, thank you very much for your time and all the great work you've been doing.
Thank you so
and
much.
are continuing to do.
Great, excellent. Anyway, I hope to bump into you at some meeting or another.
Hopefully. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye-bye, Eloise. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Patti Smith, and you're watching No Music on a Dead Planet. And this is COP26. What is it?
.tv.
.tv. COP26.tv. People have the power.
Hey there everyone, and welcome to No Music on a Dead Planet with me, Sam Lee, here on COP26.tv, the channel that's been covering all the goings on across the COP26 climate talks. This episode is a bit of a highlight of all that's been going on over the last 2 weeks, with an amazing lineup of interviews and performances. This is bringing us kind of to the end of the 2 weeks of the COP26 event. There's been an enormous amount of incredible music, dance, performance, protest and art in general. Thank you to the producer Duncan Bridgman, who's worked exceptionally hard to bring these shows to you every night, as well as reportage from the entire COP26 TV, including Sophie Schnapp. I've been Sam Lee. Thanks for watching this show. Share it about, keep this legacy of an amazing, life-changing 2 weeks going, and enjoy the show. Many thanks.
What a
soprano. We've got someone called Brian Marshall on tenor. Thank you very much for giving up your time and, as Sam said, of your spirit. And you can make your voice heard in loud and small ways, whatever suits your body best. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of it, and stay in your choir bubbles.
Northward to Glasgow, both worn and walked I'll be, upon the back of anyone who'll choose to carry me, through field, village and city, day by day, from town to town, to where leaders are gathering like rooks before the storm. Ask me where I'm going, ask me what is my purpose, ask me what my name is. They call me the coat of hopes. So here's my invitation, come and make me who I'll be. Come mark your hopes on blanket and I'll sew them into me. A coat that's made by everyone for everyone to wear, to feel my warmth and the weight of responsibility we share. Ask me where I'm going, ask me what is my purpose, ask me what my name is. They call me the coat of hope.
What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it?
We're going to end on a last local song. I'm sure many of you know this. The Wild Mountain Thyme. It feels like a hopeful song to sing for the days ahead. Oh, the summertime is come, and the trees are sweetly blooming, and the wild mountain thyme grows around the purple heather. Will we go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to Black Wild Mountain Thyme, all around the blooming heather. Will we go, lassie, go? I will build my love a bower by yon clear crystal fountain, and on it I will plant all the flowers on the mountain. Will we go, lassie, go? A song about rewilding.
Hi, I'm Nick Mulvey. You are watching No Music on a Dead Planet on COP26 TV.
Well, I mean, I feel all of the things everyone feels, a sense of urgency, you know, anguish, anger, all of these things. But I learned a long time ago that nothing is accomplished with pessimism. If you're pessimistic, no matter how bad things are, you do nothing. only with optimism, even in the face of so much strife or so many terrible challenges, that's when you're still energized enough to do something. So no room for pessimism. We have to have hope.
We've got to believe. I actually do have one final question.
Yes.
If you could say to the whole world and the whole population one thing that they can do to be part of the climate fight, what would your one bit of advice be?
Well, truthfully, the very first thing is to love one another. Because if you love one another, you want to protect and help one another. And there's no way that people can better help one another than to preserve the earth that we all, that sustains us. So I think it all, no matter how elemental it seems, it all comes down to love.
Sharing love and finding love of each other.
And acting upon it.
Ooh.
Act upon love.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Bye-bye.
Drifting cloud, where the geographical borders are created by human beings. The clouds, they are not bothered by it.
Yeah.
They move from one place to another with so much freedom and infinite possibilities. So I think for future, we've been living in a place where we were so nationalistic in the past. But now we are becoming more like I think that's why I think multilateral negotiations or dialogues are so important. Because something that happens in Tibet, even though it's say from Glasgow to Tibet is oceans apart, but we are so interdependent these days.
Yeah.
And so I think the human beings, we need to work together.
Yesterday I saw you standing there with your hands against the pane, looking out the window at the rain. And I wanted to tell you all your tears were not in vain, but I guess we both knew dreaming of an aspect bright and fair, and my sleeping, it was broken, but my dream, it lingered near. In the farm of shining valleys, where the pure air rarefied, and my senses newly opened, 'cause I awakened to the cry that the people have the power to redeem the work of fools upon the meek, the gracious shower. It's decreed, the people rule. Jesse, Becky, Tony.
Hello, I'm Brian Eno. You're watching No Music on a Dead Planet on COP26.tv.
I'm very pleased to have been asked by Galgale to have a conversation tonight about music, activism, politics, because I've been an activist songwriter now for 70 years, something like that. And I want to talk about different ways of writing activist songs. Billy Bragg, for instance, he's right out there and bang, he hits you between the eyes with a sledgehammer. I'm not that kind of singer. I'm not that kind of songwriter. We have ones who write about how beautiful the trees are, and there's a lot of different ways of attacking a problem. You write for what you want to do. You also write for the people that you hope need to be hit by the message. Now, Billy Bragg, if he was to go to a lot of the fence sitters, they might find him bumptious and abrupt, and they'd be offended by him. People are at their own level. They're at your own pace. What I try to do is write songs that aim at a particular group of people. At present, I'm middle class, I'm white, I'm privileged. I have once been so poor that I wasn't too sure if money was going to be coming in for the family at all. And then a song that was written for me, First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, boosted our income amazingly. And so I'm comfortable in my old age. And a lot of the people I sing for are my own audience. I say that, it sounds immodest, but my own audience is quite small, except they're getting bigger because older people just love what I do, and they are amazed that I'm still vertical. But anyway, what I feel is important to do now, there are other people who sing really well for the converted. And the converted need people like that. They need them to make us feel together, marching together, because the togetherness is what a lot of middle class don't have. Working class people have it in poverty and in their work and their communities. So who do I sing for? Who do I think is the most important right now? And I think it's the fence sitters. The ones who say, oh, what can I do, poor little me? And the ones who say, well, I'm not sure that it's really happening. I'm not going to come down on the side of denial, and I'm not going to come down on that. So they're sitting on the fence. And it's a very good term, unless one of their legs is stronger than the other and they're gripping in a way that I don't know about. But I believe that a lot of fence sitters are waiting to be convinced, and there's a huge part of them that wants to be part of something. So a fence sitter needs suggestions. We need ways to think about climate change and to act on climate change that are within, I won't say within our comfort zone, but that start at our comfort zone and move ahead. turns her lovely face toward the morning light, always turning, turning, turning on her long and endless journey through the sky. Slowly, slowly she turns over through the day. Flowers bloom and seed and die and fade away. Seasons turning, 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 till tomorrow's just a memory of today. Virgin waters tumbling, tumbling downhill. First the storm and then the time when all is still. All will follow, follow, follow. All in balance when the earth does as she will. Who invades the sky to bring the goddess down? Who's laid poison in her body, in her bones? The earth is trembling, trembling, trembling. Is she waiting for the deadly final wound? Wanton man, beware the power of the tide. Learn to answer to the mother's warning cry. Learn to follow, follow, follow. Live with all that live on earth, or all will die. She really is an amazing creature, wandering through infinity. She really is. She runs her life. She knows what to do. And one of the things she's doing, if we don't watch out, is like we want to get rid of something that's on our skin that's bothering us. We kill it. We're bothering her. We're making it impossible for her to keep going with her systems.
Beautiful.
Okay.
That's a yap. That's a take.
God, this guitar is punishing.
We're here underneath this ancient yew tree, and we've just finished a morning of immersion in the yew tree, learning about the history of the yew tree and the significance of this ancient ancestor in this time. I feel a full mix of relief and happiness and some exhaustion from the last days of being in the COP and travelling to the COP and offering my songs last night at a concert. Thank you. But above everything, I feel so inspired. I feel this joy that comes with this inspiration, you know, because it's truly an inspiration for these times. The bewilderment I feel and the bewilderment we feel as the political process really has a counterpart. It's really just half the story to feel frustration and bewilderment and confusion, you know. There's another half to it, which is what's emerging in this time, what's coming through, which is the deep wisdom of this land, supported by elders and wisdom keepers from other traditions around the world who come from places like Polynesia, Central America, all over the world, wisdom keepers coming to help us understand what it means to live in sacred reciprocity with the land, to have indigenous belonging to the land, to help us understand what was interrupted, how we lost connection with the land a long time ago, and helping us understand why that's really important now, why that's really important in this moment of crisis and opportunity, how our loss of connection with our land, how the trauma that came from our separation from the land has been embodied and internalized over so many generations and enacted upon the world through colonization through corporate colonialization today. And if I keep talking for a second, because it comes to me, I hear people talking about like frustration with the repetition of the word climate and climate change and climate crisis and climate justice, because in a way climate is this vastly complex and thing. First of all, it's hard to grasp what is it we're talking about, like the weather or the environment, or it's vast and therefore a bit vague, and also it's a deflection away from talking about colonialization and corporate colonialization, and so understanding what it is and what's happening and what's happened is a big thing. And I'm not an expert, I'm totally at the COP here to learn.
Mary was my mother's mother and my sister too. There's rain in the river and there's a river running through to the sea around these islands, crying tears of sorrow and pain. There's rain in the river, there's a river in my veins. Mary, young as we may be, you know, the blood in you and me is as old as blood can be, is as old as blood can be, as old as blood can be. Listen to these words, okay? Living lines of memory drew the markings on my hand. Ancient lines of living love are waking in this land, saying I am in the city, in the forest and the field. I am in the bounty, do you know me as I yield? I am in the falcon, in the otter and the stove. I am in the turtle dove, with nowhere left to go. And in the moment of blind madness, when he's pushing her away, I am in the lover, in the ear who hears her say, can we begin again? Oh baby, it's me again. I know you are so different to me, but I love you just the same. I love you just the same. I love it. I love you just the same. I love you just the same. I love you just the same. Grandma Mary Ethel Ruddock, 1912 to 72. Though we never met in flesh, now I remember you. Were warm and you were gentle, you were modest, you were kind. A mother, wife and grand, you were a woman of your time. But do we know your life in color? Do we celebrate your flame? Remembering your offering with the candle in your name. Mary, young as we may be, you know, the blood in you and me is as old as blood can be, is as old as blood can be, as old as blood can be. Come on, we need it. as old as blood can be, as old as blood can be. And I hear her say, I am in the living, I am in the dying too, I am in the stillness. Do you see me as I move? I am in the living, I am in the dying too, I am in the stillness. Do you see me as I move? Thank you.
Slowly bifurcating kind of mind. There are rings in rings. Stop and count these things. Change, nothing has
what we see now is probably the biggest social movement in human history, which has arisen to face the biggest challenge in human history. But the number of people working on it now is truly formidable, and I think things are going to change very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there are things already in process that we aren't going to be able to avoid. They're going to happen. Melting ice caps and so on, flooding, blah, blah, blah. This kind of thing a lot of that is unstoppable now. But I think what also is happening is that people are, in very large numbers, are now working on how to make some kind of a future. And I think I'm optimistic about that. And also there's so much technological work going on, and people tend to say, oh, you won't solve it with technology. But actually, technology is going to be very much what we need. Science is very, very important. It helps you understand how the world works and what you can do with it, what you can make from it. But it doesn't give you any information about how that will impact you, how you would feel about it. And that's what writers and artists and filmmakers do, and musicians. Science discovers, but art digests.
Yeah.
It's through art that you understand what you feel about things. Well, I think what's interesting about COP26, as far as I can tell, is that there is a lot of simmering going on under the surface. I don't know that the main events are that interesting. I don't know how surprising any of the outcomes from those will be. I am impressed by the fact that there are 503 oil executives here. They obviously think something's going on. And there are lots of people from the car industry and so on. So they at least, they kind of credit the conference by being here. They make you think, oh, they're seriously worried, and they should be.
I was asked to write a piece about COP26 being in Glasgow, and it was really important to me not only to talk about the kind of universal theme of climate crisis, but to write something that's embedded in this city and the history of this city.
But we're joined today by the children of Govan here at the front. For the COP26 conference just across the river. And it's called Enough is Enough for two reasons. Enough is enough because it's time to sort this out, and enough is enough because we have to think collectively about what it means to have enough and to want more than you need. What is it that we need? You need
This is it, and there's a moment as the knife edge breaks the skin. The waters will get in, you will be taken in your backup plan. We'll keep you safe and will it matter then? We're all together in this.
Alright, you're probably wondering why I called this meeting with the poets, with the people that give this kind of confidence meaning. I don't want to step at anybody's toes, I'm sure they're all trying the hardest, just while they chat about managing.
It sparked a lot of conversation, definitely. There's a lot of people that, you know, weren't necessarily anti-climate change or anything like that, but are now, you know, this is a problem, we see that people care about it, and there's lots of discussion happening, and I think that's really, really good. As for the actual conference itself, I mean, I don't really know. It's the 26th conference. The actual world leaders. I personally believe that the real action's happening outside of the building, and it's all the connections that are being made. Because I think eventually, I think Noam Chomsky said this. I've been telling everybody this, mate, right? But Noam Chomsky was saying that parliaments and congresses and governments are a reflection, a pale reflection, but still a reflection of how the population feels. And so the real movement and the real action is to try and get hearts and minds, win as many people over as possible, get conversations happening so that when it comes time to vote, whether we decide to vote for somebody that's going to do meaningful climate action or somebody that's going to ignore it, that's going to come down to us, and that's going to be one of the biggest things we can do to hold big businesses to account for the problems that
we need to explore the depressive statistics. New support so keen to be though that the talks just run too deep, and a course for a peaceful approach. And I feel like we've seen this before, so enough is enough. It's all
we gave you quarter. You hacked the forest with poison, bred life.
In many ways, COP26 is, in terms of the political output from it, has probably been less helpful than COP25. Okay. But I think that what we've seen in Glasgow and what we're seeing across the world is a kind of gathering of communities creatively, most importantly for us, I think, and for people we know, there's a kind of fertile ground now here. And it's like Glaswegians will capitalise on that. But what I think is really cool is like getting to understand this issue, writing songs about it, talking to other artists about it. Every single one of us then goes, researches it more, passes that on to someone else. So in a weird way, being creative about it actually breeds activism.
I predict that this is a moment where we suddenly accept it's happening, holding on to the agonal gas of society, anarchic agony, starving in the violence of the irony. This is it, there's a moment as the knife edge breaks the skin, the waters will get in, you will be taken in your backup plan. We'll keep you safe and will it matter then? We're all together in this.
Wish someone had told us, we wish that we had known. Sister Earth could not afford us, so the system took what's owed. The man should have been that I found out that shit is his alone. But they pick out the sick of the victims while the richest live in domes. So we're far from.
Yeah, I reckon it's pretty pointless. The climate catastrophe is like intrinsically linked to capitalism, and I've watched my parents spend their lives and then spent part of my life like fighting to change the system away from capitalism, and I think the attempt to fix the climate crisis is as hopeless as the attempts to bring about like a non-capitalist system.
Savage signs of ravage, retreating ice caps happening, see the seas are rising rapidly, beast disease and blighted, baffling past our time, we try to battle it. It'll come if the climate will change, feel the heat for the sun, standing under the rain, more option pin, clear the air in my name, cause since I was a win, I've watched the climate change. Made a new mocker, Mick D's walker, wait you sitting in the heat and a huffer, try to suffer for a vegan burger. Well, I need another reason to wonder where am I in this world full of wonder? I dropped 100 volts, a lightning bolts and a ball of thunder. Wet for your eyes and your pockets if you move look it. Well, plan doesn't work because we broke it. You don't know what you love till it's gone, and we don't know what we hate.
That's one thing about Glasgow is that's a normal thing that happens here, so that's not a big thing is. Yeah. Seeing all these different people coming in from all different places, we're actually founded after that, and Glasgow is that.
Yeah, yeah.
Take the camera away from me, please.
Look to the sky, they're asking us why we all deny that science. There's plastic cups, plastic case, plastic bags, plastic waste, plastic fans, plastic noise, your plastic killed by your plastic face. The world's a better place cause ours. But wait a minute, time will show you how good it could be if we won the internet.
It's been so long since you were first breath. I'm 8
feeling thrill, and I'm keeping it real. I write these bars down to express the way that I feel. In this day and age, we always try to conceal, but I'm not making it up. You see, this life's so surreal, it's hard to deal with how fast the surf is moving. But we haven't done it by looking after or improving, taking things for granted. If you can't see, we're losing. You need to wake up from your blinded confusion.
If I could jump in as well, I think like COP26 has been a long time coming, and there's been I've been making me tiny apartments towards being better, towards being better at recycling and better at looking at the world in perspective, because we don't even know how lucky we are just to be fucking standing on our own streets, you know, to have water coming through the taps, to have venues that are fucking a stone throw away, music, to be a part of this movement. Hip-hop is a fucking movement. COP26 is a movement, and that's why we should all be moving together. Simple as that.
Jeez. What she said. Ranging, where's our haven? Where's our heaven? Been fighting demons since age of 7. I watch for serpents up in the places we're lurking. The earth is giving us birth and we're only giving them. I don't know, something about COP26 has got so many other people involved that weren't. I now know that it's not down to the powers that be, because they don't care. It's down to people like us. And it starts with me, you know what I mean? Like, I can't say, oh, Johnny care about climate change and get Boris to care about climate change if I don't care about climate change. Politicians, yeah, I call their bluff. Yeah, they think they're tough, making up the rules for us, but they don't know when times get tough. Times get rougher in the dirt, we find the diamonds in the world of anti-climate. We just got to rise in climate.
Society right now is in such a dark place because people just don't love themselves anymore. Like, enough to love someone else. Like, if you loved yourself enough, you would understand. No music on a dead planet.
I'm drawn to think of the life I was promised, and if I'm honest, these promises seem dishonest because I ain't got it. I feel like I can't stop it. And they're dishonest, choking on lies and coughing. I'm living a version of the truth that lets me carry on. I have an aversion of the truth so I can carry on. Keep calm and carry on. Man is strong, I'm looking for a champion. Can't handle the pressure, we avoid it here in Albion. Leaders hunt the money, and the money feeling really strong. You can't eat money, so anxiety is coming on. Well, money just paper, and paper just trees. And the burning of the trees bringing my breathing to its knees. I'm drawn to think of the life I was promised, and if I'm honest, these promises seem dishonest. I'm drawn to think of the life I was promised, and if I'm honest, these promises seem dishonest. Yo, flip a coin and toss it, because the outcome is abhorrent. If we see it, we could stop it, but I feel it, it's not stopping. My brain's rocking, trying to find a solution. Well, yeah, recycling is as dead as pollution, and yeah, reduction is the truth of the movement. The system is too fucked up to do it. The people trying to live and get through it. Worry about the weeks when it's the years that we're losing. Water drying up and it's the food that they screwed with. Life's not a game, but I feel like I'm losing. I'm drawn to think of the life I was promised, and if I'm honest, these promises seem dishonest. I'm drawn to think of the life I was promised, and if I'm honest, these promises seem dishonest.
Nesse momento, nós acabamos de receber a notícia muito triste sobre um parente nosso.
At this moment, we just got some very sad news about a family member.
Por isso nós não vamos cantar.
That's why we're not going to sing.
Por isso as minhas parentas que estão ali não vão vir.
That's why my sisters behind us are not going to come.
E eu vou dar só uma mensagem.
And I'm just going to give you a message.
Há mais de 500 anos,
For more than 500 years,
o nosso povo
our people
é massacrado.
is being massacred.
E nós estamos resistindo.
And we are resisting.
Nós somos a última fronteira verde da Terra.
We are the last green frontier in this earth.
Desde que os ancestrais
Since the ancestors
dos europeus chegaram nas nossas terras,
of the Europeans who arrived with us,
os nossos corpos são estuprados,
our bodies are being raped,
massacrados,
massacred,
e as nossas terras
and our soil
são invadidas.
are being invaded.
Nós estamos aqui
We are here
para falar para o mundo
to tell the world
que não existe solução climática sem povos indígenas.
that there's no climate solution without indigenous people.
Nunca houve tanta possibilidade de expressão,
There was never so many possibility of expressing,
mas a nossa geração está paralisada.
but our generation is paralyzed.
O meu povo
My people
sofreu um dos maiores genocídios da história.
suffered one of the biggest genocides in history.
Eram mais de 6 milhões
We were more than 6 million,
só no Brasil.
only in Brazil.
Hoje não chegamos a 1 milhão.
Today we're not even 1 million.
E eu conto com cada um de vocês.
And I'm counting with each one of you here.
Eu sei que em muitos momentos parecem que a gente não pode fazer nada.
I know that there are many moments where we think we can't do anything.
E essa é a pior prisão,
And this is the worst prison.
porque somos escravos
Because we become slaves
de um sistema
of a system
que não tem correntes. Que não tem correntes.
Continua.
De um sistema
of a system
que não tem grilhões
that there is no mining,
materiais,
materials,
físicos.
Physical. Faz a frase inteira, daí eu consigo.
Não tem grilhões materiais, físicos, mas mentais.
So you're not enslaved of the physicality, but of your mind.
E que nos tira a possibilidade de sermos únicos.
That take us the possibility of being unique.
De nossos sonhos.
Of our dreams.
Eu e você somos únicos no planeta.
Me and you are unique in the planet.
Eu tenho uma forma de pensar única.
I have one way of thinking.
E vocês também.
And you as well.
Não se conformem.
Don't conform.
Não deixe os sonhos de vocês guardados porque alguém falou que não dá certo nesse mundo.
Don't allow your dreams to be enslaved because someone told you that is not possible in this world.
Vamos construir um mundo possível.
Let's build a world that is possible.
Porque se eles construíram esse mundo falando que era a única forma de ser,
because if they build this world saying it's the only way to be,
uma ilusão.
An illusion.
Porque o meu povo vivia diferente disso.
Because my community lived different from this.
E não existia prisão.
And there was no prison.
E as nossas crianças eram livres.
And our children were free.
E eu acho que isso causou tanto choque.
And I think this caused so much shock.
Tanto ódio.
So much hatred.
Como pode um povo assim?
How can people be like this?
Pelados.
Naked.
Livres.
Free.
Livres da moralidade cristã.
Free of Christian morality.
Livre do consumo opressor.
Free from consumerism.
Livre do tempo de trabalho contínuo, sem respiro para contemplar a natureza.
Free from time to contemplate nature.
Quando vocês nos viram, os ancestrais de vocês nos viram,
When your ancestors saw us,
nos chamaram de preguiçosos.
they called us lazy.
Porque a vida para nós
Because life is for us.
é muito mais que trabalho.
It's much more than work.
É contemplação.
It's contemplation.
E essa fala
And this way of saying and speaking
é por todos aqueles
is for all
que morreram para eu estar aqui falando com vocês.
that died for me to be here speaking to you.
Que lutaram para eu estar aqui.
That fought for me to be here.
Foi muito sangue derramado para eu e as minhas parentas e todos os povos indígenas estarmos aqui hoje.
It was a lot of blood for me and my sisters and my people to be speaking with you here today.
E se for para nós morrermos, nós vamos morrer em pé.
And if it's for us to die, we're going to die standing.
Nós vamos morrer lutando.
We're going to die fighting.
Porque nós amamos a liberdade.
Because we love freedom.
Porque nós amamos verdadeiramente a terra.
Because we truly love Earth.
E nós amamos verdadeiramente a vida.
And we truly love life.
Hi, this is Patty Smith.
Hello and welcome to COP26.tv. Chris Packham here, not far down the road from the venue itself. A venue where we've listened to some grandstanding and grandiose promises, but we're very sceptical that any of them might mean anything near enough when it comes to our wishes to protect the environment. So that might leave you thinking that I'm a bit down about it. Well, I'm not. because rather than in there all of the time, I've been out there a lot of the time at the fringe events where I've met an enormous number of inspiring, able, ambitious and capable people who I think are poised to make the difference that we need. So I remain optimistic despite the shenanigans that have been taking place. And of course a shenanigan that's been running for some time in the UK, in fact a grotesque embarrassment when it comes to COP26, is our participation in the noisy motorcycle industry. Not that actually, but HS2. That terrible, grotesque scar that's lacing its way through the UK on the pretext of being a carbon neutral means of public transportation, a necessary means of transportation at some far-flung point in the future, and that's coming with an absolutely ghastly economic cost that's risen from something like 30 billion to, at least at this point, we imagine 120 billion pounds. Of course, closest to my heart when it comes to HS2 is perhaps the environmental damage that it's doing in terms of impacting on our biodiversity. Here in the UK, we live in one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. No argument about that. Most of our principal habitats are in decline, many of the species that live in them, and 13% of those species that are monitored are in danger of extinction. And yet, HS2 threatens 108 ancient woodlands, more than 300 sites that are of value to wildlife on a national level, and many others at a local or community level. We really should have been asking ourselves far more seriously for far longer whether we should entertain this project, and when all of the ills were raised, we should have put it to an end. But very sadly, it continues, not for want of campaigning. There have been people up trees, there have been people in tunnels, but there have also been people out there working very hard to communicate the realism of HS2 to us, and that's why I'm very pleased to introduce a short film, Lost Along the Line, made by a wonderful, and I say that with hand on heart, wonderful and extremely accomplished group of young filmmakers who ask the right questions in the right way and demand the right answers when it comes to this project. So I won't say enjoy the film, I will say enjoy the fruits of their labour, extremely worthwhile and extremely capable. But find out for yourselves what this project is really all about and what its impact on our wildlife, very sadly, if it continues, will be. Here is Lost Along the Line.
The UK faces deforestation not seen for millennia.
It's bigger than anything I've seen before.
A high-speed rail line to butcher the last of our woodlands.
There's no way to replace an ancient woodland.
My name's Benjamin Ward and I'm a wildlife conservationist.
The rarest bird of prey in the UK.
I've set out to explore the wonders of these woodlands.
You can't deny that this is really cute.
And the threats they now face. Witnessing habitat loss firsthand.
They're private security, even though they look like police.
And to ask, is this what one of the world's most nature-depleted countries really needs?
The climate and ecological emergency.
We think there might be an eviction.
It's the burning issue of our times.
If Natural England are giving out licences with specific terms in them, then what is the point?
It's a very woods-inspired, fantastic Mr. Fox.
Everything that side of the fence will go. I naively thought wildlife protection laws were laws.
A lot of people call me Mothman, namely because I love moths. And probably because I'm always trying to show people moths. Put on a light and moths come to you. A really easy way for people to engage with a species they've never seen before. But this has also meant that growing up, I've seen moths disappear from some of my favourite spaces. And this awoke me to biodiversity loss in my country. About 50% of species in the UK have declined in the past 50 years, some of the highest declines globally. So I was shocked to hear a government plan to deforest over 108 ancient woodlands. This was for a high-speed railway, HS2, set to cost over £106 billion of taxpayers' money. Because it's high speed, it can't wind around woodlands like other trains. It has to be a straight line, piercing through habitats. So I set out to see what this might reveal about wildlife decline in the UK. But first, I visited a pristine example of ancient woodland.
Well, this is part of the New Forest, on the edge of the New Forest here, and this is ancient woodland. Essentially, it's an area of land which has been woodland since at least 1600.
I was here to meet with Chris Packham, a prolific wildlife expert and campaigner. He's been challenging HS2 since its inception. Here to help tell the story of the high-speed railway and wildlife.
You walk on a piece of grass, you walk on a beach, you walk on heathland, you walk in a woodland. We're enveloped with all of these surfaces where life can live. And that allows this environment to be the richest in terms of the range of species that we have. And when you think, of course, only 2.4% of the UK is given over to ancient woodland, it's a tiny, tiny fraction. And because the habitat is fragmented, species can disappear. So as species have become increasingly endangered, they've been added to various lists which define what you can and can't do to them. It appears that you can get around that legislation to effectively destroy these animals or destroy their habitat and homes. When it came to HS2, a general licence was given for the entire route. So that's like saying, OK, you don't have to find them, but you can disturb them and destroy them anywhere in this route.
So, you know, these laws are, you could say, not worth the paper that they're written on.
Well, they're worth the paper they're written on for me and you. If I buy a house around the corner that's got a bat roost in, I can't do anything to it. You know, I wouldn't want to, of course. I'd love the bat roost. Other people might want to get rid of the bats. They might want to put a room in the loft, but they wouldn't be able to do that. And quite rightly they wouldn't be able to do that, because bats are endangered animals and we need to look after them. We know that we need this habitat. We know that we're suffering from colossal biodiversity loss. Why does the government statutory, body that's meant to be here, Natural England, to look after the nature of England, give HS2 a licence to destroy, kill extremely valuable habitats? This is important. This is very, very important.
We started our journey at Crackley Woods, about 15 miles from Birmingham, where the 140-mile line would start, ending in Euston, London.
No trees, no stumps. All the stumps have been ripped out the ground. This was once a large area of Crackley Wood.
We came to Crackley after hearing reports of dead badgers found around the HS2 compound. As an icon of the British countryside, it's one of our most protected species. But first, we made our way into what woodland remained, and it was clear an abundance of life was under threat. And almost straight away, we had found an animal at risk. A woodpecker nest, which is protected by law.
What you just saw was a greater spotted woodpecker, and they're an absolutely stunning species of bird, striking with their black and white feathers and their red cap on top. The thing that this woodpecker teaches us is there's not just living trees, there's dying trees like this one, and that's a component of ancient woodlands. Dying trees are so important for a whole host of different species. Obviously there's the greater spotted woodpecker that likes this tree to create its little home and nest in. But then there's the fungus on there as well, and a number of insects actually eat decaying wood. And insects are then, in turn, important for the woodpeckers, because that's what she's going to feed young. It's so important for biodiversity. You cannot offset something like this.
comment on them?
Bailiffs.
Saying that some of you can't behave yourselves and are showing yourselves up constantly. It's disgraceful.
They're trying to evict people from the camp, private property, which the protesters are allowed to camp on. And if it wasn't for the people at the Crackley campsite, we might not be able to see the beautiful wildlife like the great spotted woodpeckers behind us. Even when that fledgling flies, it could fledge and fall into HS2 no man's land. The wildlife is right up against that fence. Not only is that where people are walking and there's machinery, ancient woodlands aren't just about the trees like this beautiful oak that we're in, but it's about the foliage on the ground as well. So when birds fledge, they have cover. And it just goes to show it's just so indiscriminate. The HS2 workers are cutting through these ancient woodlands, and there's just what seems to be little consideration for what is our protected and precious wildlife.
Tree creeper nest just there, blue tip just there.
Naturalist Indra is living at the camp. She believes there are still active badger sets here. Badgers follow trails from where they've foraged before, so they're going to have to come through this fence into the woodland that hasn't been disturbed to find food. HS2 say the badger sets in the compound are no longer active, so cameraman Jimmy set up night cams.
Way to throw. Got a little camera trap here. I'm just going to set that up and see if we get evidence of any badgers coming through the fence.
It's true that HS2 have been granted a general licence, but despite this, they've stated experienced ecologists ensure that badgers are protected as they build the railway. If not the case, and badgers are present here, they could be at major risk from machinery.
What's that light flashing behind you? I can't see.
Oh, that's part of the armadillo, or Dalek, as we call them. They're private security linked, even though they look like they've got like police colours on them. They are private. We have visual and audio.
The armadillos were all around the woodland. If triggered, would startle the wildlife.
Those armadillos, the Daleks have triggered an alarm. So you can hear security on the other side of the fence now.
This prevented us from getting our cameras closer to the wildlife within the compound. Our best bet was to set up multiple camera traps and hope we got something the next day.
Oh my God. They're still homes to badgers. And that's that bit that we saw.
The thing that makes me interested is they're travelling through together. That one of the pair of them makes me think there could be an active badger set somewhere very close by in the area.
They are doing what they want. They don't have to stick to the terms of the licence.
Joining us was Martin. As an arboriculturalist, he has an in-depth knowledge of the Natural England licences. He's outraged to find that the standard rules don't apply.
Well, the terms of the licence can be interpreted in such a way that, makes them pointless. If Natural England are giving out licences with specific terms in them, then what is the point? To destroy all this.
There's something else really interesting on this trail cam. Deer. Animals like deer can't pass through these fences. That goes to show that it's not just about the actual woods being destroyed as well, but components of that being fragmented. These animals are having to use these areas which could be potentially risky for them, especially if there's construction sites.
These badgers at Crackley will either have to stay or leave the woodland. With machinery and roads nearby, both options are a risk. Human activity driving major carnivores to go extinct in the UK has resulted in the badger becoming our largest terrestrial carnivore, playing a key role in today's habitats.
It's Geotrapes, a beetle. The interesting thing about these beetles is that they're drawn to badger latrines because they are essentially dung beetles, and then the badgers eat them, so they end up in the latrine.
And he's got obviously those front legs he's digging into.
The badger's poo. So it's a perfect cycle of life for this little species.
Well, look at that nice little guy.
That is beautiful, isn't it? They're quite common here because we've got quite a few badgers.
Projects like HS2 Limited say, well, it's fine, we'll plant some trees. will mitigate it. Even though they're deforesting all these spaces, does that work?
Environmental mitigation can work. It can certainly work on small scales, there's no doubt about that. We could never have the ancient woodland back, but there are other habitats that you can make in a very short space of time. Vast meadows that could be seeded, lakes that would be dug, but that's not on the cards with HS2. It's a hugely destructive project. They've been getting away with giving us paltry amounts of mitigation, and they have the temerity to tell people that they're the largest green conservation project in the UK, that it's going to be one long wildlife corridor. Oh, come on, come on. You might have tried to spin that garbage 20 years ago, but no one's going to believe that now. And another problem we face is that we're a little bit hypocritical. We see, the Amazon burning or Indonesia burning, and we see all that loss of habitat, and we think, oh no, look, that's the world's greatest repository of life. All of those tropical forests are on fire. That's a terrible thing. We've got to stop that. But you've got to keep things in perspective. If you can't sort your own backyard out, it's a bit ripe, isn't it, leaning over the fence and telling someone else to do it. If we had, masses of our own forest and we were involved in massive reforestation programs, then maybe we could summon the cheek to pipe up about other people's forests. We're one of the least forested places in the world. So who are we to sit back and say, don't burn those forests down, when we've cut them all down? And who are we to say, don't burn those forests down, when we're still cutting them down for projects like HS2?
We set off from Crackley, heading south down the line, passing other woodlands that HS2 have destroyed, like Broadwell's ancient woodland. And we passed by their mitigation.
Some nice instalments here. These are the woodlands of tomorrow. Dead bit of a hawthorn, future of our wildlife. Going to go lovely with this dead birch. There's no way to replace an ancient woodland. What have we got here? Dead bit of holly. All of these are dead.
Once we had spent some time in HS2's idea of an ancient woodland, we returned to our journey, or attempted to when HS2 weren't in the way. We eventually made it to our next location, a wood in Steeple Claydon, Buckinghamshire, to see yet another protected species.
I just had to stop off at Paws Peace Woodland to get up close to something that I've never been this close to before. An amazing piece of nature's architecture. The nest of the red kite, an absolutely stunning bird of prey here in the UK. They've got this really impressive wingspan and their iconic forked tail. This pair of red kites decided to nest in the tallest, grandest tree in this woodland. They usually like to nest in some of the taller trees, and that's something that you're not going to get from a 10-month-old sapling. In the past 100 years, they were one of the, if not the rarest bird of prey in the UK. And with really important conservation programs and reintroduction schemes, the birds are now throughout the UK.
Unfortunately, upon our arrival, we found this nest to be empty. The landowner told us that red kites nest here every year. The birds could have fledged early, or it could have been abandoned due to disruption.
Just to the side of me here is a site where HS2 have already begun construction, and there's actually an oak tree that they felled some months ago within metres of the nest, and that can really disturb the birds breeding and creating the nest, which happened earlier on in the year. So this is a real reminder as we look at it glow in the evening light that we're simply backtracking by destroying the vital habitat that these and other animals need.
Once on the brink of local extinction, from 30 breeding pairs, there are now 10,000 UK-wide. As a symbol of successful wildlife restoration, red kites are a sight not to be missed. But if we were to get our chance, we simply had to wait.
Martin was mentioning how this woods isn't registered as an ancient woodland, so I thought I'd call him to get some more detail on that.
Hey Ben, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, we're just at Paws Peace Woodland.
And I was just going to ask about it not being registered as an ancient woodland or something, or HS2 have no idea that...
HS2 have said that a couple of bits of the woodland that they were going to destroy weren't ancient woodland when they were, but there's also bits of woodland that are, or should be, ancient woodland, as in there's evidence to say they existed in 1600, but they're not on the register.
So they potentially went through Paws Woodland without acknowledging that it was an ancient. Okay.
Checks on whether a piece of woodland is ancient or not are fairly basic. I think basically they go to the ancient woodland register and they ask them.
The landowner holds deeds going back as far as 1612. In 1600, prior to private ownership, the woodland was given to the local poor to collect wood, hence the name Paws Piece. The ecology aside, this is an ancient woodland. And do you think that would have affected the surveys?
Almost undoubtedly, yeah. In the terms of the surveying, there is a level of effort that needs to be put into the surveying. It's just a different ballgame, isn't it, when you're talking ancient woodland. So as long as you satisfy the licensing authority that you've put that level of effort into it and you've acted reasonably, from HS2's point of view, and probably from Natural England's point of view, that will be enough to say, well, that's it. I know that there has been mistakes made. There's a little piece of woodland in Kenilworth next to Crackley Woods.
So we've seen 4 red kites.
Which was just a thin strip along the side of the road. They said that it wasn't ancient.
And there's one right up in the sky there.
But in fact it was, and I think that was on the register.
There's a red kite. We've just seen some red kites come in, and we're going to have to go film them. But I really appreciate you helping there, because this is clearly an ancient woodland.
It is, yeah.
Something that really kind of breaks my heart is that red kites return to the same nesting areas every year. So when they migrate and come back, if this construction takes place, these birds might not have a home to return to. The lack of regard for ancient woodlands is what concocted this juxtaposing site of one of Britain's most protected birds surrounded by construction. But I've been told there's another species here integral for me to find. We found out that the last official bat survey here was 3 years ago, meaning that when HS2 felled here, they most likely didn't have a licence to disturb bats. So the crew and I went out to try and spot one. First things first, we looked for insects, which bats feed upon.
There's loads of moths above us.
Okay, what I would recommend is waiting here for like 5 minutes, stay completely still. And just stand still for like 5 minutes. It's moving again. No, it's that way. So we just heard a bat, which is good news. I don't know if the microphone picked it up. Can you hear that?
Most bat species head to the open to feed, meaning that they can be more active outside of the woods rather than inside the woods, which is why thorough surveys need to take place. We can hear it in the woods, but it sounds like that it's gone outside the woods into the clearing where there's fields. So I just sunk into some really deep mud.
Yeah.
An open meadow full of insects next to a woodland is usually a bat bonanza, but we saw nothing. We were about to give up and use our time to film rabbits.
There's lots of rabbits here through the thermals. This one's just moved into the undergrowth. I've got footage of it popping along. Yeah, so have I.
But then suddenly, whilst we were filming,
I can hear a bat. Did you hear that?
right there. A pair of bats chasing each other through the woods. Just got a pair of bats. Oh yeah, this guy's staying out. If you follow where I'm pointing, and he's coming up here again. That's technically the first hard evidence of bats in Pause Peace woodland, what we just got on this thermal cam. Bats love to roost in the nooks and crannies of trees. They're offsetting them by putting up bat boxes. And you need to put bat boxes up high in something like trees.
Have they broken the law?
I don't think you can do a project of this scale without committing wildlife crimes. And that's not me giving the points to HS2. That's me saying that, you know, when you're tearing through ancient woodlands constantly, there's going to be some sort of disruption that isn't accounted for.
This is my favourite organism on earth, minus Sid and Nancy, my poodles. I've got really attached to this tree. I mean, it is statuesque in another order, isn't it? It's magnificent, absolutely magnificent. But to think that this tree could have been here for 400 years, munched by caterpillars of moth and all sorts of other things. Just amazing, absolutely amazing. This is one of the greatest pieces of our natural national treasure that we have. It's one of the most important trees in England. You can't destroy things like this. One thing that's really important to me is that I must die before this tree. I can't countenance that this tree would die before I do. It would just be terrible. I mean, what happens in someone's mind when they come here to a tree such as this and they start a chainsaw and they start to cut it down? What isn't computing for them?
Do you think connection to wildlife and nature is a hobby or a passion, or do you think it's simply a muscle that needs to be exercised?
So our connection to wildlife has to be intrinsic. I think the problem is that we are now living in spaces where we're so separate from wildlife that that connection breaks down. And many of our environments are so sterile. We live in houses, indoors, without any wildlife. We travel in vehicles inside without any wildlife. We look out at things, but we don't actually connect it. We don't feel it, smell it, touch it. I think what changed this spring with lockdown is that people took the time to stop. They'd heard things, but they hadn't listened to them before. They'd seen things, but they hadn't looked at them before. And with that little bit of extra time in their gardens and green spaces, they knelt down and they sniffed wildflowers. They stopped and they listened to the bird's song and they thought, is that a robin or is that a blackbird? Whether it was a robin or a blackbird, it brought them joy. But people do become personally involved in those green spaces, those natural spaces. They have as much cultural meaning for them as any built space. In that time of terrible crisis, when we were confused, frightened, you know, they went into those spaces and they were calmed. Like I'm calmed when I come to this tree.
On a hill above the valley, there was a wood. In the wood, there was a huge tree. Under the tree, there was a hole. In the hole lived Mr. Fox and Mrs. Fox, and their 4 small foxes. This is one of my favourite books. I remember growing up reading this. And this is the very woods where Roald Dahl, the author, was inspired to write this book. Fantastic Mr. Fox. We travelled to Jones Hill Wood, where the famous author was inspired to write his classic tale. You can't deny that this is really cute. Now, in the line of destruction of HS2.
Roald Dahl was really ahead of his time, picking up on wildlife loss and habitat loss. He encapsulates some of the issues that we're seeing today. And what he did brilliantly was to personify these woodland creatures, making people feel more connected with these animals. And certainly when I was a child reading this, I didn't think the habitat loss that we're facing today would still be happening. And it just goes to show that not everyone was inspired when reading this book. Protesters in these woodlands put trap cams down in places to us where we can see some of the foxes living here. Now, woodland foxes are very different to the urban foxes we're used to seeing. They're much more timid. And we're just looking through that footage now. We know that there's a mother fox that's been raising cubs in this woods. It looks like we have a fox cub. An ancestor of those same foxes might have been seen living here when Roald Dahl was inspired to write Fantastic Mr. Fox. Once construction happens here, these foxes will be forced to live elsewhere in the countryside, but we're surrounded by farmland, we're surrounded by residential areas, and this is how urban foxes became urban. They were pushed out of their homes.
The land that we were on was once owned by farmers Boggis, Bunce and Bean. And if that sounds familiar, it's the names of the three antagonists from the Fantastic Mr. Fox book and film. Their antagonism was purely fictional though, and for generations, the farmers have helped maintain the woodland wildlife.
It used to be full up with bluebells, wood anemones, foxgloves, primroses, all sorts of things like that. Never will they come back.
I had a chat with sustainability scientist Dr. Larch Maxey.
Yeah, living on the HS2 camps for about the last 5 or 6 months.
With his son and fellow activists, he's been setting up camps along the line to monitor HS2.
So this whole HS2 scheme is unviable. We're in a climate and ecological emergency. We don't have the money or the resources to afford this catastrophe. At some point they'll make a difficult decision to draw a line under the whole scheme. The question is how many more ancient woodlands need to be destroyed until we get to that point. What we face now is a challenge as a species to get CO2 concentrations down from 418 and climbing parts per million down to 350 parts per million. But we've had hundreds, thousands of research projects into the climate science, into even the social science. And what we lack is action. As a scientist, I feel I've got that responsibility because I look at the science and then I act on it. And in this case, that acting is to say, yeah, I need to put myself on the line to try and bring about that change. But the good news is, if we really start to work with nature and allow nature to regenerate on a massive scale, it will lock up CO2. Because if we don't, my son's future has been ruined. Every person on this planet is now in danger. The climate and ecological emergency is the burning issue of our times.
It may seem contrary for climate activists to protest against public transport, but building a railway is not the same as making use of an existing one. A high-speed line takes a colossal amount of resources, like concrete, steel, and diesel machinery, which creates vast quantities of CO2. HS2 claims it will be carbon neutral by 2050, but this doesn't take into account the woodlands that have been felled and the earth that's displaced, which sequester CO2, which is why many are in protest against the railway.
You scratch the surface and it all unravels, and you think, well, the system that created this undemocratic, destructive scheme is the same system that brings us all sorts of oppression and corruption. By building a mass movement, and the more people that get involved and take action, the better. By taking action, for example, living in trees, we can slow that destruction. We can be there to witness crimes. There's an incident basically where they shut off this footpath without any warning or permissions, and we went there to kind of question what was going on, because as far as we knew that was illegal. A number of them started to attack my son. And he's just a metre or two away from me. They were doing it in part to try and get me provoked.
Get off him! Get off him!
So it was really important that we stayed non-violent. So I was shouting, leave him, leave him. Your instinct is to just want to get in there and help him. But I knew that I couldn't do that because they would portray it as violent, and we remained non-violent. As a father, of course, I'm torn. You know, I don't want my son to be in situations of danger like he was and is. He's so wise beyond his years, so intelligent and so brave, you know, and committed.
We head towards the Colne Valley, where Larch and his son were attacked. To see pristine habitat destroyed to build an access road, not even for the HS2 line itself.
We've just arrived at Denham, south of the line. This is nearest London. You know, this is one of the closest woodlands to the people within that city, and they need their connection to places like this. There's this eerily dystopian feeling here. It's like odd seeing the woodland lit up like this. This feels like something that should be fiction, you know? Not something that is fiction like Fantastic Mr. Fox, becoming reality. This belongs in a book. So we've come down with some of our nighttime filming equipment, and we haven't even needed to use it. Right now we're in this area lit up by HS2. There's a huge floodlight over there lighting up the river, which again is kind of attracting the bats over here because the moths are attracted to that light, and there's pipistrelles who are feeding, flying over the compound. Over this compound where the trees are going to be felled, we can see loads of bats flying around. A little bit disheartening because the wildlife's having a good time, but it's almost their last supper. They don't realise that their home is going to be destroyed and they're not going to be able to see this habitat this time next year. But there's one species that we've come here to see, up in the trees, that's going to be putting up a fight.
Activists were preparing to preserve as much of the woodland as possible, as they'd caught wind that felling would occur the next day.
Everyone's in full prep mode at the moment. That's good. Great. To get everything as put together as possible.
Most were building tree houses to live in the canopy permanently, including Dr. Larch Maxey's son, Seb.
The treehouse means that the bailiffs can't weather you out with the rain and stuff, you know, so they have to get you out instead of ripping your tarps down.
With an eviction team arriving in the morning, it was a race against the clock.
Feel so helpless over a period of time. I think that's what kind of took us to the point where we decided we need to jump in, really.
Felling was halted, but some trees were fenced off to ensure they could not be occupied. But one activist, Drew, superglued himself to the gate as one last act of protest.
We've asked for proof that they've had ecologists out here and that they've had people out here checking for bat roosts, and that we've never been provided with it. So we felt that it was our responsibility to come down and try and protect this land and highlight what was going on here at the same time.
It wasn't long until enforcements arrived, Drew was removed, and felling began.
It's just really made me realise how these woodland protectors at every site, they're crucial to protecting what we have, just giving everything an extra moment. If we can highlight that, then maybe we don't have to lose all this.
Whenever something that I hold dear is damaged or destroyed, then I use that to empower me and to fuel me. But if this tree was in the line of HS2 and they came for it, this would be pushing it to the limit. I'd be between the bulldozer and the tree, as those brave people are up in those camps. Up trees, being abused, and the cold and the dark. We've got to make a last stand for every single one of those woodlands. A last stand for wildlife.
The impact of seeing the destruction of a habitat like this can be overwhelming, and our documentary researcher, Freya, reminded me what experiencing this for the first time can feel like.
I feel for the people that have to enforce this, because the parts of themselves that they have to shut down to try and believe that it's okay. Every day they have to come to work and believe that this is the right thing to do, and it's just not. Oh, it's so sad.
More of Denham was taken. One activist even cut from her safety line, resulting in a broken collarbone. Trees continued to be felled as HS2 carried on along the line, destroying even more ancient woodlands. We approached HS2 for their wildlife licences, none of which they have yet provided.
And I had the bat detector on, and the bat detector was pointing back into the wood, of course, and suddenly the sound of barbastelle came through. It's a very distinctive sound. And the bat had just come out of this tree. Barbastelle bat's one of the rarest bats in Britain.
My fellow ecologist and naturalist, Kevin Hand, had come to the woods after some of our reports were passed on to his team and other activists.
Joneshill Wood is lucky enough to have a strong protest camp, people keeping an eye on things.
He and his colleagues discovered barbastelle bats nesting in a 300-year-old oak tree. This had major consequences for the HS2 project and halted the destruction of the wood and the oak immediately.
Some of the protesters using bat detectors had recorded what they thought were barbastelle. It's a really rare bat. So I was keen to look, you know. Obviously you're not sure what you're going to find. So we looked, this was the tree. So we made information available. We talked to HS2, we talked to Natural England, we talked to the police. And I think as a result of that, that's probably why the tree is protected. Assuming it's protected. Again, there's no definite communication from HS2 to us about what's going to happen. We've filmed a lot of bats around the edges of the wood, and we've got visual evidence of bats elsewhere. If you were a rare bat, would you come back to this tree next summer? I don't know.
The leading cause of the barbastelle's rapid decline is a loss of woodlands. Still highly protected, other bat species we've seen so far are more common. The pipistrelle, for example, which has a population of around 3 million in the UK. Comparatively, the barbastelle is critically endangered, with an estimated population of under 5,000 nationwide. If you hadn't found the bat roost, do you think this project would have potentially destroyed the Barbastell there?
I think it's highly likely. And I think there's a good point to be made here that's definitely happened across the line, across the route. There are woods in which trees like this are being felled with nobody noticing.
Some species, like bats, can find it difficult to establish new homes. As one of our key nocturnal predators, this can have huge repercussive effects. I think what the Barbastell proves is that unless we take care of our sparse habitats, we'll see more species becoming endangered or even extinct in the UK. We were right there a couple months ago. It wasn't like this at all.
There's potential bat roosts in all of these trees. Everything in here, everything that side of the fence will go. The whole wood is the Barbastell roost. If you felled all the other trees around, the bats are not going to come back. They need a number of suitable trees in the wood, and they should be sacrosanct, because you can't replace this. No matter what any modern might say, you cannot replace an ancient woodland. It's thousands of years old, and you have to wait thousands of years for it to get to be what it is now. And I think Natural England ecologists are, I'm sure they're unhappy about what they have to do, because they're ecologists like us. I naively thought that wildlife protection laws were that. They were laws. But this is bigger than anything I've seen before.
Take a legal case for the environment in the UK, only 4% are ever won. 96% you lose. Why is that? Why is that? It's because of our environmental legislation is not strong enough, and our courts don't see it as important enough, and as a consequence it still doesn't get the platform that it should have. I never imagined that we'd get to a point where a state-owned, publicly funded company would be putting technology into woodlands to prevent people witnessing wildlife crime. I thought that we were going to be able to stop the destruction of our most important habitats and those species. I never thought we'd be having to fight to do that. What we can do with this case is make a lot of noise. We can make a lot of people aware of how bad things are. That's the only way we're going to make progress, by never giving up, never taking a step backwards.
If you were to ask me if I've gained any hope after witnessing a project like HS2, I'd say the project has brought some incredible individuals to some outstanding habitats, creating the last experiences there may ever be in those spaces. Experiences that exercise our right to enjoy wildlife, a right that today is being challenged. We've seen the first phase of this high-speed line, a second phase now in the planning, branching out into even more ancient woodlands. HS2 has come as a rude awakening that even in a nation depleted of nature, highly protected habitats are still at risk. We must act now to curb any further destruction by the high-speed line, giving the last of our wildlife a voice. By joining the growing mass movement, together we can say no and hold our government to account. Understanding and connecting with nature can not only help us, but can allow us to help nature.
Well, that was lost along the line, and if you were in any doubt whatsoever going into it that HS2 was a bad idea, now I think that for a plethora of reasons you are probably convinced. Economic, environmental, I mean, I just could go on and on and on. We've done everything within our powers up to this point to stop this monstrosity, but we must redouble our efforts and continue.
We know that we're right, and we know that the right thing to do is to pull the plug. It's the sunk cost prophecy. We've spent X billion, so we must carry on spending X times 10 billion more. Well, it's nonsense. There's still time to save important parts of the British landscape, the wildlife that lives there, and the health and future of those people that live in the communities impacted by HS2, not least, of course, the wider world itself. So thank you to the filmmakers, and please support them in any way, shape or form when it comes to drawing attention to and doing everything we can to stop the monster that is HS2.